So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto releases lighting in crystal styles. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if, and you want the next part of this video, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Why would you help a demon? It killed your parents, didn't it? It only thinks about itself, how it can get stronger, how it can get revenge, Mizuki said while he looked at Iruka lay bleeding on the forest floor. Naruto was behind a tree at the tree line, trying to stay as quiet as possible. He still couldn't fathom what Mizuki-sensei had said. I am the fox. I'm Kyuubi no Yoko. I can't be. Can I? It made more and more sense when he thought about it. That was why all the villagers hated him. That was why no one cared for him. That was why he didn't have parents. You're right. That's how the fox would be, Iruka said. Naruto tried hard not to cry out loud. Even Iruka agreed. The only person other than the Sandaime Hokage who actually cared for him, the one he thought was like a father or maybe a brother, thought he was a demon. But that is not how Uzumaki Naruto is. He is one of the most caring people I know and he just wants to be acknowledged. He may have that damned fox sealed inside him, but that doesn't make him the fox, more than a sealing scroll makes it what is sealed inside it. He is my student and more than that, he is a person I care a great deal about. He is like family to me. I won't let you hurt him. Naruto was smiling. And not just a little smile, it was an ear-to-ear, sun shining out of your mouth, your chin is hurting smile. He had someone who thought of him as family. Then his face turned serious. Iruka-sensei, his big brother figure, his precious person, was going to get hurt. Naruto ran out from his hiding spot just to see Mizuki throw his shuriken. Naruto ran as fast as he could, but he wasn't fast enough. He could see it get closer and closer to Iruka-sensei. Naruto ran and ran, but he wasn't fast enough. It was 3 meters from Iruka now. He wouldn't make it. He wasn't fast enough to protect the first person to really acknowledge him. No. Naruto yelled with all his might, his arm reaching out for Iruka. The earth began to quake and a big cluster of pink crystals grew out of the ground, blocking the shuriken. That left 2 academy instructors and students speechless and stunned. Naruto snapped out of it first, turning to face Mizuki with the most serious look he had ever given. He pointed at him. I won't let you hurt Iruka-sensei. Not now, not ever. He put his hand in front of him, weaving a hand seal crossing his index and middle fingers. Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A big cloud of smoke exploded in the forest. When the smoke cleared, Mizuki and Iruka couldn't believe what they were seeing. Over 1,000 orange-clothed Narutos were standing in the clearing and the surrounding trees. As one they charged towards Mizuki. Not now, not ever. Screams could be heard all over Konoha as the now traitorous Konoha was beaten by a 12-year-old academy student. 2 minutes later, sorry Iruka-sensei, I think I may have gone a bit overboard, the blonde said with his trademark smile while scratching the back of his head. Iruka stood dumbfounded while staring at Naruto. He turned it into a smile. I think I can overlook it once. He turned his head to look at the discolored formation of meat that was Mizuki lying on the forest floor. He then turned his gaze a bit to look at the big crystal formation. What was that? He turned his gaze back on Naruto, who was still grinning. Close your eyes, Naruto. Naruto just stared back at him. Why? Iruka rolled his eyes. Just do it, Naruto. A few minutes later, Iruka-sensei, are you done soon? Can I open my eyes already? Naruto asked in an annoyed tone. Just a minute, Iruka chuckled. There, now open your eyes. Naruto did as he was told. There, right in front of him, was Iruka-sensei smiling at him. But something was off, something was missing. It took Naruto a few seconds to figure it out. He didn't evade on. Naruto's hand slowly made its way to his forehead. Yay, I did it. I'm a ninja from Konoha. I'm going to be Hokage in no time. Believe it. Naruto began ranting. But Iruka's thoughts were miles away. Those crystals. Did Naruto make them? How did he do that? Does he have a? If it is, it's not one I have ever seen or heard of before. I guess it is possible he could have one, since no one knows who his parents are. I better report to Sandaime soon. He would want to know this. Ah no, Iruka-sensei. Iruka's focus snapped back at Naruto. Sensei, is it true about the fox? Iruka smiled sadly. I'm afraid it is. Naruto looked down on the ground. He mumbled something audibly. What? Am I the fox then? Naruto asked with tears in his eyes. Iruka placed his hand on Naruto's head and ruffled his hair. Didn't you hear me back there? You are no more the fox than a sealing scroll is the kunai sealed inside it. Did you mean the other thing too? Naruto asked carefully. What other? He looked at the blonde before displaying a large smile. Yeah, I meant it. Little brother. Naruto looked up at Iruka again with a smile wider than when he had gotten his 8. Before Iruka knew it, he was tackled by the little blonde, hugging him tightly while sniffling. In the Hokage's office, Sandaime had seen it all through his magic little crystal ball. To think Mizuki would betray the village like that. I knew he had some grudges, but to think he would go this far. He looked at the crystal ball, seeing his grandson figure hugging the academy instructor. At least something good came out of this whole ordeal. He has finally found someone else than me that he knows acknowledges him. Then he frowned, but what were those pink crystals? I have never seen anything like it. I'll ask Jiraiya about it next time he comes to report in. He may know something about Minato or Kushina that I don't. He looked at the crystal ball again. The two Konoha shinobi were walking out of the forest hand in hand, the smaller figure jumping up and down, while the bigger looked down on him with a smile on his lips. Hiruzen leaned back into his chair, looking up at the ceiling. I guess I better call back the search parties so they don't drag him off the street. And with that thought, Hiruzen made his way out of his office. The next morning with Naruto yawned loudly as he sat up in his bed. He didn't really know what to do for the next few days, but to train. It was not like he had any friends to hang out with. Sure, Chaoji and Shikamaru didn't hate his guts, but that was about it. There were still 6 days left till the new teams got assigned. He didn't really care that much about who he got teamed up with. Just not from the Sasuke team. Everyone but Sasuke team. And he wouldn't mind if he teamed up with Sakura-chan. Though I could imagine she would have a problem with that. He frowned at that thought. Well, better get up and get going, he said to himself, jumping off the bed and heading for the bathroom. He had just opened the newly made instant ramen when an Anbu appeared in front of him. Naruto froze the instant he saw the Anbu. What have I done this time? I haven't done any prank since I painted over the Hokage monument. Right after that, it was the test and then the whole thing with Mizuki team. Calm down, Uzumaki-san. You haven't done anything this time. He waited a second while giving Naruto a look. It felt like that anyway. Hokage-sama has summoned you. You should be there within the next hour, the Anbu said, and sunshine away before Naruto could respond. Well, it's not like I have anything else I have to do today. I wonder what Jiji wants, he wondered while slurping the noodles in him. 3 bowls and another toilet visit and he was on his way to the Hokage tower. Naruto walked down the hallway where you could enter the Hokage's office from. As he walked past the receptionist, he got a dark glare. He ignored it, like all the other glares. He knocked on the door and heard a quick enter before turning the door knob. Naruto, thank you for coming so quickly. We have a few things to talk about. Naruto looked around the room while his grandfather figure talked. There were 3 shinobi standing in front of him. The 2 first he recognized right away. Sandaime, Jiji and Iruka-sensei. The last one, not so much. On first eyesight Naruto could see he was old. Not as old as Jiji, but at least up in his 50s. He had long white hair and some red war paint running down his face from his eyes to his chin. He had a hit I-8 with the kanji for oil on it. Tora, Yuma, please leave the office. I think we can defend ourselves against a 12-year-old genin, the Hokage said. 2 Anbu appeared from the shadows before sunshining away. Now, Naruto, why don't you take a seat and explain to us what happened yesterday, Hiruzen said, gesturing towards a chair. Naruto went over to the chair and sat down. He turned towards Iruka for reassurance that he wasn't in any trouble. The scarred Chunin just smiled and nodded back at him. That was all Naruto needed as he began rambling about what had happened, all from the way he had painted the Hokage monument to how Mizuki had come to him after the exam to the battle in the forest. And then I ran towards Iruka-sensei, trying to reach him before the shuriken hit him, but I couldn't make it. I wasn't fast enough. And then. Naruto trailed off while looking up at Iruka with a confused and pleading look. And then the earth began to quake and crystals grew out of the earth, deflecting the shuriken away. Iruka finished. Naruto looked around for the reactions. Sandaime, Jiji and the white-haired guy didn't show any. They had calm, collected faces. I see. Please continue, Naruto, Sandaime said calmly. Naruto continued his story to the point where he had used A and to where he got his 8 and the ramen Iruka-sensei had bought for him afterwards. When Naruto was finished, the room was quiet for a minute or two. Naruto was looking carefully at the 3 shinobi in the room. Jiraiya, do you have any idea what those crystals may have been? Sandaime asked. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, taking in everything he saw. Kami, he looked so much like Minato. But from what I've heard, he has inherited Kushina's fiery personality. I may know. I heard a rumor a while back. I had just set out on my journey. The nations were still recovering from the Third Great War and everyone wore their nerves on the outside of their clothes. I heard that a whole village up in Tano Kuni had been destroyed by a single. Now that alone isn't something to raise eyebrows over, it was the in question that was used that was. Where are you going with this, Jiraiya-sama? Iruka asked in a mild annoyed tone. He had already concluded that it was Naruto who had made those crystals. But he didn't know why or how or if it was dangerous in any way. Everything for its own time, Jiraiya said, looking calmly at Iruka, who was glaring lightly back at him. Apparently it was destroyed by crystals. Now these crystals just grew out of nowhere, they encased people and plants alike. No one knew how. Jiraiya continued. He looked around at the small group. It later got the name Shoten. Iruka's eyes bulged out of their sockets. While he had expected something like that, it was still a bit of a shock. Even the scarecrow guy seemed surprised. Naruto just looked confused at Jiraiya. I thought the same thing. There's only one way to find out, the Sandaime said while going through his drawers. He pulled out a little piece of paper and handed it to Naruto. Please run your chakra through this. Naruto looked questioning at the Hokage for a moment before complying. When he did, the paper split into two, whereafter each piece turned dark brown, before crumbling. Now Naruto looked even more confused. Hey, what just happened, Jiji? Naruto looked at the Hokage. Well, Naruto, it looks like you have the old Hokage replied calmly. The what? Naruto asked, looking more confused than ever. After 20 minutes of the older shinobi trying to explain the basics of elemental manipulation, the blonde finally got it. Somewhat. But how? I mean. Wait, you said this is genetic, right? The old Hokage looked at Naruto, knowing where this was going. Yes, it is. Do you think, maybe? Rest was mumbling as he turned his head down. Sorry Naruto, you will have to speak up. I'm not as young as I have been, the old Hokage said to Naruto with a kind smile. Do you think this will help me find out who my parents were? We just have to find someone who has the same abilities as me, and they must have been my family, right? Naruto asked hopefully. The old man looked sad at Naruto. I don't think that's possible. It is true that Shoten is but it isn't bound to a family as, let's say, the Byakugan is. I wish I could tell you who your parents were. You just have to be a bit stronger before I can tell you. Minato and Kushina had some powerful enemies. Just hold on a bit longer. You will know soon enough. Naruto's mood dropped a second, but he came right up again smiling. I guess I'll just have to find another way then. The older shinobi smiled at that. There were very few in this world similar to Naruto. Sandaime then caught the glance he was getting from Iruka. He sighed deeply. He didn't know how Naruto would react. Naruto? He said gently. He got the attention of the blue-eyed blonde about the Kyuubi. Are you okay? Naruto's smile faltered slightly, but he was still smiling. Yeah. I guess I'm kind of relieved. The Sandaime Hokage eyed him. Relieved? Yeah. I finally understand why. Why do all the villagers hate me so much? Why am I getting all those looks? Guess I'll just have to work harder on getting them to acknowledge me, despite that damned fox. Iruka was smiling at his student. He was proud at how well he was handling it. He wasn't sure he could have done it as well as him. That's good to hear about Naruto. Don't let it get you down. If you have any problems, no matter whom or what it is, you just come to me. My door is always open. That got Naruto to grin while putting his hand behind his head. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. Well, it's good that that's settled. Now Naruto, we don't know how this shoten works, so please don't use any chakra before we have taken a look at how it's used. The old Hokage said with a serious undertone. Naruto nodded. The Sandaime then turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, meet with me and Naruto tomorrow at Training Ground 43 at noon. Hi. The Sandaime turned to Naruto. Naruto, I know. Tomorrow at Training Ground 43 at noon. Don't use chakra until then. Can I go now? Naruto asked eagerly. Now having spent almost 2 hours in the room, he was getting restless. The Sandaime chuckled. Yes, you can go. You're dismissed. And then the blonde shinobi dashed out of the office. The Hokage then turned towards Iruka. You're dismissed too, Iruka. Iruka nodded and made his way to the door. Halfway there he turned to face the Hokage. Do you think he will be okay? Sandaime looked up at Iruka with a smile. You really do care about him, don't you? Iruka nodded with a smile. I think he will be fine. He has gotten some answers today. That should help him some. Hi, Iruka said before continuing walking towards the office door. Just as he was about to close the door, the old Hokage called him out. Iruka, take care of him. Iruka just smiled at the Hokage. Hi. The following day at Training Ground 43, Naruto and the Sandaime were talking as there were still a few minutes until they should meet with Jiraiya. Hiruzen turned towards Naruto and took a good look at him. He still wore that bright orange jumpsuit. Naruto, don't you think it's time you soon bought some new clothes? Naruto looked outrageous at the Hokage at that question. Why? What is wrong with my clothes? He asked while looking down, tucking on his clothes a bit. Well, you're a ninja now. And ninja can't really go around with bright colors, so the enemy will spot them faster, can they? I guess you have at some point, Naruto grumbled. But what am I supposed to do? I can't really go into a regular clothing store since they won't sell me anything. And the few places that will triple or quadruple the prices as soon as I enter. Hiruzen frowned at that. Naruto had a good point. He would have to talk to the boy's new jounin instructor about that. Maybe he could help him. A puff of smoke appeared in front of them. Glad to see you could make it, Jiraiya Hiruzen said to his former student. I hope I'm not late. No, you just made it. Well, let's get to it. The two elder shinobi turned towards Naruto. Now, the reason we're here is because we need to make sure your Shoten isn't dangerous, the Hokage said. Why would it be dangerous? The orange-clothed genin asked. It was Jiraiya who answered well, normally with, the greater the power, the greater are the risks. We want to make sure you don't hurt yourself. Naruto didn't seem convinced, but complied. Jiraiya nodded at Hiruzen. But then. Naruto, can you tell me how you did it in the forest? I don't really know. I just tried everything to save Iruka-sensei. I was desperate and was willing to do anything to save him. I had my arm put out like this, Naruto said while showing what he had done. The earth began to quake and pink crystals appeared out of the ground the same way it had done the evening before. Both Jiraiya and Hiruzen were wide-eyed. While Hiruzen had seen it through his crystal ball, it was another thing to see it happen with your own eyes. How did you do it? Jiraiya asked. I don't know. I just channeled some chakra while thinking of the crystals from yesterday, Naruto answered. Jiraiya thought about that for a bit. He then got an expression like he had an idea, try to think of it shattering. Naruto did what he said, and to his amazement, the crystal shattered in tiny pieces, making the air glitter lightly in pink. Amazing was all Jiraiya could say. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya. What are you thinking? I think it's controlled by his thoughts. He has to channel the chakra to make it, but he just has to think of what he wants, and it's going to do it. It will probably not work on a higher level, but I on the lower. I would say D and C rank, he just has to think of it. Hiruzen nodded while looking at Naruto. Okay Naruto, try to make it. Next morning in Naruto's apartment, Naruto yawned loudly while stretching. He took a few minutes sitting in bed and waking up before making his way to the bathroom. While he was taking a bath, he was thinking about what happened yesterday. They had discovered a lot about his Shoten. It is a combination of and, as the chakra paper had said. Jiraiya had theorized that he used to find minerals and stuff like that, well he used to compress it under high pressure, successfully making crystals. He could crystallize anything they put him to. Earth, wood, water, grass, really anything that had mass and wasn't energy. He could even crystallize living things, as they had discovered when he accidentally crystallized a bug. It was really like having a weapon on hand all the time. Jiraiya had also told him about the secrets of Kage Bunshin halfway through the day, so he had made about 100 clones, putting them to learning his Shoten, thus why he already had such control over it. Jiraiya said he was the only one who could train this way, due to him having such a large chakra reserves. When they were about to leave, Hiruzen had pulled him aside and asked him to go to the library today. Naruto wasn't really a reader and had complained loudly about it, but as Hiruzen said, if you want to be a ninja and the Hokage nonetheless, you need to have knowledge about the world. If not, people will just use you. That it made Naruto promise that he would do it. He also planned to go find a store who would sell him a new outfit, though he didn't know if he would be successful. Naruto ate his breakfast and brushed his teeth before making his way out the door. Scram demon. And don't come back. Naruto sighed as he was kicked out of another store. Walking off, Naruto tried to think of a way to get into a store. He could use henge, but it would dispel as soon as someone touched him. And he couldn't just use the I'm a ninja under the direct command of the Hokage deal. It would only work on buildings owned by the government, like the library, not private-owned stores. He sighed deeply again. Looking around, the blonde found a store that looked fairly non-descriptive. The only sign that told him it was for shinobi was the rather large kunai symbol above the door and the sign that read Higurashi Weapon Shop. Deciding to give this place a try, Naruto walked in. Looking around, the first thing Naruto noticed was that whoever owned this place had an obvious love for weapons. There were racks on racks of weapons lining the entire shop. Swords, staffs, scythes, it seemed that anything anyone could name was there. He had never seen so many different weapons in one place ever, and some of these weapons he had never seen at all. It was enough to make even someone like Naruto, who knew next to nothing about weapons, drool. Can I help you? Naruto stiffened and almost shouted as he spun around. Behind him was a young girl that was maybe a year older than him, wearing a Chinese-style pink tank top, dark green cargo pants, and had her hair done up in 2 buns. To Naruto they made her kind of look like a panda. Or a mouse. Naruto did his best not to snicker at the thought. Hello? Tenten asked, while waving her hand in front of Naruto's face. He blinked a couple of times. What? Naruto said, blushing in embarrassment as he took a step back and put a hand behind his head. The girl just looked at him before she rolled her eyes at the kid's inattentiveness and shrugged. I was asking if you needed help finding anything. Naruto blinked in surprise. You work here? That's right. The girl said. My name is Higurashi Tenten. My father owns this store, so I come in and help when I'm not on missions. You're a shinobi then? Naruto asked curiously. Yep, I've been a shinobi for about a year now, Tenten replied. That's awesome. Naruto stated with a large grin. I just graduated. He blinked as he remembered why he was here. Yo, you know you can help me, I was looking into getting some new clothes. I can see why, Tenten said with an amused smirk. Your clothes are hideous. Hey. Naruto said, feeling the need to defend his clothes. These clothes are warm and comfortable and ugly, Tenten finished with a grin, seriously who wears orange? I like oranges. Naruto shouted indignantly. Seriously, what was it with people continuing to dislike the color orange? It was the best color in the world. It's my favorite color. Even so, it's not a very good color for a ninja. Tenten replied, finding the boy's defensiveness amusing. Especially when it's so bright. He took a deep breath to calm down a bit. I guess I can see the logic in that. Anyways, can you help me? Sure, Tenten replied, amused by Naruto's reaction. She took him over to the clothing section of the store. So what are you looking for exactly? She asked. Naruto thought about what he wanted to look like. He needed something that made him look cool and added a mysterious persona to him. Something that screamed powerful and awesome. Something. You know. I'm not sure, he said sheepishly. I've never really shopped for clothes before. He had actually tried clothes shopping once when he was 6 and had just gotten an apartment, however the store owners had kicked him out before he could actually shop. That had actually been the same day he found his jumpsuits in the trash after the same store he tried to shop from had thrown them away. You're kidding, right? Tenten looked at him incredulously. When he shook his head she sighed. Then it looks like we're just going to have to see what works. She pulled him over to the clothing section of the store where she began grabbing different styles of clothes and then making him change into many styles she gave him, essentially turning him into a life-size dress-up doll. Eventually she found a style that fit. Now Naruto was wearing dark black shinobi pants that tucked into a pair of black shinobi sandals. He had a black sleeveless Chinese-style shirt like hers but with dark orange trims and with a Uzumaki swirl on the back of it. She had tried to talk him out of wearing any orange but was unsuccessful in getting the blonde to completely rid himself of his favorite color. At least there was less orange than before and it was in a darker tone than his jumpsuit had been. His hands were covered in fingerless gloves and his arms were also covered in black bandages up to his biceps. Lastly she changed the strap of his 8 from the dark blue color to black. There, you look much better now, Tenten said, smiling at him. Indeed he did look much better, now that she was seeing him without all the orange he actually looked cute. Now you're like a real shinobi. Do you think so? Naruto blushed as he scratched the back of his head. Of course. So will that be all? Tenten asked. Yes, I think so. For now anyway, he responded with a smile. Tenten, are you out front? Both Naruto and Tenten yelled as they spun around. Naruto found himself staring at a bull of a man. Large and built like a brick shit house. The man had muscles on every part of his body that Naruto could see, he even had muscles on his muscles. He had brown hair and brown eyes much like Tenten. He was wearing an off-white shirt, brown pants and a pair of brown boots. Damn it Tusan. Tenten shouted as she clutched a hand to her chest. How many times have I told you not to sneak up on me? And especially when I'm with a customer. Tenten's dad merely laughed, take it easy Tenten. Besides, aren't you shinobi supposed to be more aware of your surroundings? Do you want to be used as target practice again? Tenten asked with a maniacal gleam in her eyes and had one of her hands inside her kunai pouch. Her dad merely dropped sweets before he coughed and turned his attention to Naruto. He looked him up and down, immediately recognizing him. That didn't matter to him, he wasn't as narrow-sighted as some of the other villagers. He worked with sealing scrolls on a daily basis, he knew that the boy in front of him wasn't a demon. And if he had been, he would probably already have destroyed the village with the way some treated him. Naruto watched with a mixture of shock and weariness as the man looked him over. He was already expecting to get thrown out. No one wanted to sell the demon brat anything. But Tenten's dad just smiled at him, walking over to the cash register, typing in all that his daughter had noted on a block. Now all that stuff you got there will come to around 5,000 yen, Tenten's dad said. Naruto cringed a bit but got out the necessary money, it would put him back by a lot, especially since he would no longer be able to gain a stipend from the Hokage, since he was a ninja. But this was for his shinobi career, so he had to. He took out his frog-shaped green wallet, much to the amusement of Tenten, and put the money on the table. Thank you kid. Hope you'll come back, Tenten's dad said to Naruto while counting the money Naruto had left. He gave the two there one of his most brilliant smiles. Thanks Mr. Kaido, the man replied. Thanks to Kaido-san, Naruto bowed before grabbing his equipment and running off with a grin. I'll make sure your store becomes famous when it's selling to me as the Hokage. He yelled out as he left for the library. Naruto was standing outside a big building, a building he had never thought he would set foot in the library. He sighed deeply and made his way through the front doors. He hadn't made his way in more than a few meters when a voice called out behind him. Can I help? What do you want? I'm sorry, but you will have to leave now. Naruto turned around to see who it was. It turned out to be the custodian, a woman who looked to be in her mid-50s said, spitting out the word boy with venom. Naruto remembered what Hiruzen had said to him the day before. Naruto tapped his finger on his 8. I am a ninja of Konoha, under the direct command of the Hokage. And can I remind you that this is a government-owned building? And who again runs the government? That's right, the Hokage does. Thus, you can't kick me out of here. The custodian was clearly irritated by this, but as Naruto had pointed out, she couldn't kick him out. She sighed fine, but if you break anything, you will be sorry she said, and walked away. Naruto snorted mentally at this. Since he was told about the Kyuubi, he had been nearly stunned by the naivety of the population of Konoha. One thing was the civilians who knew nothing of sealing, but the ninja population too. They used sealing on a daily basis. He shook it off him and made his way to the shinobi section of the library. When he was there, he put his hands in a ram seal, making 10 clones. Alright guys, I need your help finding some books. Anything on chakra, seals, taijutsu and basic shinobi skills will be fine. Also, try to find something on Jinchuriki and anything related. With that said, he and his clones looked through the bookshelves looking for said books. In the end he found 27 on the various subjects. He made his way home and began to read. 3 days later, Naruto was on his way to training ground 43. Jiji had given it to train the week before the team assignments, which was still 2 days away. Jiji had said it was because he needed to get his Shoten under control before getting on a team, so he wouldn't put them or himself in danger with it. He made his way to the training field and did what he had done the last few days. He put his hand to form the ram seal and made about 100 clones and split them up to do various tasks. 50 clones were working on his Shoten, which were coming along nicely. He had learned to crystallize stuff fast and could even make crystals from the humidity in the air. He had also made quite a few new, most of them based on other elements. It wasn't as hard as he had thought it to be. He would just have to think about something crystallizing, and it would. The next 25 were working on his chakra control. He had perfected the floating lead exercise that they had learned in the academy and were now slowly making progress on the tree climbing exercise. He could run up a tree by now and could walk about 2/4 of the way. He had decided that he wouldn't move on before he could fight on a vertical surface for about 10 minutes. And the last quarter was reading. Reading anything he could get his hands on. Most of the exercises were from the books. He had learned a lot about one of the subjects he was most interested in, for obvious reasons. He continued training the next few days until the team assignments. The day of the team assignments, the alarm clock rang high. Naruto almost fell out of his bed, trying to punch the stupid thing into oblivion. When he finally managed to turn off the stupid thing, he sat up, scratching his eyes and looked around with sleepy eyes. He saw the calendar, and within a second he was wide awake. Today I got my team assignment. He jumped out of the bed and made his way to the bathroom to wash up and brush teeth. He thought about what he had done last week. He had advanced rather quickly due to the Kage Bunshin. He had done almost 2 years of training in the last week. He now had decent control over Shoten, but it could still be improved. His chakra control was a ton better. He could fight on the tree surface for about 4 minutes before he fell off. And he had read. He was surprised how much it had mattered. He could actually understand what people were saying most of the time now. Nothing like when the week started. Overall, he had improved a lot, though he still needed to be careful. The third day he had dispelled all his clones at once and had fainted from fatigue alone. He had woken up an hour later with a throbbing headache. He didn't do that again and had the following days dispelled his clones in groups of 10 with a few minutes interval. He had also met Konohamaru, the honorable grandson of the Sandaime Hokage, and his teacher Abisu, who hated his guts. He had met Konohamaru when he had turned in his ninja registration form. Konohamaru had come to challenge the Sandaime for the title of Hokage, but had tripped over his own scarf halfway across the room. It had been fun to see the reaction of his teacher when he slammed him across the head after he learned who he was. Konohamaru had followed him later, asking him to teach him. Naruto had complied and taught him Henge no Jutsu and Warik no Jutsu. Later Abisu had come, saying he didn't want Naruto to teach. Konohamaru couldn't figure out why, but Naruto knew right away when he saw the eyes of Abisu. It was the same as most of the villagers full of hate towards him for something he had no control over whatsoever. He had beaten him with his new harem no jutsu, sending him flying halfway across Konoha because of his nosebleed. He had after telling Konohamaru that there was no shortcut to becoming the Hokage and that he had to beat him to get there. Konohamaru told him that they weren't students and teachers anymore, they were rivals. He had left after that. After he was done in the bathroom, he made his breakfast, which was made up of bread and various vegetables. Naruto had read that he needed to eat better if he wanted to grow. Naruto was still the shortest from his class, which annoyed him to no end. He was sitting and eating, looking across the room. He saw the new picture he had put up the day before. It was his picture for the ninja registration. He had asked Hiruzen if he could get a copy of it to hang up and was allowed. He was in the picture, of course, and stood with an angel to the camera with his hand back down towards the ground, pointing slightly towards it. From his hand to the corner of the picture and across the top, the air was glimmering slightly pink, clear evidence of his Shoten. It had taken some persuasion on his part, but the Hokage had finally said yes. He was quite proud of it, clear evidence of his shinobi status. After he was done with his breakfast, he bolted out the door and made his way to the academy. Today I'm going to get a team. I am officially going to be a genin, a ninja of Konoha. It's the first step on the way to becoming Hokage. Age Bunshin no Jutsu Shadow Clone Technique. Similar to the Bunshin no Jutsu, this technique creates clones of the user. However, these clones are actual copies, not illusions. The user's chakra is evenly distributed among every clone, giving each clone an equal fraction of the user's overall power. The clones are capable of performing techniques on their own and can even bleed, but will usually disperse after 1 or 2 solid blows. They can also disperse on their own. The clones will be created in roughly the same condition as the original. When they disperse, all the knowledge they have gained return to the creator. Bunshin no Jutsu Clone Technique. An ninjutsu that creates an intangible copy of one's own body without any substance. Since the clone itself doesn't have the ability to attack and thus can only be used to confuse the enemy, it is mainly used in combination with other ninjutsu. It's a basic technique, but depending on one's ingenuity, it can be used effectively. The clones will dissipate when they come into contact with something. Kekkei Genkai Bloodline Limit, literally meaning a technique limited to inheritance by blood. Are abilities passed down genetically in specific clans. It's possible for a ninja to have more than one of these abilities. Kekkei abilities that work via the user's eye are called. Others include mixing one type of elemental chakra with another, creating a new one unique to the users, which is usually impossible for normal ninja. The jutsu eye techniques are those that utilize the eyes, granting the wielder ocular abilities. Being a byproduct of specific Kekkei Genkai, the jutsu are not classified as one of the major jutsu types. They do not require the use of hand seals and in some cases, facilitate the use of or defense against ninjutsu, taijutsu and ninjutsu, and then defeat their opponent. All known also provide the user with some unique abilities, such as an extended field of vision or predictive capabilities. The use of oftentimes consumes a great deal of chakra. Shoten Crystal Release is a rare and specialized field of elemental ninjutsu that can create crystals, as well as manipulate already existing crystals and crystalline structures. Oten Earth Release is one of the basic elemental nature transformation techniques and allows the user to manipulate the surrounding earth for offensive and defensive purposes or created, be it dirt, mud, or rock. Fuetin Wind Release is one of the 5 basic elemental nature transformations. It is performed by making chakra as sharp and thin as possible. Wind Release is mainly short to mid-range defensive techniques that combine brute force and keen precision to deal cutting and slashing damage. A rarity among the 5 chakra natures, wind techniques are usually performed by generating air circulation and can be enhanced through this method as well. Wind nature chakra can also be channeled into blades to increase their cutting power and overall range. Patent Fire Release is one of the basic elemental nature transformations. It is performed by molding superheated chakra inside the stomach before releasing it via the lungs and mouth. There are also variants to this in the form of some mediums, such as the use of gunpowder, explosive tags and chakra flow into a weapon. Suiton Water Release is one of the basic elemental nature transformation techniques that allow the user to manipulate pre-existing water or create their own by turning their chakra into water. It takes much more ability to create the water than to manipulate what is already available and expel it from their mouths. One of the most versatile of the 5 basic chakra natures, water release techniques can not only change shape but state as well. Moreover, the water becomes more solid in the process as well. Bright Lightning Release is one of the basic elemental nature transformation techniques that allow the user to generate lightning by increasing the high-frequency vibrations of their chakra, allowing for piercing damage and fast movement. The electricity paralyzes the target so that they are unable to move and leave them vulnerable to a finishing strike. While uncommon, lightning can be infused into bladed weapons in a way similar to through chakra flow, for increase the piercing power through vibrations, with the added effect of inducing numbness. When the technique is released from their bodies, and thus not requiring physical contact, it does not move as fast as true lightning. Instead, due to the control the user has to exert over it, it moves far slower, which gives opponents time to still react. Based on the exhaustion seen when using lightning release techniques, it can be presumed that they require more chakra than the other nature transformations. Ayubi no Yoko the 9-tailed fox. Iju-tailed beast. The tailed beasts are large, living forms of chakra, sometimes referred to as chakra monsters, giving them power that far outmatches most shinobi. However, this immense strength is tempered by their bestial nature, which restricts them from being intelligent enough to use it effectively. As such, when the tailed beasts are sealed within humans, they are able to benefit from the knowledge of their hosts, giving them the ability to better utilize their powers. Inchuriki power of human sacrifice. Are humans that have sealed within them. They exhibit extraordinary powers and in some cases are more powerful than their tailed beasts because they have the intelligence to use the beast's powers effectively. Enj no Jutsu transformation technique. Given all the missions ninja are assigned to battle, intelligence gathering, and diversions, this is a priceless ninjutsu. It is typically used to change into people other than one, but one also has the ability to change into animals, plants, and even inanimate objects like weapons. This gives this technique an abundance of uses. The transformation of a skilled shinobi will be exactly like the genuine article, so it will be impossible to tell the two apart. On the other hand, a transformation performed by an inexperienced person will have obvious discrepancies. It will be impossible to deceive anyone with it. This is one of the most basic ninjutsu, as such most shinobi know how to perform it. The transformation technique is considered to be among the more difficulty-ranked techniques since it requires constant emission of chakra while mentally maintaining the form. On top of that, the user would be, most likely, interacting with the environment. This puts mental strain on an inexperienced ninja. Thus the best way to determine if it is indeed a transformation is to cause this strain upon the user, though this is of course not always successful. No Jutsu sexy technique. The sexy technique is simply a henge no jutsu used to transform the user into a beautiful, nude woman in a very seductive pose with mists of smoke covering her privates, or in a bathing suit. Harem no jutsu harem technique. This technique is considered to be an advanced variation of the Warrick no Jutsu, which is combined with the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. After creating a dozen or so clones, Naruto uses this technique to transform them all into the same beauty. Naruto uses this technique when he either wants a better chance of his target falling victim or when the sexy technique fails to fulfill its purpose. Chapter 2. Survival Training. Pass or fail. Naruto made his way towards the academy, ignoring the usual stares and glares. It didn't really bother him anymore, he had gotten used to it over the years. The only difference last week was that he knew why he was getting them. That helped a lot, it was a burden lifted from his shoulders. He didn't have to wonder why. He walked down one of the alleys when he saw a person trying to blend in with a railing behind him, using a sheet as cover. The only problem was that it was hanging 90 degrees wrong. He knew right away who it was. Before he could call him out, Konohamaru jumped out from his cover yelling at him, "Fight me." Sadly, he hadn't even taken one step before he tripped over the sheet. Naruto's sweat dropped. "What are you doing, Konohamaru?" "I expect nothing less from the man I respect," Konohamaru said, getting up. Naruto was silent for a few seconds. "I didn't do anything." "You tripped again." Konohamaru totally ignored this and got up, making a hand sign, "Fight fair and square." Naruto shook his head. "Sorry, Konohamaru. I have to go to my team assignment meeting now." "Team assignment?" the boy asked, confused. "Yeah, I'm a ninja of Konoha starting today," he said, smiling, pointing at his 8. Konohamaru stared in awe. He smiled at his big brother figure. "Okay, Nai-san. I guess we'll have to do it another day then." And with that, the two boys went on their way. Naruto made it to the academy a little earlier than normal. Heck, normally he would have met at least an hour late since none of the teachers really bothered with him. But that wasn't on his mind today. Today was the first day in the rest of his life, the first step towards becoming the Hokage. Nothing could bring him down. If he was honest with himself, he didn't care much about which team he was assigned. "Just not Sasuke team, he is way too pretty for me. And I wouldn't mind getting on the same team as Sakura-chan. Though I could imagine her having a problem with me. I guess I'll do what Tenten told me to." Flashback 3 days ago, Naruto was walking down one of Konoha's many streets with Tenten. Since the day he had come to her father's store, they had become friends. Well, Naruto's first real friend at his own age. Shikamaru and Choji didn't hate his guts, but they weren't close either. "So, have you gotten your team assignment yet?" Tenten asked. Naruto shook his head. "Nah, we're getting them in 3 days. If I'm honest, I don't really care what team I get on. I'm just happy I graduated." "Huh, so you don't care at all? There is no one you would or would rather not be with?" she asked doubtingly. Naruto looked at his new friend with a small smile. "Well, there is this one guy. Sasuke team. He just gets on my nerves all the time." "Wait, Sasuke? As in Uchiha Sasuke? The sole survivor of the Uchiha clan massacre?" "That's the guy," he said while nodding. "Ouch, I can understand that. I mean, I can't set myself into his place to get his whole clan killed, but he is just so brooding." She smiled. She rather liked Naruto. Not in a romantic manner, but he was a good friend. It was a good break from her two teammates and their eccentric sensei. Naruto was a funny guy, maybe a bit straightforward with things, but nothing she couldn't handle. She took a look around and saw the glares of the villagers. It wasn't her they were glaring at, it was her new friend. She had tried to ask him about it, but he had changed subject rather quickly. She knew that he had pranked most of the villagers when he was a kid. She had found them rather funny. "And then a few days ago when I painted the Hokage monument." she was impressed. There wasn't anyone who could paint a monument, which was visible from most of the village, in daylight, wearing an orange jumpsuit. When she had asked how he had done it, he had answered it's easy when no one wants you to exist. That time it was her who changed the subject. She was pulled out of her train of thoughts when Naruto started talking again, and then there was Sakura-chan. She raised an eyebrow while smiling. So there's a girl. I guess she hung up on the Uchiha then. Yeah. Can you believe it? And every time she asks him on a date, he turns her down, and still she won't go out with me, he answers a bit moping. So, how many times have you asked her on a date? Every time I see her. It's usually just after she gets turned down by Sasuke. I have an advice if you want. Naruto nodded eagerly. Back off. What? Naruto said disbelievingly. I said back off. Try to stop asking her on a date every time you see her. Try just to be there for her. You know, maybe in time she will come around, she said while winking at her blonde friend. Maybe. Okay, I'll try it, he said, showing her one of his big bright smiles. Good, she nodded approvingly. Flashback end. Naruto opened the door to his classroom and made his way inside. He hadn't stepped 3 steps inside before a boy stepped in front of him. Boy, Naruto. Today is the team assignment. You do know that you would actually have to pass the exam if you want in on it, right? It from the brown-haired boy. He wore a pair of dark grayish pants that reached down to his calves and a gray hooded fur-lined coat with a hoodie wore on his head. Under the hood on his head were a little white puppy. Off. See, even Akamaru agrees. Kiba started with a smug smile, petting his puppy. Naruto smiled right back at Kiba while tapping his finger on his forehead protector. Are you blind, dog breath? I have a hit I ate, so I must pass. The Hokage himself passed me. Can you say the same for you? Kiba narrowed his eyes and took a closer look at his hit I ate just to be sure it was real. When he was convinced, he just came with an HMPH and turned around to go back to his seat. The blonde genin shook his head with a smile of Kiba's antics. When he was done, he took a look around the classroom for an empty seat. As far as he could see there were 3, one beside Sasuke team, another beside that seat, and one in front of Choji. The last option wasn't really an option in his opinion. It was a known fact that all the Akamichis were real greedy guts and the new clan heir wasn't an exception. That alone wasn't the problem. The real problem was that not all of his food made the trip from the back it was in to his mouth. So anyone who speaks in front of Choji would be showered in food scraps. Naruto took a deep breath and made his way over to the table where Sasuke sat and took the seat furthest away from the Uchiha. Naruto reached for his pocket and took up a book and started reading it, much to the whole classroom's disbelief. Even the Uchiha was brought out of his brooding mood and raised an eyebrow at the blonde shinobi. Hinata was looking from behind the classroom where she had taken a seat. Naruto-kun was able to graduate. Maybe, just maybe, I can get on the same team as him, she thought hopefully. Before long Naruto was brought out of his reading when the whole classroom went quiet. They could all hear something rumbling, like some big animals, like rhinos or elephants, which were running. It was getting closer and closer. You would think that the class would become nervous at the apparent impending doom, but this was a daily routine for them. Before long, 2 girls almost fell in through the door. First I win, they yelled, before turning to each other to glare. The first one Naruto recognized right away. It was Sakura-chan. She had bright pink hair, a color Naruto didn't know could appear naturally before he had met her, and green eyes. She also had a rather large forehead, and Naruto knew she had been bullied because of it. To him, though, it was just her, and he loved every part of it. She was wearing a red dress with a white circular design on her shoulders and her back, and she wore dark green shorts. She wore her height like a hairband. The second girl was Ino, who had an ongoing rivalry with Sakura. She wore a short purple vest-like blouse with a raised collar, a skirt that was cut off on the sides and bandages on her stomach and legs. She also wore purple and white elbow warmers with this and her aide around her waist as a belt. I win again, Sakura, Ino said. What are you talking about? My pinky toe entered the classroom before yours by a whole centimeter. Sakura replied, glaring harder. Ino returned the glare. Are you blind? The 2 girls kept bickering like that and the rest of the class went back to doing what they were doing before. That is, everyone but Naruto. He was looking at Sakura with a blush. He quickly looked away again. Naruto, remember what Tenten said. Give her some space. But there she is. Looking over here. And now she's coming this way. Maybe she wants to sit beside me, he thought, as the pink-haired Kunoichi made her way over to the table where Naruto and Sasuke were sitting. He smiled at her. Good morning, Sakura-chan. Get out of my way. I want to sit there beside Sasuke-kun, she replied, pointing at the seat in between him and Sasuke. He sighed while getting out of his seat. Fine, get in then. Sakura hadn't expected that. Normally Naruto would get how uncool Sasuke was and she would have to hit him. Thank you Naruto, she said, taking her seat. She was just about to talk to Sasuke when Iruka came in through the door. Okay class, settle down. Most of them didn't hear him, causing a tick mark to appear on Iruka. He used his big scary head. I said settle down. That got the desired effect. He cleared his throat. Starting today, you are all official ninjas, but you are all still just new genin. It's going to get harder from here. You all will be in a group of 3, where you will accomplish missions under a jounin instructor. That got the class's attention. Most of them hadn't expected a 3-man team. Naruto wasn't surprised. The Hokage had given him permission to train last week because he was gonna be on a team. Iruka continued, we've arranged a group such that overall abilities are equivalent. I will now announce them. Team 1 is. Naruto started reading his book again, just paying enough attention to react when his own name was called. Team 7 will be. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Internally Naruto was jumping up and down in happiness. Sakura is quite the opposite and Uchiha Sasuke got the reverse effect. Naruto couldn't help but throw a quick glare at Sasuke. Kami must really be against me. There are 27 people that have graduated and I get on the same team as Sasuke team. He sighed. Well, at least I'm also on the same team as Sakura-chan. Next teammate. Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. There won't be a team 9 as last year's team 9 is still in effect. Team 10 will be Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. He called up the last few teams. That's it for the teams. Now, your Jounin sensei will be here after lunch. You can do what you want until then. But that said, the different teams went out of the classroom. In the council chambers, it was the day of the assignments of the new Genin teams and thus there was a council meeting. Currently all were present but the Hokage. The chambers consisted of the Hokage's seat at the end of multiple tables. Beside the Hokage's seat were 2 smaller tables where the elders sat. Their names were Hamura Midokado, Kaharu Udatain and Shimura Danzo. Hamura and Kaharu were old teammates of Hiruzen and had retired from their shinobi careers and settled back as elders and counselors for the Sandaime. Danzo was an old rival of Hiruzen. While he had Konoha's best at heart, he didn't always care about the way to get there. From the Hokage's seat point of view, the left side was reserved for the business people of Konoha, the 6 that had been elected from their respective areas. These didn't have Konoha's best at heart. What they cared about was getting more power and getting more wealth. The right side was reserved for the 8 major clans of Konoha. Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Aburame, Akimichi, Nara and Yamanaka. Though, because of the Uchiha massacre, the Uchiha seat was empty until the time of the last Uchiha to be 16 years of age, and the Senju seat was empty because the last known survivor of said clan, Senju Tsunade, wasn't in Konoha and hadn't been for years. These people were the only one beside the Hokage who were not thinking of ways to get more power but had Konoha's best at heart. In the seat closest to the Hokages was none other than Hiashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan which was currently the largest clan in Konoha. Hiashi was a man who despite his cold demeanor, always put his clan and Konoha first, even when it went against his own beliefs. The next seat from Hiashi was Tsume, the clan head of the Inuzuka clan. This clan was well known for their collaboration with ninja dogs, their pack mentality and their hot-headedness. They always believed in looking out for family and were well known for their fierce loyalty to others. Sitting next to the Inuzuka matriarch was Shibi Aburame, the clan head of the Aburame clan. The Aburames were well known as a clan that followed logic, believing that to do otherwise would cause more issues to arise than need be. They were also ostracized because of the bugs they carry. The last in the lineup were the members of the Yamanaka, Nara and Akimichi clans, who were well known for their powerful teamwork. These 3 were Inoichi, Shikaku and Chauza, and they had been known as the Ina Shikacho trio due to the teamwork they used during the Third Great Shinobi War. Finally the Sandaime entered the chambers and took his seat. As it seems we're all here, we will get started. Now first point of order is, sorry Sandaime-sama, but I have disturbing news that I think the council should hear. Danzo interrupted the Hokage. Hiruzen didn't seem affected by this as he had known this would come sooner or later. He was pretty sure it was because of Naruto and his Shoten. He knew he wouldn't be able to keep it a secret long after he allowed Naruto's ninja registration photo to be taken. That and that he had allowed the blonde to use one of the training grounds by himself. He was sure that Danzo would have picked up on that. What is Danzo-san? Hiruzen asked more politely than he would have out of the council chambers. It has come to my attention that you have reserved a whole training field for a newly graduated genin. It intrigued me, but I let it go. I'm not one to question the fact that Hokage Hiruzen mentally scoffed at. Danzo questioned every action he took. He had tried to get his hand on the seat for a long time. Other than that, he had tried to get his hands on Naruto more than one time, willing to turn him into a weapon of Konoha due to his status. He was sure that he would try even harder now that he had found out about the blonde's news. Hiruzen was, of course, greatly opposed to this. Minato had asked him to make sure Naruto would be safe. He couldn't do much about the villagers, but he could. He wouldn't let Naruto fall into the grasps of the old warhawk. Danzo looked over the chamber. He could see that he had piqued their interest. But then a few days ago, when the elders and I went over the new ninja registration forms, we came across this, he said, taking out Naruto's photo, sending it around the council. He could see many confused looks. We, like you, had no idea what this was. So I sent some of my guards to look for them. They found him at an earlier mentioned training ground. He was training to use it. Shoten. Yes, the has Shoten. An hour later, enough of this. Yes, Naruto has Shoten, but it isn't dangerous. Jiraiya and I have observed and made sure of that. The reason I allowed Naruto to use that training ground was so he could get it under control, and so he wouldn't put his team at risk, Hiruzen said loudly and irritated. The last hour had been nothing but accusations and pleads about putting the boy down, letting Danzo have him. If any other shinobi or citizens of Konoha had awakened Shoten, you would all be delighted. But because it's Naruto, you're acting like this. I won't have it, he continued, while glaring around the council. The shinobi side had been concerned, but had calmed down a bit. It was the civilians and the elders that caused the problem. They hated the boy's guts because of this. Now I have given you all the answers I'm willing, so we're gonna get on with this council meeting. Now, for the first point of order. Lunch at the academy. Sakura was sitting on a bench outside the academy. They still had some time before their Jounin sensei would pick them up. She had just had a not-so-friendly conversation with Sasuke. He had told her that he thought she was annoying. You're annoying, huh? I see. Naruto must have felt the same way. Maybe I can be nicer starting now. I could give him a chance. I never really have gotten to know him, I always brush him off as a pest. She was brought out of her thoughts when she saw Naruto coming her way eating a dango. It didn't seem like he had seen her yet. Alright, this is my chance to be nicer to him. Remember to smile, not scowl, smile. With that, she had a really strained smile on her face. Hey Naruto, let's go back to the classroom. Naruto looked up at her. Sakura-chan. I thought you would be with Sasuke. He said the last part was a bit sad. Sakura didn't miss that. Yeah, but he had to go do something else. Come on, let's go back to class, she said. This brought a big smile to Naruto's face. You're a genius, Tenten. 3 hours later in the classroom. Why is our sensei the only one who's late? All the other teams have been picked up hours ago. Sakura said, annoyed. Team 7 was still sitting in the classroom. Or Sasuke and Naruto were sitting at their desks and Sakura was going back and forth, getting impatient with their new sensei. Naruto sighed and looked up from his book. Sakura-chan, it can't be helped. He'll get here when he gets here. While he agreed with her, he was getting rather annoyed with Sakura. She had been like that for the last hour, coming with outbursts every 10 minutes or so. Sakura turned to look at Naruto in disbelief before gathering herself. Okay, if Naruto asks me to calm down, I really must be tiring. I mean, he is the most hyper person I know. But that means Sasuke-kun also thinks that I'm getting annoying again. She took a deep breath to calm herself down before taking the seat beside Sasuke. Naruto eyed her before going back to reading his book. 15 minutes later a silver-haired Jounin entered the room. Sakura couldn't help herself and jumped up screaming, you're late. He just stared at them passively. How should I say this? My first impression of you guys is, I hate you. Sakura got a moping expression while Naruto and Sasuke got a better look at their sensei. He was wearing the standard Konoha shinobi outfit along with iron-plated gloves. His face was mostly covered by his mask and his left eye was covered by his 8. All in all, they couldn't get a real good look at him. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes, he said before sunshining away. 5 minutes later on the roof, Kakashi was looking over at his student. He was mostly looking at Naruto. Kami, he looks so much like you, sensei. Then he turned his gaze to the Uchiha. I really hope I can help him, before choosing a path that he can't be saved from. When the 5 minutes were up, he said, let's see, why don't you introduce yourselves? Introduce ourselves? What should we say? Sakura asked. Kakashi shrugged. What you like, hate, your dreams and hobbies. Something like that. Why don't you introduce yourself first, sensei? So we know what to say, Naruto said. Me? I'm Hada Kakashi. I have no intention of telling you my likes and dislikes. As for my dream, I have few hobbies. The 3 genin were left with sweat drops on the back of their heads. Sakura turned to her new teammates, so all we found out was his name. Naruto nodded at it. Now it's your turn. Blondie, you go first. Naruto shot a quick glare for his new nickname. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, Ichiraku ramen, my friend Tenten and Hokage Ajusen. What I disliked are the 3 minutes you have to wait for your ramen to finish after you have poured water over it, people who will hurt my friends and can't seem to tell the difference between a kunai and the scroll it's sealed inside. This caused Kakashi to raise an eyebrow. He, of course, knew what Naruto was talking about. Sasuke and Sakura looked confused at Naruto. Naruto just continued, acting like he hadn't noticed. My hobbies are training, hanging out with Tenten, and tasting new kinds of ramen. And my dream for the future, I want to become the greatest Hokage and make everyone in the village acknowledge me. I also want to find out who my parents were when he finished, getting nods from Kakashi. Hi, next to Pinky. I'm Haruno Sakura. I like it. Well, the person I like is. Sakura glances at Sasuke and my hobbies are. Well, my dream is to. Glances at Sasuke again and giggles like crazy. And? What do you dislike? Kakashi asked. Naru, I dislike Ino Pig. Sakura finished looking over at Naruto. I promised that I would try to give him a chance. And I start today. Naruto looked surprised. He was half convinced that she would have said his name and knew she almost did what happened to her. Kakashi looked at Sakura. Girls her age must be more interested in love than ninja training. Well, at least she's trying to be nice. Now you, last guy. Sasuke didn't look up when we talked. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things that I hate and there aren't a lot of things that I like. Also, I have an ambition that I have no intention to leave as just a dream. The revival of my clan and to kill a certain man. Naruto looked at Sasuke. I guess it's the man who killed his clan. Sakura was still hyped after her own introduction. Sasuke is cool. Kakashi on the other hand had a brief look of seriousness in his eyes, just as I thought. He quickly got back to his old careless look. Alright, you three all have unique personalities. I like that. We're going to begin a mission starting tomorrow. First we're gonna do something we four can do together. Survival training. Survival training. Kakashi-sensei, we have just been through years of training in the academy, can't we just go ahead and start missions? Naruto asked, rather annoyed. This is no ordinary training, Kakashi replied. Now Sakura was looking annoyed too. Can't he just get to the point? Then what kind of training is it? Kakashi started laughing, freaking the three genin out a bit. Sakura looked more annoyed than ever. What is so funny, sensei? Well, if I say this, I'm sure you three are going to be shocked. Out of the 27 graduates, only 9 are going to become genin. The other 18 will be sent back to the academy. In other words, this training is going to be a very hard test with a dropout rate of 66%. And as Kakashi had predicted, the 3 genin were very shocked. See? You 3 are shocked. He said, pointing at them. Are you kidding me? What was the final exam for? Naruto asked in complete disbelief. That? It just picks out those who are qualified to become genin. Did you really think that 3 were gonna get you graduated? Out there is a world whose only goal is to get you killed. We're not going to send anyone out there who isn't prepared. He paused to let it sink in. Anyway, I'm going to determine whether you pass or fail tomorrow at training ground 7. Bring your ninja equipment and meet at 5 AM. Kakashi could see how shocked the 3 genin were. Even Sasuke, who had until now composed himself, trembled some. Now then, the meeting is over. Oh yeah, don't eat breakfast. You're going to throw it up if you do. 5 AM at training ground 7. The 3 genin of team 7 came from each their own direction, every one of them half asleep. Good morning, Sakura said tiredly. Hey. It came from Naruto. And the 3 of them waited. And waited. And waited. 3 hours later, finally, Kakashi came from the tree line. Hi fellows. Good morning. You're late. Both Naruto and Sakura yelled at him while pointing accusingly at him. Now normally the new and improved Naruto wouldn't do that, but the lack of sleep and his empty stomach made him momentarily pick up some of his old habits. Yeah, you see, a black cat crossed my path, so. Kakashi replied, but trailed off when he saw the faces of Team 7. He cleared his throat. Let's move on. He went over to a clock on a stub a few meters from the genin alarm set at 12 PM. He then turned towards them and took out 2 bells to show today's topic is to get one of these bells from me. Whoever can't will have no lunch. What? It came from Naruto, but was ignored by Kakashi. I'm going to tie you there and eat lunch in front of you, he said, pointing at the 3 stubs, one of them having the alarm clock on it. At that moment the genin understood why he had told them not to eat breakfast. It took a few seconds for them to get over that. But wait, why are there only 2 bells? Sakura asked. Kakashi showed one of his eye smiles. I'm glad you asked, Sakura. Since there's only 2, at least one will have to be tied to the log. That person will fail, since he failed to complete the mission. The person will go back to the academy. It might just be one, or it can be all 3. You can use Tour Shuriken. You won't be able to get these unless you come at me with a will to kill me. He looked at his team. There were no objections. Kakashi continued, we're going to start after I say ready, start. Ready. Start. The genin quickly jumped away, hiding in the surrounding area. Kakashi calmly took out a book and, apparently, started reading. The most important thing for a shinobi is to hide and conceal yourself. It seems like they got that part down. Naruto was hidden in a tree along the river going through the training ground. He was looking at Kakashi, thinking how to do this. This is a jounin, the highest rank of ninja, only surpassed by the cages. I can't run head first in there without having a plan. Just to get a few things down, there is no way that I can take him down. He can't be expecting us to either, which means he is testing our skills. But he should already know them from our records from the academy, well beside me. He must be testing our teamwork. Damn it. There is no way Sasuke team will team up with me, he thinks I'm a dope with no talents. And while Sakura has been nicer to me since yesterday, I don't think she'll go against her Sasuke-kun. So the only way we can work together is if I prove myself. And I prove myself by fighting against a Jounin, whom I have no chance of beating. Naruto sighed at the dilemma he was in. I guess there's no choice then. The only plus side I can see is that I can get some info on Kakashi. Though he won't even be required to try. Naruto quickly formulated a plan. He made a few cage bunshin and had them hide throughout the area. Naruto jumped out from his hiding spot and made his way to the field where Kakashi was standing. He took his stance a couple of meters in front of Kakashi. Kakashi looked from his book, acting like he had only just seen Naruto. He looked back in his book. You do know that it's the basics for a shinobi to attack from the shadows, right? Naruto, still in his stance, didn't take his eyes off Kakashi, observing everything. Yeah, but I figured there was no way that I, a newly graduated genin, could beat you, a seasoned jounin with years of experience. So I came to the conclusion that this test was to test our skills. Kakashi looked at him again. He is observing me. Trying to find anything he can use against me. But he was cut short when the earth began to quake. His eyes widened when he saw razor-sharp crystals shooting out of the ground, trying to impale him. He quickly jumped back to avoid it. Shoten. Kesso no Harriet came from Naruto. Kakashi took his eyes off the pink crystals and looked at Naruto. For the first time since he had met Team 7, he was truly shocked. Was it not for years of experience in the field and in the war, he would have shown emotions. Shoten. I haven't heard of that in a while. I think there was something up in Ta no Kuni, but to think it would appear here in Konoha. And it appears in the two other members of Team 7 weren't handling themselves as well as Kakashi was. Sakura's face was full of shock. Shoten. Is that even and how can Naruto have it? She thought. How the hell should I know? Just don't get hit by it, cha. It came from her inner self, which she completely agreed with. Sasuke had his eyes narrowed. How can the dope have a, he is a clan-less loser with no family. Kakashi looked at Naruto over his book. Well, since you want to show your skills, why don't you? Very well then, Naruto said before charging. He aimed a punch at the guy, but it was easily parried by Kakashi. Kakashi frowned. The punch had been a lot harder than he would have thought it to be. It didn't stop Naruto. He aimed a kick at the ribs, but it was again parried. He then aimed a kick in the chest. Knowing that Kakashi would parry, he focused his chakra there. Kakashi parried, but was pushed back a few centimeters, much to Kakashi's surprise. Naruto used this to jump back through the air. Kakashi used this to his advantage and threw a kunai. Naruto saw this and quickly conjured up a hexagonal shuriken in his hand and threw it to intercept the kunai. They clashed together and were pushed out of the way. Naruto landed with a smirk. That was my Kesso. Rikaku shuriken. Kakashi still had his book up, but he had to focus a lot more than he had thought, so he is able to crystallize the air around him. It may seem like he doesn't have a weapon, but everything around him is. Also, it doesn't seem like he needs to use hand signs. But how was he able to kick so hard so suddenly? Kakashi took a closer look at Naruto and saw light reflecting off him, which caused Kakashi to raise his visible eyebrow. Naruto nodded at Kakashi. It's just what you think, Kakashi-sensei. I call it no yoroi. Kakashi didn't react to think he ranked dead last. Kakashi was, to say the least, impressed. Kakashi, you're not going to retaliate? Naruto asked in a ready pose. Kakashi looked at Naruto. He knew that he wanted him to attack him and that he had something up his sleeve. Kakashi shrugged before going through some hand signs. Miserapa. Kakashi took a deep breath before beginning to spew out water towards Naruto. He made sure it wasn't as powerful as he would make it towards an enemy. He had to remember, this was just a test. What Naruto did next completely shocked Kakashi. Naruto raised his arm, just like to intercept, and when the water was a meter from him, it started crystallizing and split, so it didn't hit him. Kakashi quickly realized that this wasn't going to work, it was just supplying Naruto with more material to crystallize. Shoten. Kesso Hachidori, Naruto cried with the ram sign up. From the crystals that Naruto had just made, thousands of small hummingbirds were created. They appeared around Naruto until there were no crystals left on the ground. With an unsaid command, they attacked. They closed in quickly, aiming all over Kakashi. Kakashi jumped into the air just in time to avoid them. When they hit the ground, they created a big cloud of debris. That was a close one, Kakashi thought, thinking he was out of harm's way. Rikaku shuriken. Ranbu. It came from several places around the clearing. From 5 places barrages of crystal shuriken were shot at him. Shit, he thought, before quickly performing Kawarimi no. Naruto's shadow clones jumped out of hiding before dispelling. Naruto nodded to himself in satisfaction before jumping away. Now he just had to find the others. Naruto was jumping through the canopies when he heard Sakura scream. He quietly made his way there, making sure he wasn't detected by Kakashi. He finally found Sakura, she was lying motionless on the forest floor. He wasn't worried if she had been hurt, he knew Kakashi wouldn't take it that far. He made his way down to where she was, and after a brief examination, it was clear she was under A. He put fingers on her forehead, while the other was in a ram sign Kai. Slowly her eyes fluttered up. As soon as she could see where she was, she quickly got to her feet. Sasuke-kun. Relax Sakura-chan. You were under a Jinjutsu, Naruto said, trying to get his teammate to calm down. But she was still going on about how she had seen Sasuke dying. Sakura. That got her attention. Stop fussing like that. Sasuke is fine. You were under a Jinjutsu. Besides, this is just a test, so there is no way that Kakashi-sensei would hurt any of us badly. That seemed to sink in, but she quickly shook her head. But I need to find him fast. We don't have much time until the test ends. She said, starting to run out of the clearing. Naruto quickly grabbed her arm. What is it, Naruto Baka? Naruto sighed at her affectionate nickname for him. I agree, but we can't just take him on one-on-one. We need to work together, all three of us. Sakura stopped trying to struggle his way out of his grip and he let her go. Then she turned to face him fully. But one of us will fail. Maybe. But it's better than all three of us failing. None of them said anything for a few seconds. Listen, I'll give the bells to you too. You like Sasuke, right? It was an obvious question he already knew the answer to, but she blushed deeply and nodded. Good, then you two can be on a team together. I'll just take another year at the academy. I already failed 3 times, what is one more time to that, right? Sakura was looking at Naruto in disbelief. Was he always this nice? I kind of feel bad at how I treated him. She nodded. Okay, let's go find Sasuke-kun. No, Sasuke said. Naruto stared at the black-haired genin in front of him with outrage. Why? You both will pass. We need to work together to get those bells. Sasuke scoffed. I don't need help from a clanless loser like you to do that. It didn't seem like that when we found you buried to your neck before, Naruto replied with a bit of venom. They kept bickering like that, with Sakura just sitting between them. Now normally she would jump to the defense of her Sasuke-kun, but she could see the wisdom in Naruto's words and she had seen what he could do with Shoten. Also, this meant that she would work together with Sasuke and that she would be on the same team as Sasuke. But she knew they didn't have a long time to do it. Sasuke-kun, we don't have very long time again before the test ends. Wouldn't it be better just to do it together and get it over with? She asked carefully, not wanting to get on the wrong side of Sasuke. Sasuke actually seemed to think about it. He looked up in the sky to see the sun's position. He scoffed. Fine. Naruto nodded at Sakura, who was overjoyed now. 2 minutes to 12. Kakashi was standing in the middle of the clearing again. He looked over at the clock and sighed. I guess it's just another team that doesn't pass. I actually hoped they would. Sensei's son, a Shoten user, and of the last loyal Uchiha, a true genius, and the girl weren't bad either. She just needs to get over her fangirl stadium. Oh well, maybe next time. It was then that 3 Narutos ran out of the tree line. He watched them coming, but didn't do anything visible to counter them. They all brought their arms to what looked like a guard Shoten. Susho too. On their forearms deep blue-colored crystal tantos formed. They charged forward as one, slashing like crazy at Kakashi. He could see that Naruto hadn't had this style practiced as much as the academy-style Taijutsu. He kept parrying and dodging. At last, he decided that it was time to get rid of the clones. He kicked hard in one of Naruto's stomachs, and it dispelled. He was just about to do the same to the second when he heard a voice shout behind him. Pain. Kakaku no, Sasuke yelled, spewing out a large fireball towards Kakashi. Kakashi saw this coming and jumped out of the way. He was a little worried that it had hit Naruto, but it didn't last as he saw them dispel. They were clones all along. He didn't have time to think as he saw a barrage kunai being cast out of one of the trees. With closer inspection, he saw that it was Sakura. He brought up his kunai and began blocking them. He had just landed when Naruto bolted out of the tree line again. He was getting closer and closer to Kakashi and was just about there when the alarm rang. All 3 genin looked in disbelief and despair at the clock. No, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Naruto said, mentally kicking himself for not being a bit faster. A few minutes later, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto were tied to the logs and as Kakashi had said he would, was eating his lunch in front of them. Naruto's stomach was the loudest, but Sasuke's and Sakura's weren't silent. Well then, none of you got the bells, Kakashi said. All of them were waiting for the dooming words. You pass, Kakashi said. They stared disbelieving at him. But, you said that we would fail and be sent back to the academy if we didn't get the bells. Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi nodded. I lied, he stated flatly. But sensei, what was the test for then? Sakura asked. You 3 are the first I have passed. People I had previously were blockheads who just thought about themselves and didn't want to risk getting kicked back to the academy. They didn't want to work together because they knew one of them had to fail. But that is not how being a shinobi works, especially a Konoha shinobi. We work together, train together and basically live together. He looked up in the sky. In the world of shinobi, those who break the rules are called scrum. But those who don't take care of their friends are even worse than scum. You guys work together to have a chance, even though you knew one of you would fail the test. So to answer your question, Sakura, it was to test your worth as a team. Naruto looked at Kakashi as he moved around the logs to tie up the ropes. He isn't that bad. He is actually kind of cool. When he had tied them up, he turned to them. The training ended here. Everyone passes. Team 7 will start doing missions starting tomorrow. Fuinjutsu, literally meaning sealing techniques, are a type of that seal objects, living beings, chakra, along with a wide variety of other things within another object. Eso no Hari crystal release. Crystal needles. The user creates long, sharp, and pointed bright pink and white crystals that shoot at the target at extremely high speeds with pinpoint accuracy. Eso. Rikaku shuriken crystal release. Hexagonal shuriken. The user creates crystal shuriken and launches them at the opponent. The shuriken are six-sided with spikes at the sides of each blade, resembling snowflakes. Eso no Yoroi crystal armor. This technique allows the user to cover his skin with a thin sheet of crystal, protecting himself from physical attacks. This armor can also aid the user to perform stronger physical attacks. The user can control the thickness of the crystal by focusing chakra in certain areas to either give even higher defense or harder punches or kicks. The crystal is transparent and can only be noticed by light reflecting off it. Vizarappa water release. Wild water wave. Water gushes out from the mouth like a waterfall and washes away the enemy. One can freely control the power of this technique with the amount of chakra one releases. Having many variations, this is a basic water release technique. Eso Hachidori crystal release. Crystal hummingbirds. Many hummingbirds are formed from crystal, the birds then home on the target, dodging simple that attempt to stop them. Rikaku shuriken. Ranbu crystal release. Hexagonal shuriken. Wild dance. The user creates and throws a vast amount of crystal shuriken at her opponent. Awarimi no body replacement technique. With this technique, one replaces their own body with a block of wood or some other object the moment an attack lands. This creates an optical illusion, making the enemy think the attack was successful. From this, the user can use the lapse in the enemy's attention to attack or flee from the battlefield. Explosive tags can be attached to the replacement for an added surprise. It's a basic ninjutsu even taught at the academy, but it's a useful art that can be applied in a variety of situations. Sushoto crystal release. Jade crystal blade. With this technique, the user can quickly form a blade made of crystal on her arm and use it in a manner reminiscent of a tanto. Blades can be formed on both arms if needed. Pain. Bikaku no fire release. Great fireball technique. A technique where chakra needed inside the body is converted into fire and expelled from the mouth in a massive orb of roaring flame or as a continuous flamethrower. The scope of the attack is altered by controlling the volume of chakra that is mustered. The released flames will engulf their target and leave a crater on the ground surface. This technique apparently requires more than average chakra reserves, and most genin should not be able to do this technique. The Uchiha clan also uses this technique as a coming-of-age rite, and as such was a common and one of the more favored techniques amongst them. Chapter 3. The Hellcat and the Raiment Stand. Team 7 were jumping through the forests of Konoha, pursuing their target. It was faster than any of them thought it could be. They had used hours tracking it down, and now, for at least 45 minutes, chasing it. But they were gaining in on it. They were so close now. Their target had stopped. Team 7 quickly made their way to different hiding spots around their target. This is Sasuke, arrived at point B. It crackled through the radio. Sakura here, I have reached point C. Naruto here, reached point A. Kakashi was listening in, supervising them. Normally he would have scolded, as much as Kakashi now can scold them for taking so long, but this was no ordinary target. As soon as he heard they had reached their positions, he tapped his radio. If you're all in position. Execute capture target T. Team 7 didn't need to hear any more than that. They jumped from their hiding spots, going after the target. It was fast and dodged first Sakura's attempt, then Sasuke's. Naruto, seeing his opportunity, jumped into a tree and came at it from above. It was a success. He grabbed the furball-shaped target. It was, to say the least, not happy. It turned around and began attacking Naruto. The cat Tora was captured. The crackling sound of Kakashi's voice over the radio sounded. Does it have a red ribbon on its right ear? Is it our target, Tora the cat? Sasuke looked lazily over at Naruto, who was getting beaten up by the small brown cat, and Sakura, who was giggling at her teammate's expense. Sasuke tapped his radio. Affirmative, Tora the cat is captured. Again. All the genin of Team 7 were starting to hate Tora. Since they had graduated 6 weeks ago, they had captured Tora the cat mission 16 times 17 with this. For some reason the Hokage loved to give their team the most hellish missions. They had all agreed it was because of Kakashi's tardiness. At the mission delegation office, "My sweet dear Tora-chan, I missed you. I was so worried about you. My, you've gotten yourself really dirty, haven't you dear? We will have to take a long, wet shower when we come home," a large lady in red said to the hellish cat while hugging it to death, much to the satisfaction of Team 7. They were all grinning evilly at the feline abomination from hell. She turned towards Hiruzen and bowed. "Thank you Hokage-sama. I'm happy you're always willing to help." Then she turned towards Team 7 and "Thank you for helping." Sandane nodded while Kakashi smiled. "Ah, no problem Madam Shijimi. We were happy to help." All the genin shot glares at Kakashi. Naruto scoffed mentally. "We? What the hell do you mean with us? You didn't do a damn thing. If we get that mission one more time, I'm gonna kill that hellcat. I would be doing all of Konoha a favor." Sakura is also mentally on the same lines. "If you removed your eyes from that abomination of a book sensei, you could actually help." Madam Shijimi walked over to the Hokage and handed him the payment. "Here you are Hokage-sama. I must be going now, goodbye." "Goodbye Madam Shijimi, and give my regards to Fire Daimyo Dono," the old Hokage said. She nodded at it and made her way out the door. Hiruzen turned towards Team 7 to see Kakashi getting deadly glares from his team. "Now Team 7, let's see what we have for you now." He looked through all the mission papers. "Ah, here we have it. Council member, you need someone to babysit his child while he is out on business, grocery shopping in a neighboring town, and helping pick up potatoes at one of the Akimichi farms." "Oh, come on. We have done nothing but D ranks for almost 2 months. Can't you give us something just a little bit difficult?" Naruto exclaimed. Sakura and Sasuke looked annoyed by it, but they had to agree, they too were getting tired of all the easy missions. Kakashi's sweat dropped. "You know it's gonna be me who takes all the trash, right? I guess it's revenge for me not helping Tora." Iruka sighed. "Naruto, you already know how the ninja rank goes. You're only a newly graduated genin. Until you have trained some more, you can't go on higher ranking missions than D rank." "But I'm not the same kid who used to paint over the Hokage monument. I can handle myself," Naruto retorted. The old Hokage looked at one of this year's most promising genin. "There is some truth to that." He chuckled lightly while puffing on his pipe. "Kakashi, what do you say? Do you think they are ready?" Kakashi, who in the meantime had taken up his little orange book, looked over his genin team. They were all looking at him with begging eyes. He took a deep breath. "I would say a C rank would suffice. They have been making slow but steady progress." Hiruzen nodded. "Very well then. If you insist, I do have a C rank for you then. It's an escort and guard mission to Nami no Kuni." "Ah no, who are we supposed to escort then?" Sakura asked. Instead of answering Sakura's question, Hiruzen called out towards the door. "Tazuna-san, can you please enter?" The young teens crinkled their noses from the smell of alcohol as coming in through the door were wobbling a drunk middle-aged man. He had gray hair and a large beard of the same color. He wore glasses with a dark pair of eyes behind them. It took him a few seconds to get his balance. When he finally did, he narrowed his eyes when he saw who the ninja team that was supposed to protect him was made up of. "What the hell is this? You're giving me a couple of brats. I mean, the short one doesn't even seem to be 10. They can't have any skill," he slurred out. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He had matured a bit from his old self, but his short height was still a touchy subject. And then he criticized their skill. Naruto smirked, which caused Kakashi to worry. Before any of the people in the room could do anything, a big crystal shot out of the ground, impaling the bottle Tazuna was raising to his mouth, successfully pouring its content all over Tazuna's chest. He blinked a couple of times, very surprised. He wasn't the only one, all the Anbu guards in the room were mentally wide-eyed behind their masks. This was the first time they had seen the Shoten in action. They had of course all heard about it, it was big news when the village got a new one. But they didn't show any of this, thanks to their years in service. "What was it you were saying, Oji-san?" Naruto smiled. He didn't get any answer. Behind him Hiruzen coughed in his hand. "Naruto, please don't kill our clients. Wouldn't be good for business, you know." Naruto looked over his shoulder before shrugging. He snapped his fingers and the crystal shattered in tiny microscopic pieces. Tazuna was breathless by the sight of the crystal shimmer in front of him, but composed himself. I am Tazuna and I'm an expert in bridge building. I will need you to escort me to Nami no Kuni and protect me while I finish it," the old man from Wave said. Kakashi turned towards his team. "You heard the man. This is a C rank, so we will probably be away for a few weeks. Go home and pack all that you could need. We meet at the main gate tomorrow morning at 8 AM. Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto nodded. "Good then. Team 7, I expect you back in a few weeks then." Dismissed. With Naruto, the blonde Uzumaki was walking down the main street alone. As soon as they had been dismissed from the mission delegation office, Sasuke had walked towards the Uchiha district with Sakura on his ass. He sighed. I still like Sakura-chan, but the way she acts sometimes. I have to find a way to talk to her about it. Most of the time she doesn't act like a kunoichi. Maybe I can use Sasuke to make her act less fangirlish. He was making his way to Higurashi weapon shop to buy different ninja tools for the upcoming mission. He had thought he had it all at home, but no such luck. He couldn't wait till he was better at it so he could make the exploding tags himself, but it was so damn hard to understand. He was only 1/4 of the way through the first beginner book. He had learned to make ceiling scrolls and he was good at it, but the rest. It went slowly. It didn't really help with clones since it was him that had a hard time understanding it. But he was making progress, slow and steady. He was brought out of his thoughts when he almost bumped into someone on the street. He quickly got out of the stranger's way. He wasn't going to give the villagers any excuses to hate him more. Though, since he had graduated, they were concealing it more. He had made his way to the weapon shop. He was hoping to see Tenten there, he hadn't seen her in 3 weeks. She had been given a mission, so she was away, and now he was going on one. If he didn't see her, it would probably be a few weeks more. He stepped inside and was delighted to hear a familiar voice. "Welcome to Higari, hey Naruto," Tenten said, making her way out from the counter to give him a quick hug. They may only have known each other for a few weeks, but Tenten had become his best friend if not because she was his first. When she was done she took a good look at him. "It's good to see you again. Now, did you come to buy or just to say hey to little old me?" She smiled at him. Naruto smiled back. "Well, kind of both. You see, my team has gotten its first C rank mission, so I need to restock all my ninja tools, like explosion tags, smoke and flash bombs, things like that. And then I hope to run into you before I was going away." She nodded and began to take all the different articles from the shelves and put them on the counter. When she got to the kunai and shuriken, Naruto shook his head. "I won't need those." Tenten frowned. "I know you told me you like hand-to-hand combat and ninjutsu combat more, but you will need weapons." "That wasn't what I meant." Naruto looked around the store just to make sure they were alone. While most of the higher-ups ninja knew of his Shoten abilities, there weren't many others that did, and he planned to keep it that way for as long as he could. "I can make them myself," he said, holding his hand up, conjuring a crystal shuriken. Tenten gasped. "How did you do that?" She motioned to take it, but quickly stopped herself and looked at him. "Can I take a look at it?" Naruto nodded. She took it from his hand and looked closer at it. She was, to say the least, impressed. There were such details, and she couldn't find any weakness in the way it was built, even though it should be fragile. In fact, it was the opposite, it was sturdy. When she was done, she made motion to return it to Naruto, but he shook his head. "You keep it, I can make 1,000 others in no time." She smiled at him, bigger than before. She put it down in her pocket, making sure it was safe. She looked at him again. "You still haven't answered my question. How did you do that?" Naruto's face turned serious. "You can't tell this to anyone, okay?" She nodded. She wasn't going to betray one of her closest friends. "I have Shoten. I found out just after I graduated and before you ask, yes, the Hokage knows and so does all the higher-up shinobi." Tenten was stunned but regained herself. "So, how does it work?" "Well, I haven't really figured it all out yet, but it seems like I can crystallize anything with a mass, such as earth, water, wood and so on. But I can't crystallize energy, such as lightning, wind and chakra. The only exception is my own chakra. I'm guessing it's because I'm so tuned into it. If I had to guess, I would think that if I spent enough time on, let's say a lightning bolt, I would be able to crystallize it. But because it only lasts for a few seconds at most, I wouldn't be able to do it. And all lightning bolts have a different energy signature, so it wouldn't help to try it out on 1,000 different." Tenten nodded, satisfied with the explanation. She was happy he was willing to share like that to her, she could see it was one of his big secrets. He still wouldn't tell her why all the villagers seemed to hate him so much, but she guessed it was just a matter of time. She walked over to the cash register and typed in all the items Naruto was planning to buy. Okay, that would be 865 yen. Naruto took the money out of his wallet, Gama-chan, and put it on the counter before putting all the items in various pockets in his outfit. Tenten was still amused by his little frog wallet and the fact that he had named it. "Tenten, do you want to go grab something to eat?" "I probably won't be back for a few weeks," Naruto asked. Tenten looked thoughtful for a second. "I just got to ask Dad if he can watch the counter." She ran out back for 20 seconds and came back with a smile. "It won't be a problem. Now, where do you want to go?" she asked, already knowing the answer. Naruto smirked at her. "Do you really have to ask?" "Ichiraku Ramen, of course." 30 minutes later at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto and Tenten walked into the small stand. "Hey Tuchi Ajasan, AM Nisan." Tuchi and AM, who were standing and making noodles, turned around to face where the voice had come from. AM was the first to speak. "Naruto-kun and Tenten-san. Let me guess. The usual? She asked with a smile. Both nodded. You bet. The old ramen stand owner chuckled deeply, coming right up. Both of them turned to continue making the noodles and soup. While they were waiting for the ramen, Naruto turned towards it. By the way, you never told what your mission was about. I got told you were on one from Kaido. Yeah, sorry about that. I tried to find you, but obviously couldn't, and we had to go fast. My sensei is rather eccentric and he makes everything into a competition. She said, dropping her head at the end. Guy was a good sensei and all, but she could use a holiday from all the craziness. No worries. Now, what was your mission about? There had been some bandit raids on some small villagers down by the border to Kawa no Kuni, so the villagers had hired us to track them down and take care of them. Tenten told Naruto about the mission, how they had gone from village to get information, and how they tracked down and took care of the bandit groups in the area. In the meantime they had gotten their ramen, and Naruto was on his third. Sounds like you had your work cut out for you, huh? Naruto asked, inhaling some more noodles. Tenten looked at her friend with a smile. She had tried more than once to get Naruto to eat with some manners. She had had some success with dango, but with noodles. According to Naruto, it was Kami's gift to mankind and he couldn't get enough of it. Yeah, but I have a good team. I trust them, no matter how weird they can be. Naruto sighed. I wish I had a team like that. Is it still about Sasuke? Yeah. He just doesn't want to work or train together. He said that I would drag him down and he made quotation marks in the air to what Sasuke had said. I just can't win with that guy. I'm probably one of the people in the village who understand him the most. I never knew my parents. Of course I can't put myself in his place to have all that love just for it to get taken away. He trailed off. Tenten could see he didn't like to talk about that, so she tried to get the conversation to move on. Then what about that girl? Sakura was her name. Yeah, Sakura. Well, she is nicer to me than she was at the academy, but she doesn't really act like a kunoichi. She is all about diets, her hair, what clothes she wears, and if Sasuke likes it. I like her, but I wish I could talk some sense into her. Ouch. I had a couple of fangirls in my class too. They haven't really made it far, so it would be good if you could talk to her. He nodded at that. She took another mouthful of ramen. Now I've told you about my mission, why don't you tell me about yours? It was your first C rank, right? Naruto brightened up when she asked. She loved her blonde friend's antics. Yes, it's our first C rank. We're supposed to escort some old drunk named Tazuna to Nami no Kuni and then guard him while he finishes some bridge there. Tenten shook her head at her friend's bluntness at describing people. He hadn't really learned what should be thought and not said. Well, good luck then. It's a C rank, so you shouldn't get into something you can't handle. Especially with your little gift, she said, referring to his crystal powers. Naruto nodded thanks. They were silent for a bit while eating their food. Naruto broke the silence. Do you have any chakra weights at your shop? I read that they can help you with your speed and strength. I was really planning to wait till I could make restriction seals, but it's going slower than I had anticipated. So for now, I will have to go with weights. I tried to look for them while you were gone, but couldn't find any, and I never got to ask Kaido. Tenten finished what ramen she had in her mouth. You wouldn't be able to find them. There aren't many that buy them, so we will have to order them. I can do it later back at the shop. They should be here when you're back from your mission. Thanks, Naruto said, taking another inhaling of ramen, now on his fifth bowl. So it's here where you were hiding. And with a girl nonetheless. I'm so proud. I hope I didn't interrupt anything when a voice came from behind them. Both of the genin spun around on their chairs to be faced with a big white-haired man. Hirosenin. It's nothing like that. Kami, you're such a pervert. Naruto said a little high. Damn it, how many times have I told you not to call me that? And it's super pervert, thank you. Jiraiya responded, puffing a bit. Tenten watched as the two kept bickering. She knew she had seen the old man somewhere before. Then it hit her, it was Jiraiya. Tsunade's, her idol, old teammate. Naruto. You really shouldn't call someone like Jiraiya that. Sorry Jiraiya-sama, she said while bowing. Naruto scoffed. You wouldn't say that if you knew him. And you heard what he said. He is a super pervert. Tenten looked from Naruto to Jiraiya. Well, he did say that. But someone with that much skill and such a high rank can't be a pervert. Can he? Now, Naruto. Don't get into a fight with your girlfriend, Jiraiya said with a smirk, causing both of the genin to blush. Naruto was the first to speak. Damn it, Hirosenin. I told you it isn't like that. He paused for a few seconds. Now that I think about it, why are you here? I thought you were out of the village. Jiraiya smiled at his part-time student. I was, but I'm back to report to sensei, and he told me that you're going on your first C rank. You bet I am. Was Naruto's answer. Okay, in that case I got a new exercise for you, the white-haired man said, taking off his backpack and looking through it. Now Naruto was excited. As much as a pervert the old sage was, he was a good teacher and always had new things Naruto could do. He got more and more excited the longer it took Jiraiya to find whatever it was he was looking for. His excitement plummeted when Jiraiya took up what looked like a water balloon and gave it to Naruto. Naruto looked curious and a little disappointed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya sighed. It's the first step to A. And before you ask, no, I won't show you before you have at least mastered the second stage. There are 3 stages. Oh, are you sure you won't show me? The Jiraiya shook his head. Naruto sighed. Fine, but what am I supposed to do? This Jiraiya took out another balloon. First nothing happened, but then small lumps began to appear on the surface before it burst. Naruto and Tenten looked curiously at his hand where the balloon had been before. You have to burst it open by using your chakra alone. Just rotate the water inside it. Jiraiya took out a scroll. Here I have sealed a lot of balloons inside it. It won't be easy, but if you manage to finish it before I get back, I'll give the second stage to Kakashi. For the third stage, you will have to wait for me. Naruto took the scroll and put it down in his pocket. Thank you, Iro-sennin. Jiraiya nodded at him before waving and walking away. Naruto turned back to his ramen just to see Tenten look accusingly at him. What? You're learning from Jiraiya-sama, one of the Densetsu no Sannin, and you don't tell me? I didn't think it was that important. Besides, he doesn't really train me. Kakashi-sensei is my sensei, though he doesn't train me much either. Tenten sighed. Just promise me, if you ever get to meet Tsunade-sama and you get the chance, please introduce me to her. Well, Naruto said, smiling. He knew that Tsunade was Tenten's idol and that she held her in very high regard. He finished his bowl. Oh well, I'm full now. How about you? Tenten looked at him with an amused look. I have been done for 20 minutes. Naruto chuckled at that. Well, thank you for staying then. No problem. What are friends for, right? And with that they paid for their meal, said their goodbyes, and walked each their way. Next morning at Konoha main gate, 11 a.m. Ah, where are your sensei? He should have been here 3 hours ago. Tazuna said, rather irritated. I knew you weren't worth anything. Sakura and Sasuke shot him a glare. Naruto just kept reading his book. He may have lost it a bit when he first met the old drunk, but he wasn't gonna let that happen again. He was aiming to be a top-notch shinobi of Konoha. Naruto looked up from his book. Well, it's almost 11 now, so he should be here any minute. He is always at least 3 hours late. And as if called upon, a puff of smoke appeared in the middle of the road, with Kakashi in the middle of it. You're late. Sakura screeched, making everyone else wince at the volume of her voice. Sorry. You see, a cat crossed my path, so I had to take another way, and then I saw an old lady trying to get across the street and I just had to stop to help her over. All the people present just gave him a look that said, you don't really think you're fooling anyone, do you? Anyway, it seems like we're all here, so let's get going. Remember all the stuff you have packed. Sasuke scoffed but picked up his backpack. He took a look at Naruto. He couldn't see any backpack. Dope, aren't you forgetting something? Naruto was putting his book down in his pocket. No, what should that be? It was Sakura who answered. What about the things you should have packed? Naruto shrugged and held up 2 scrolls. It's here. Way easier than carrying around a heavy backpack. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. He had seen that Naruto was reading books, but he didn't think he was this far in it. He stopped Sakura and Sasuke from digging more into it. Okay, it seems you all have your stuff, so let's get going. With that, Tazuna and Team 7 walked out the gate, making their way to Nami no Kuni. Chapter 4. To Nami no Kuni with demons in the mist. Team 7 was walking down a road in the middle of the forest surrounding Konoha. They had only left said village a few hours ago and had some days of journey ahead of them. Tazuna was walking in the middle of the group, with Kakashi walking behind the rest, pretending to read his little orange book while giggling perversely to complete the illusion. He didn't think much was going to happen on this mission, maybe a few thugs, 1 or 2 bandits, but nothing his team couldn't handle. But he knew he had to keep an eye out. He was responsible for the safety of his team and he wouldn't let anything happen to them, even if it meant giving his own life in the process. In the front, Sasuke was walking, with Sakura trying to get his attention by trying to start a conversation, but she wasn't very successful. All she got in return was scoffs, and if she were lucky, a couple of them didn't matter that much to her. She just kept telling Sasuke of her life, all the things she wanted for the future and so on. Naruto was walking on the right side of Tazuna while enjoying the day. He was working on the water balloon that Jiraiya gave him, but he hadn't had much luck. So far it would only bend one way, noting what Jiraiya's balloon had looked like. But he kept trying. He looked over at Sakura and Sasuke now. She even let her fangirlish tendencies disrupt missions. She is supposed to walk on Tazuna Ajisan's left side to guard him. I guess it doesn't matter much right now, this is only a C rank, but I really got to figure a way to get into her head that she got to start taking being a Kunoichi seriously. If not, she could be killed or one of us could try to protect her. Eventually she ran out of things to talk to Sasuke about and turned towards Tazuna. Tazuna-san, can I ask you about something? Tazuna looked at the little pink-haired girl. What is it? "You're from Nami no Kuni, right?" she asked curiously. "What about it?" he asked, just a little irritated. Tazuna was an old man and he wasn't known for his patience. "I was just wondering why you didn't use ninjas from your own country. Don't you have a village there?" It was Kakashi who answered, "No, there are no ninjas in Nami no Kuni. Some countries are too small, too poor, or simply don't want or need a ninja village. For Nami it's the latter. It's remote and isn't influenced easily by other countries, so there is no need for a ninja village. If a small country, like Nami, needs help from shinobi, they get it from a village from another country, like Konoha." Tazuna nodded and left it at that. After that they walked in silence, only interrupted by Sakura trying to get Sasuke to talk again from time to time. They continued like that for a few more hours. They were almost out of the forest when Naruto noticed something. It was a little pool of water in the middle of the road. He frowned. "That's odd. It hasn't rained for over 2 weeks, in fact, it has been quite the opposite. There haven't been more than a few clouds in heaven and it's been baking hot. And yet, here in the middle of the road, in a month where the sun has been high in the sky, there is a water puddle." He thought for a few seconds, trying to figure out how it could be. Could it be? He looked back at Kakashi, who subtly nodded without taking his eyes off his book. They continued forward. They passed the puddle without either Sakura or Sasuke noticing the oddity. When they had passed it by a few meters it quietly morphed into 2 persons. Kakashi and Naruto had noticed it but didn't show it. Quickly, one of the persons threw the other, retracting the kunai chain that was connecting the two through gauntlets. They quickly wrapped Kakashi in it before stopping on each side of him. The rest of the group turned around. Tazuna, Sasuke and Sakura looked shocked while Naruto acted like it, but in reality he knew that Kakashi had a plan. Naruto took a closer look at the 2 now obvious shinobi and saw their 8 Kurigakure. What are Kirin doing here? The 2 Kirin retracted the kunai chain, slicing what appeared to be Kakashi in half. "First one down," the one on the left said. They quickly disappeared in a blur of speed, only to reappear behind Naruto's second one. Their chain began to extend out, trying to wrap itself around Naruto. He wouldn't have any of that. He stomped in the ground, making a small wall of crystal appear between him and the Kirin. They were stunned, and before they could react, a shuriken followed by a kunai impaled their chain on a tree behind them. Sasuke was up in the air going through some hand signs. He took a deep breath before spewing out a large fireball. "Katen. Gakaku no." The Kirin tried to pull the chain out of the tree, but quickly realized that they couldn't. They snapped the chain from their gauntlet and dodged by jumping each way, but they weren't finished yet. One of them charged towards Sasuke and the other towards Tazuna, both planning to strike their target down with their claw. Sakura quickly got in front of Tazuna with a kunai in her hand. "I have to protect him. He is our charge." "But how? How can I do this?" She trembled lightly. "Stay back, Tazuna-san." Naruto saw this. He wasn't concerned about Sasuke, as much as an ass he was, he could take care of himself. But it was another story with Sakura. This was exactly what he had feared might happen. He saw the Kirin get closer and closer to the pink-haired Kunoichi and knew he had to do something fast. Quickly he went through hand signs and slapped his hand down on the ground, Susho no Hashira. Before the shinobi could react, he was shot 7 meters into the air by a crystal pillar that had appeared under him. He narrowed his eyes when he looked down and saw the blonde ninja holding his hand palm on the ground. Naruto smirked. "Your battle is with me." Naruto quickly glanced over at Sasuke before his own battle started. He was doing okay as far as he could see, he was dodging most attacks and quickly jumping to counter. He looked back at his own opponent who was jumping down from the pillar. He looked at Sakura, his eyes were full of fear. He nodded at her with a smile. It seemed to help a little as she tried to smile and nodded back at him. Naruto jumped back to dodge the claw that was slashing at him from above. The Kirin was glaring at him. Naruto just smirked. "Now, you can't expect me to nicely stay in one place. That would just be too easy, now wouldn't it?" He only got a growl in response. The Kirin began slashing at Naruto, who dodged it each and every time. Naruto jumped back after 30 seconds of that and laughed a bit. "You will have to do better than that." Sasuke heard Naruto laugh and looked over to see how easily he was handling his opponent. It angered him. "Trying to show me up, are you done? Not going to work. I'm gonna get my opponent down in no time." He thought as he ducked under yet another strike, only to counter with a kick in the stomach, which pushed his opponent back a meter or 2. He charged his opponent and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks from his Uchiha style. This caused him to be left open, not going unnoticed by the Kirin. He slashed towards Sasuke's not open ribs. Sasuke saw it but couldn't block it, he wasn't fast enough. Just before it hit, a couple of crystals shot up from the ground, blocking the attack. "Team, get your game together. I can't fight both our fights." Naruto yelled, jumping over a strike and kicking his opponent in the face. Sasuke scoffed. In Naruto's fight, he was the clear superior. The longer they fought, the more of an advantage he had. The Kirin kept slashing at him, exhausting himself like that. Sasuke's were another story. They were close to equals, and it didn't help that Sasuke didn't keep his head cool. He tried to prove himself because of how good Naruto was doing, resulting in him getting bruises here and there, but no cut so far. Naruto winced when his opponent finally got him, he had a scratch across the back of his hand. Naruto decided that he had had enough of it. Sasuke, throw yours over here. Sasuke looked annoyed by the fact that his blonde teammate was giving him orders, but complied. The next time his opponent slashed at him, he grabbed his arms and threw him over at Naruto's opponent. They knocked each other to the ground and Naruto went through a seal called Keso Purizumu. 3 glass-thin red crystals grew out of the ground, encasing the Kirin in a prism. But Naruto didn't stop there, he went through another set of seals before slamming his hand on the red crystal Shoten. Beningu Kizoku. From the sides of the crystal prism, chains shot out, wrapping around the 2 enemy shinobi. When it was done, Naruto lowered the prism, only leaving the 2 Kirin sitting on the ground. Before they could react, Naruto knocked them both out by slamming them on the neck. That's when Kakashi came out of the tree line clapping. "Very good, I'm impressed," he said with an eye smile. Sakura and Sasuke watched him with wide eyes before glancing over where they thought they had seen him getting sliced in half. There were only wood pieces left, clear evidence of a Kawarimi. Naruto just watched passively. He didn't think there was a way for Kakashi to get taken down by 2 ninja of that caliber. Izuna scoffed. "Why didn't you help your students? They could have died." "I knew I should have asked for some better shinobi," he said, not sounding a little bit irritated. Kakashi looked back at him without emotion. "I was standing in the tree line all the time, ready to jump in at any moment if the need arose." He paused, walking over to the Kirin, checking the chains. He took them up and began walking over to a thick tree, taking out his own chains. "Now, isn't there something you would like to tell us? Those 2 are the demon brothers of Kiri, Gozu and Maizu. They are 2 C-rank missing nin. Willuthi could have been after one of us, but that is highly unlikely. For one reason, these 3 Kakashi gestured towards his team as newly graduated ninja, they haven't made their name yet. It's true they could have been after me, but I don't have anything standing with Kiri. Another reason is that we just got assigned to this mission. Not even the Hokage knew we were going to get it before we did. So that only leaves you." Kakashi continuing while tying up the demon brothers. Izuna gulped. Kakashi ignored it for now and turned towards Naruto. "You can dispel your chains now." Naruto nodded and snapped his fingers, making his chains shatter. While Naruto didn't need to snap, he loved how it looked. But to give him some credit, he was still a 12-year-old, ninja or not. Kakashi saw the cut at Naruto's hand. "Naruto, their blades are poisoned, don't move too much, or the poison will spread." Kakashi turned towards Izuna. "I'll ask you more directly. Are there any reasons for 2 missing nin to be after you? Because we haven't heard anything about you being targeted by missing nins. Your request was to protect you from armed groups like thugs or robbers. This is a mission that's above C rank, possibly B rank, borderline A rank. Our mission was to support and guard you until you completed the bridge. If ninja are our enemy, this mission would have been an expensive B or A rank. It looks like you have your reasons, but it only troubles us if you lie in your request details." This gesture to the demon brothers wasn't a part of the mission. That's when Sakura spoke up. "This mission is out of our league. We may have been able to defeat these, but they couldn't have been more than high gen into low level skill wise. If whoever is after you sends stronger shinobi, we will be in trouble. Let's quit. We also need anesthesia to take out the poison blood out of Naruto. We need to go back to the village and see a doctor." In the weeks since they had graduated, Naruto had grown at her. While she still found him annoying from time to time and she didn't like the way he acted towards Sasuke, she had started to respect him for his skills. Something she never thought she would in the academy. "No, that's not needed." The group looked at Naruto. Naruto looked at Sakura. "Can I borrow a kunai please?" She was weary, not knowing what he was going to do, but lent him one. As soon as he had it in his hand, he quickly stabbed the back of his hand, forcing a lot of blood out. Sakura gasped, "What are you doing, Baka?" Naruto shrugged. "The mission is still on." "Naruto, it's nice that you took out the poison blood and all, but you're going to die from loss of blood if any more comes out," Kakashi said with a carefree voice. Naruto just laughed at the comment as if that could happen. He knew of Kyuubi's regenerative abilities. He dried off the blood from the kunai and handed it to Sakura. "Thanks for lending it to me." He then went on to drying off his hand in the grass before continuing walking down the path. Kakashi soon followed, with the rest of the group close behind. He watched a hand and could see it was already healing, so that's what he meant. It must be Kyuubi's power. He knows more about it than I would have thought. Fortress, unknown location. Failed. I spent a lot of money to hire all of you because I heard you all were skilled ninja. A short man in a business suit said, looking at a larger man who was sitting in a throne-like chair. "Stop complaining." The man in the chair sneered, swinging a big butcher-like knife at the shorter man just to stop inches from his throat. I'll use this decapitating knife and kill those guys. The shorter man didn't seem to believe he could do it and started talking in a mocking tone. Do you really think you will be okay? It looks like the enemy has hired good shinobi, and since the demon brothers failed in the assassination, they'll be more cautious, so it won't be easy. Who do you think I am? The sword-wielding person said, not liking the tone the shorter man was speaking to him in. I, Mamachi Zabuza, was called the demon of Kurigakure. The shorter man looked at him. Fine, do what you want. But I expect him to be dead and soon, he said, walking away. Team 7 campsite later that night. Naruto was sitting on a hill at the edge of the camp. Kakashi had taken the first watch and he was taking the second. He was sitting reading a book. He almost understood the concept behind the explosion tags. But he knew he couldn't make them yet. He made a note to himself to have his clones work on his handwriting. He wasn't ashamed to say that it sucked, he hadn't really needed it until now. He heard footsteps behind and looked over his shoulder to see Sakura walking towards him. He turned to his book again. Can't sleep. No, her voice sounded behind him. Hey. Aren't you supposed to keep watch? She asked a little accusingly. Naruto didn't answer, instead he pointed to places at the edge of the camp. She looked to see a couple of cage bunchen. Oh, sorry. No problem, he flipped a page. Why can't you sleep? She hesitated. She didn't really know if she wanted to share this with Naruto. She sighed and sat down a meter beside him. I keep thinking about the battle. And then now, how tired Sasuke is because of it. I don't know. This time it was Naruto's turn to hesitate. This was the moment he had waited for, the moment he could try to get her to act more like a kunoichi instead of a fangirl. I have some advice, but I don't know how much you're going to like it. She just looked at him as he continued. You need to get it together. We're shinobi now, we aren't just students. If it had been only you today, Tazuna and you would have been killed. Sakura frowned. She didn't like it, but he was right. What would you have me do then? Stop being a fangirl, was the response. I'm not a fangirl. Naruto looked up from his book and gave her a look that said, are you kidding me? She sighed. Okay, maybe just a little bit. Naruto shook his head with an amused grin on his lips. Try to take being a kunoichi more seriously. Don't go on a diet, you need the energy the food gives you. If you train without it, you will just become skinny. And not the good skinny you want, I mean bad unhealthy skinny. I don't think Sasuke would like that very much. She blushed like she had just found out her secret crush and then started training. Stop caring so much about your clothes, hair and so on. Start focusing on training more. He paused. And for the record, it may even help your chances with Sasuke. It hurt a bit to say that the girl he had a crush on, Sasuke, is attracted to power. So if you become a powerful kunoichi, you may even get him. Sakura nodded. She didn't like everything that was said. She needed to think about it. She rose and started walking back to her tent but stopped and turned halfway around. Thank you. Naruto. Naruto just lifted his hand and half-waved without looking up from his book as if to say no problem. She walked to her tent and tried to get some sleep before her watch was coming up. However, her thoughts lingered some, especially on the new attitude of their blonde teammate. He has changed so much since the academy. And ever since learning he has a Kekkei Genkai, he has been more responsible. He still acts only a little goofy, but he does not even ask me out on dates anymore. For whatever reason she felt a ping in her heart from that. He still calls her Sakura-chan, but overall he has acted much more appropriately to her. Yet something still muled at her. I really like Naruto. But I kind of miss the old one. Early next morning, Team 7 and Tazuna sailed in a little boat in the thick morning mist. They were sailing from the mainland to the largest island of Nami no Kuni. The boat didn't even have a motor, it was propelled forward by a guy who was slowly paddling, trying to make as little noise as possible. The mist is so thick. I can't see anything in it, Sakura stated. No one answered her right away, but Tazuna broke the silence. We should be able to see the bridge soon. If we sail alongside the bridge, we should be in Nami no Kuni soon, the paddling guy said. And as if on command, the bridge appeared out of the mist. The genin were stunned, it was huge. They had never seen anything like it. Wow. That's unbelievable. Naruto said a little highly, while the other genin nodded in agreement. The paddling guy didn't like it. Hey, be quiet. We're using this boat and hiding in the mist. That's why I'm rowing instead of using an engine. In other words, if we get caught, we'll be in serious trouble. Sorry, Naruto said slowly. Kakashi was looking at the old bridge builder Tazuna-san. Before the boat gets to the pier, there's something I need to ask you. Tazuna looked like he knew what was coming. Who are the people who are after you, and why are they after you? That we call the mission when you get ashore and return to Konoha. All the eyes of the Konoha shinobi were on Tazuna. It looked like I had to tell you the real story. I mean, I would like for you to hear my story. As you said, he nodded toward Sakura. This mission is most likely out of your job description and capabilities. He paused. No one was commenting, just looking at him intensely. An extremely terrible man is after my life. Who is it? Sakura asked. You should have all at least heard of the name. Marine transportation billionaire Gato. That surprised Kakashi. Gato? The one from the Gato company? He's one of the richest men on the elemental continent. Azuna nodded. Yeah, he is the president of the Gato company on the outside. But underground he uses gangs and ninjas to smuggle drugs and contraband goods. He also does nasty jobs like takeovers of other companies and small countries. And 1 year ago, he set his sight on Nami no Kuni. He entered this country using violence and wealth as his shield, and he quickly took over the island's sea traffic and transportation. Of course. Naruto said, bringing all eyes on him. Of course, what dope? Sasuke asked, irritated that Naruto apparently figured something out before him. If you wanted to take over a country like Nami, what would be the first thing you were going to do? Neither Sakura nor Sasuke answered him. Take over the shipping industry. If you control that, you control everything in a country like this. They use the shipping industry to get things from the mainland, to transport stuff between the islands and so on. In a country like Nami, controlling the sea means ruling over the wealth, politics and the people. By taking over the shipping industry, you effectively control close to everything in a country like this. Sakura was wide-eyed, he actually paid attention. I thought he slept through the studies. You're quite right. Azuna nodded in agreement, and the one thing Gato fears is the completion of my bridge, which has been under construction for quite some time. Sakura seemed to be thinking. So you, as the one building the bridge, became an obstacle to him. Then those ninjas were sent by Gato, Sasuke concluded. Kakashi turned back to look at Azuna. But what I don't understand is this. He's a dangerous man that uses shinobi. Why did you hide that fact when you came to us? It wasn't him that answered, but Naruto, isn't it obvious, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi looked at Naruto. Gato has taken over the economy of this place, so the people here can't have much money to begin with. And then add the fact that they are building the bridge, they have even less. I'm guessing they didn't have enough money to pay for a higher ranking mission. But if you ask me, Sandaime Jiji would probably have made a deal with you guys, though you wouldn't know that. You're right again. Nami no Kuni is a really poor country. Even the feudal lord doesn't have much money. We don't have the money to request for an expensive B rank or above mission. If you quit your mission after I land, I'll be killed for sure while I go home. He paused, but there's no need for you to blame yourselves. Only my cute 8-year-old grandson will cry and cry and cry some more. Naruto got a feeling he knew where this was going. My daughter will hold a grudge against Konoha and its shinobi and live a lonely life. He paused again, looking around at the sweat-dropped faces of the Konohinin. But it's not your fault. Kakashi seemed to be thinking for a second. I guess it can't be helped then. We will continue to escort you. That's good to hear. It hadn't been much longer after that conversation before they had seen shore. Now they were walking down one of the many paths in Nami no Kuni to Tazuna's home. Team 7 was on guard, now that they knew what they were up to, knew that Gato probably would send stronger shinobi next time. They were walking cautiously down one of the many roads in Wave. They were surrounding Tazuna, Kakashi taking the rear, Naruto taking the front, and Sasuke and Sakura taking the flanks. Suddenly Naruto conjured a couple of shuriken and threw them into some bushes. The rest of the team stopped in their tracks, holding their kunai in defensive positions. They kept their guard up. Then Naruto blinked a few times. Sorry, I thought I heard something over there. You're such a dope, Sasuke said, putting his kunai down his kunai holder again. Kakashi nodded at Naruto before heading over to move it away, finding a dead white furred bunny. Kakashi frowned. That's a snow rabbit. But what's with the color of its fur? They only have white fur during winter, when the days are short. He looked around the tree line, trying to spot anyone close by. That means it is a rabbit that was raised inside a place where the sun isn't a factor, highly likely for the Kawarimi no. He kept looking around, not going unnoticed by Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke had been shown up by Naruto more than he liked in the past few days. They readied themselves. Kakashi spotted a sliver of silver in the corner of his eye. Everyone, get down. A big butcher-like sword was flying through the air, heading towards where Tazuna was standing. Naruto took action first, grabbing Tazuna's sleeve, and ducked, forcing the old man with him. Sasuke wasn't far behind, grabbing Sakura's wrist. The sword flew over their heads by mere centimeters before hitting and embedding itself in a tree behind them. A man appeared on the handle of the sword. Sharingan no Kakashi. I see. Shinobi on the level of the demon brothers couldn't have handled you. The man looked over the Konohinin. Kakashi stepped forward. That may very well be, but it wasn't me who took them down. It was my team. Kakashi looked at the man. Sasuke meanwhile reacted on the Sharingan part. Does Kakashi-sensei have Sharingan? But I thought only members of my clan had it. He frowned, then smiled a bit. As much as Sasuke can smile anyway, I guess I can learn a thing or two from him after all. Lamachi Zabuza, also known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist. Current status. Missing Nin. Forced into hiding after an unsuccessful coup d'etat against the Yondaime Mizukage, Kakashi looked back at his team. Team, stay back. You'll only get in the way. Sasuke scoffed at that. Why? We took the demon brothers down pretty easy. Now it was Naruto's turn to scoff. Sasuke turned towards him. Do you have something to say? Yeah, the demon brothers must have hit your head pretty hard. The demon brothers were high genin to low level. Momochi's Zabuza, on the other hand, is at low to mid Anbu level. We wouldn't stand a chance. The only one on our team who has a chance is Kakashi-sensei, and the best teamwork we can offer him right now is to stay out of his way. Naruto was so glad he had talked the old Hokage into giving him one of the bingo books. He had memorized it, so he would know when to fight and when to run. Sasuke just scoffed. Kakashi nodded approvingly back at Naruto. Now, we can do this in one of two ways. 1. You simply hand over the old man and I let you go without a scratch. Zabuza's voice sounded. Then he smirked, jumping down from his spot on the sword, taking it with him down or 2. You refuse and I kill you all before you can count to 5, he finished, getting into his battle stance. Kakashi looked seriously at Zabuza. If he is our enemy, Kakashi moved his hand up towards his 8, pulling it up slightly. I can't afford to hold back. He pushed the 8 the rest of the way up, exposing his left eye. The Sharingan. He turned his face slightly to see his team out of the corner of his eye, everyone from the swastika formation. Protect Azuna and the 3 genin were fast, taking the position. Tazuna in the middle, with the 3 genin standing around, Sakura and Sasuke having regular kunai up in front of them, and Naruto having a crystal version. Oh, I'm honored. I get to see the famous Sharingan right off the bat. This will be interesting, he continued while a thick mist was forming, but let's cut the chit-chat now. He vanished in a blur of speed before reappearing on top of a lake. The 3 genin were surprised and impressed by the speed, but it quickly turned into fear. They realized they didn't have a chance whatsoever against him. Zabuza stood with half the ram sign in front of his chest while his other arm was pointing up. The water under him started to make small waves while water particles swirled around him. He's putting a lot of chakra into the water, Kakashi noticed. He brought up his kunai, ready to charge. He didn't make it before Zabuza casted him. No, the mist peaked. Team 7 couldn't see 3 feet in front of them. The genin couldn't see Kakashi anymore and tightened up their stance. 8 points it sounded from everywhere and nowhere. The larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular vein, collarbone, kidney, and the heart. 8 points. I need to strike once and you're dead, the genin shuddered. Now, how do you wish to die? Kakashi, also hearing this, summoned a bunch of chakra, making a small shockwave, effectively pushing away the mist just around him and his team. Sasuke was frozen in fear. What an intense thirst for blood. One breathing motion or one eye movement will be detected and it'll get me killed. What an atmosphere. If I stay here much longer, I'll go insane. Sasuke started trembling now. Sasuke, Kakashi's voice sounded. Don't worry. I'll protect the 3 of you with my life. I won't let anyone on my team die, he said with an eye smile. I wonder about that, Kakashi's Zabuza's voice sounded again, right before he appeared in between the 3 genin. Kakashi reacted fast, charging at Zabuza, pushing him back. Zabuza was wide-eyed. The fight begins now, Kakashi said, slashing at Zabuza with impressive speed. The missing nin simply jumped back, dodging the slash. Before he had landed, Kakashi brought up 3 more kunai, casting them towards Zabuza. He dodged one, but the others hit their marks, 1 dead center in the forehead and 2 in the chest. Zabuza was standing still before beginning to leak water. That's when another figure appeared behind with a slashing motion. Sensei, watch out. Behind you. Sakura yelled, but too late. Kakashi was cut in half. The time seemed to slow down for the genin before what they had thought to be Kakashi burst into water. Zabuza looked wide-eyed. He copied me. I didn't even see him make the hand signs. Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza, holding up a kunai close to his throat. Zabuza sliced his sword towards Kakashi, who quickly blocked it with his kunai. He hadn't expected the force though and was forced out on the lake. Zabuza was close behind, standing a couple of meters away facing his opponent. I must say, you live up to your nickname, Copy Ninja Kakashi. I am impressed, and I'm not easily impressed by what Zabuza voiced. But now we're in my element. He started making hand signs. Kakashi did the same signs at the exact same moment. When they were through with the signs, both of them yelled Suiton. Suiton no Jutsu. 2 great dragons shaped out of water morphed out of the waters, heading for the other. They collided with great force that caused a shockwave. The 2 Jounin guarded themselves. Zabuza looked in shock at his opponent. How did he do that? He didn't simply copy he used it the exact same time. Could he be reading my mind? It came from Kakashi. Zabuza looked even more shocked than more, but quickly reined it in. I don't know what you did, but it ends here. Zabuza charged again, closing in, forcing the 2 shinobi to use Taijutsu. Zabuza sliced at his opponent, but Kakashi blocked with his kunai. Zabuza frowned, putting more force into it. He won the struggle, forcing Kakashi underwater. Kakashi quickly swam to the surface again. What's the matter with this water? It's so heavy. He thought while climbing up on the surface again. Zabuza grinned that I'm afraid you've fallen into my trap, Kakashi. He appeared behind the half-submerged Kakashi and went through some hand signs against Suro no Jutsu. Kakashi looked back at Zabuza, who was standing with a hand extended towards him. Shit. The water quickly formed a sphere around him and Zabuza's hand. I thought I could use the water as cover, but it turned out to be a mistake on my part, Kakashi thought, while trying to think of a way to get out of the water prison. Zabuza laughed. I told you this was my element. You give me a hard time when you're moving, but now that won't be a problem. He looked over at Izuna and Team 7. Now then, Kakashi, I'm going to finish you off later. First, I'm going to get rid of them. He made a hand sign for Mizu Bunshin when a water clone appeared. Back at Izuna, Team 7 was staring wide-eyed in fear. Kakashi had been captured. They were all trying to figure a way out of this mess. They knew they couldn't handle an Anbo-level ninja. Their only chance was to find a way to release Kakashi from the water prison. Naruto leaned towards Sasuke. Try to distract him, I have a plan that may work. Sasuke stared back at his teammate for a moment before nodding. Sasuke faced the water clone again. He began casting a barrage of kunai and shuriken, but to no avail. The clone simply dodged and blocked them. Sasuke summoned a shuriken, casting it, hoping it would buy him just a bit of time, and then went through the hand signs for his clan's Kaiten. He took a deep breath and breathed out a large fireball called Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu. The clone was surprised that a genin could use such an advanced weapon, but again dodged it with ease. Sasuke was starting to pant slightly. He had taken a good portion of his chakra, and he hadn't recovered fully from the encounter with the Demon Brothers dope. I hope you're done soon. I can't hold him off much longer. Naruto nodded high, just give me a few more seconds. He needed a lot of chakra for this. Well, he had monster reserves, it wasn't easy to summon a huge amount at once. There he made hand seals Shoten. Keso Gakakuro, the ground under the clone, and the water under Kakashi's water prison glowed brightly pink before they were encased in crystal. Naruto concentrated and made the ram seal. The clone shattered into 1,000 pieces, and so did the prison, leaving Kakashi free, who jumped back to get clear of Zabuza's range. He was impressed with Naruto. He guessed it wasn't easy to crystallize some, but not all, of something like his water prison. Zabuza was shocked. He looked over at the blonde genin, who was looking intensely back at him. He turned to Kakashi and asked a simple question. How? Kakashi looked at Zabuza and quickly glanced over at Shino before making eye contact again with the blonde genin on the team. He pauses Shoten. A look of surprise spread across Zabuza's face. Shoten, I haven't even heard about it before now. He looked at Naruto again. Kakashi then turned serious once again, but now, this really must end. Zabuza began making hand signs, Kakashi following. Just before Zabuza was done, Kakashi cried Suiton. Daibakufu no Jutsu. Zabuza was wide-eyed this time. He didn't do it at the same time as me. He did it before me. Water began encircling around Kakashi before shooting towards Zabuza. There was too much to be able to dodge. He was slammed away by the great mass of water. It slammed him through multiple trees before pinning him to one. Before he could look around, 3 kunai flew towards him, impaling him in different spots. Kakashi jumped and stood on a branch of the tree while the water receded. Zabuza was panting heavily now. The water had really roughed him up. He looked down on the ground. Can you see the future? He asked Kakashi. Said person looked down at him. Yeah. And I tell you what I can see. He brought up another kunai. You're going to die. He jumped down and was just about to strike when his senses told him to jump away. He did so, only to see 3 needles hitting Zabuza in the neck. His eyes rolled back in the head and his body fell to the ground lifeless. Kakashi and Team 7 were stunned. They looked back to where the needles had come from. They saw a boy, not much older than themselves, standing. He has a mask over his face. It was true. He did die. Kakashi jumped over to where Zabuza's apparent body was, checking for any life signs. He didn't find any. He really is dead. He looked back at the boy who had killed his opponent. The boy bowed slightly, thank you very much. I was looking for a chance to kill Zabuza. That mask. If I remember correctly, you must be a hunter nin from Kurigakure, Kakashi said. The boy stood up straight again. You are well informed, Sharingan Kakashi. He paused for a moment before continuing. Yes, I am a member of the pursuing shinobi unit that hunts missing nin. Kakashi looked analyzing the hunter nin, judging from his height and voice. He must not be that older than Sasuke and the others. Yet, he is a hunter nin. He looked over at him again. He's no ordinary kid. The hunter nin sunshine over to Zabuza's corpse, taking its arm across his neck, effectively carrying it. Your battle ends here for now. I must go dispose of this corpse. It's a body filled with secrets. If you'll excuse me, he finished, the sunshine away. Kakashi, looking at where the hunter nin had been, pushed down his 8, covering his Sharingan again. He turned towards his team and Tazuna. Our mission hasn't ended yet. We need to escort Tazuna-san to his house, Jenin nodded. Tazuna grinned. Sorry about that, everyone. Just rest at my house. The shinobi just sweat dropped at Tazuna's carefree attitude. No more than 2 minutes ago was he close to dying, and there he is standing grinning, Sasuke thought. He sighed deeply. Okay, let's go everyone. Kakashi said, starting to head down the road. He hadn't gone more than a few steps when he collapsed. His team was beside him quickly with Sakura examining him. He looked okay. I can't be sure though. She turned towards Tazuna. How long is it there? Tazuna looked down on Kakashi. It's just up the road. Shouldn't be more than half an hour away by now. Sakura nodded at that. Karigakure village hidden in the mist. One of the 5 major shinobi villages. Susho no Hashira crystal release. Crystal pillar. The user summons a big pink crystal pillar which can shoot himself or opponents high up in the air. It can be attached or unattached to the ground. The size of the pillar is depending on the user's chakra and control. Teso Purizumu crystal prism. That has a variety of uses. This technique allows the user to focus chakra into the ground and 3 triangular walls of crystal shot up out of the ground and enclose around the target. The prism is large enough to enclose 2 or 3 average-sized people if they are close together. The user can use it as a method of defense against assault from any angle or attempt to use the crystal walls to seal and trap any enemies inside the prism, making it a handy trick to trap any escaping ninja. Despite the red walls appearing glass thin, this is very resilient against ninjutsu attacks and it takes a lot of physical force to break through. An Ingukazoku crystal release. Burning restraints. The user converts his chakra intro crystal, which forms chains. The chains can be loosened or tightened at the will of the user. Sharingan, literally meaning copy wheel eye or mirror wheel eye, is a Kekkei Genkai which appears in some members of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan is also called Heaven's Eye because of the many abilities it grants the user. No hiding in mist technique. This displacement technique is a specialty of the ninja from Karigakure, where one causes a mist to spring forth by lifting up some water from either a pre-existing source or expelled from their mouth too, then goes in and out of sight at will from within the pearly white realm. The mist's thickness is controlled by the amount of chakra needed into it. Tsuryuiden no Jutsu water release. Water dragon bullet technique. This technique shapes a large amount of water into a giant powerful dragon, which hits the opponent with formidable might, dealing physical damage. The ideal place to use it is near a body of water, but if the user's skill allows it, it is possible to use it even in a place where there is none. The amount of water used will be in proportion with the user's skill. Suro no Jutsu water prison technique. This technique is used to trap a victim inside a virtually inescapable sphere of water. The only downside to this technique is that the user must keep at least one arm inside the sphere at all times in order for the victim to remain imprisoned. This technique requires a sufficient amount of water, which can be provided by expelling it from one's mouth. Despite the fact that the prison is made up entirely out of water, it is stronger than steel. Once trapped, the target is unable to move while within it due to the heaviness of the water. Because of the density of the water, it can be used to a limited extent for defensive purposes if performed on oneself. It can also be stored in scrolls as traps. Izubunshin no Jutsu water clone technique. The water clone technique is similar to the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, except it creates clones out of water that have 1/10 of the original person's power. Like other solid clone techniques, the clones can be used to perform tasks the user is unable or unwilling to do for themselves. The range of the clone is limited, however, as it cannot travel very far from the original body without losing control. Like other clone techniques, if the water clones are injured enough, they will revert back to normal water. Teso Gakakuro crystal release. Crystal pentagonal prism. The user completely encases her opponents in crystal. When the crystal is shattered, the bodies of the victims disintegrate along with the crystal particles. Funsai shatter. Ibukufu no Jutsu water release. Great waterfall technique. This technique extends water over a large scale, surges and rises up to several dozen meters high. Then it streams down to the ground in one big cascade, much like a gigantic waterfall. In doing so, it resembles a huge wave with tremendous power that can hollow out the ground. What remains after that technique's utilization is reminiscent of no less than the aftermath of a natural disaster. This is a considerably advanced ninjutsu, and activating this technique requires a fair amount of chakra. Chapter 5. A week in Nami making lucky charms. At Tazuna's home, Kakashi's visible eye fluttered open. He was looking up at a wooden ceiling. I used the Sharingan too much. At least we beat Zabuza. Boy-sensei, you're awake. Kakashi rolled his head and looked over at his blonde genin. I'll tell the boss, Naruto said before puffing away in smoke. Kakashi raised his eyebrow. He was a shadow clone. So that's how he's done it. It didn't take long before he could hear footsteps out in the hallway along with Dope. How can you know he's awake? You have been with us all along, from what sounded like Sasuke. Just trust me on this one, Team Naruto said. Naruto Baka. Stop calling Sasuke things like that. It came from Sakura. Then the door slid open. See, I told you he was awake, the blonde genin said with a big smile. Sakura rolled her eyes and made her way over to where Kakashi was laying. It's good to see you're awake again. She paused while she sat down beside him. Sharingan really is amazing, but it puts a lot of strain on the body. I'm not sure if it's good or bad. No, Naruto said while making his way to the other side of the futon, it's because it isn't Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. Only the members of the Uchiha clan can get it. I'm guessing you had it transplanted, and by what I saw, it was when you were quite young. The other looked at him like he was crazy. While they had slowly started to accept that Naruto actually knew stuff, it was still surprising that he could estimate when Kakashi had his eye transplanted just by looking at it once. It had also caught Sasuke's attention, since it was his Kekkei Genkai the subject was one. Naruto continued normally the Sharingan or the Byakugan for that matter doesn't take that much chakra or do so much strain on the body, but I'm guessing because it isn't a part of his body, it takes much more. People with Kekkei Genkai are normally born with bodies adapted to it, such as the Uchiha clan, who haven't the biggest chakra reserves, but very precise chakra control. This is so they can control the flow in and out of their eyes more precisely and better control their Sharingan. Kakashi nodded affirmatively on what Naruto said. He was right. It does strain my body much more than it would on any Uchiha. By the way, how long have I been out? While Naruto had talked, Tazuna and Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, had made his way in. You shouldn't worry about your brats. They carried you here about 2 hours ago. Tazuna paused and at least you beat that creepy Kiri shinobi. Or the masked kid did anyway. Sakura turned back to Kakashi Anko-sensei. Who are the hunter nins? Kakashi laid down and closed his eyes to rest. To say the Sharingan had strained his body was a great understatement. Sakura was almost beginning to think that he wouldn't answer when he spoke up. The hunter nins are a special department from the village's Anbu. They are also known as the fire extinguishing unit and their job is to erase any evidence that a shinobi was alive. A shinobi's body will give away the secret of their if said shinobi had a special chakra type and any specific medicine that was used on the body, along with various other things. He paused and opened his eyes to look around at the audience. For example, if I died, the secrets of the Sharingan would be examined. Or if Naruto died, his Shoten would be studied and possibly copied. He looked at Naruto when he said his name. Naruto got shivers up his spine. It's kinda creepy and disgusting that another village would examine my body from top to toe just to find out about my Shoten. In other words, Kakashi continued, hunter nins will kill missing nins who have abandoned their village and dispose of the shinobi's body to keep the village's secrets in the village. He looked over the people in the room. They were all nodding understandingly. That is, all except Naruto, who was frowning. What is it about Naruto? Sensei, aren't needles an odd choice of weapon for a hunter nin? I mean, they are small and precise, but it's pretty hard to kill anyone unless you hit exactly on some specific nerves. Now Kakashi was frowning too. Yes, that is odd. And then Naruto continued, there's also the fact that the boy took the body with him. If a hunter nin is supposed to erase all evidence of a shinobi, why would they take the body with them? Wouldn't it just be easier to do it where the body is? It could be because we were there, but it just seems like something is adding up. You're right. All he had to bring back as proof was Abusa's head, Kakashi said. Sasuke, who had been silent until now, thought about everything they had been told. Nothing adds up. Why did the hunter nin use needles when it's so hard to kill with, and why did he take the body if all he needed was to take the head and burn the rest to crisps? Sasuke kept thinking over what he had been told, trying to see underneath the underneath. That's when his eyes widened. It can't be. What? What are you people talking about? Tazuna asked, not a little bit irritated. Father. I'm sure they will get to it, Tsunami scolded. Kakashi looked lazily at the two civilians. Abusa isn't dead, he is in fact very much alive. What? The two civilians and the pink-haired Kunoichi were all but stunned. What do you mean, sensei? You yourself confirmed that he was dead. As in not alive, Sakura screeched. Kakashi looked at Sakura. It's right, I did confirm it. Then how? How is he alive? She asked. Senbon needles, Naruto said, with a look that said, why didn't I think of that before? All eyes were on him now. It's because he used needles. As I said, you need to be very precise when you want to make a kill with them. You have to hit the right nerves to kill, but there's also nerves that put you into a stasis, which makes you appear dead. You're literally put in a near-death state until someone pulls the needles out. Hunter Nin studies the structure of the human body to the extreme, many times more than the average medic, the Cyclops Jounin said. That's needed to make the kill fast and precise, and to be able to dispose of all the parts. It would be easy for them to put a person into a near-death state. He breathed deeply. I think it's safe to assume that the Hunter Nin wasn't who he said he was. First, he took home the apparent corpse of Zabuza, even when it was obvious that the body was much heavier than him. Second, he used a weapon that has a low fatality rate. From these 2 points, it's clear that the goal of that boy wasn't to kill Zabuza, but to help him. Excuse me Kakashi-san, but maybe you're overthinking this a bit. Tsunami said with a doubting look on her face. You're quite right. I am overthinking this. But that's a shinobi's job, to look underneath the underneath. The shinobi world is filled with lies and deceptions, so you need to think of every possible result and expect the worst. It keeps you alive. It's one of the things the academy students learn first, it's the iron rule of the shinobi. Sakura looked a little worried. Sensei, how are we supposed to prepare for this? It doesn't really look like you will be able to move for a while. And couldn't Zabuza drop in at any moment? Kakashi shook his head. No, he won't. To be in a near-death state like he was, he won't be able to move completely for about a week. And by then I should be able to move too. Sakura nodded. Still, you still have to prepare, and how are we going to do that when you're cooped up in here? How? Even if I can't move around too much, I can still train you. For the next week we're going to get you 3 prepared by training. I can probably take on Zabuza again, but you will need to keep his little friend off my hands. He can't be much older than you, but he is already that talented. We can't underestimate him. Wait. You can't expect us to take on another shinobi of that caliber, we just graduated from the academy. How are we supposed to beat another shinobi? Sakura, who was it that took down the demon brothers? And who helped me get free when I was trapped? She glanced over at her teammates. That's right. And don't forget yourself. You may not have fought, but you stood your guard to protect our charge. You 3 are growing at a rapid rate. If I train you for a week, you should have more than a chance of beating that kid. There's no way you can beat them. It came from a gloomy voice in the doorway. They all turned around to see a little boy, not much older than 7 or 8 years old. You will just die. Inari, where have you been? I've missed you so much. A loving voice sounded. Team 7 looked around before they were shocked to find out it came from Tazuna. Inari ran over to his grandfather and hugged him. You're home, Jai-chan. I've missed you too. Inari, say help to them. They have escorted your grandpa all the way from Konoha and they will be staying with us until the bridge has been built. Inari looked at the foreign shinobi. Kachan, they're all going to die. There's no way anyone can stand up to Gato and live. This caused glare from Sakura and Naruto. PFT, how dare he? He doesn't even know what we're capable of. Naruto glanced at Tazuna. I guess it runs in the family, he thought, remembering how Tazuna had reacted the first time he saw them. Inari started to walk away. If you don't want to die, you should go home. No one can stop Gato. And with that said, he disappeared out the door. Tazuna looked down at the floor with a solemn look. I'm sorry for that. Team 7 was once again shocked. Not only had Tazuna spoken with love to the little brat that had insulted them, he was sad now. There was much more to Tazuna than they knew. Kakashi waved with his hand. No problem. Now, team, we will take today to rest from the journey. Tomorrow we will start the training. Elsewhere in the middle of an unknown forest, the young fake hunter Nin was squatting beside Zabuza's body, slowly unfolding a leather roll with various medical tools. He turned to look at Zabuza, trying to find any damage that may have been done. Other than scratches here and there, the only problem right now was the long needles in his neck. He looked in the area where he had hit him with the needles. It seems I have to cut the clothes off his mouth first and make him cough up the blood first. He took a scissor-like tool from the scroll and slowly closed in on the clothes. When his hand was no more than a few centimeters from the target, Zabuza's hand shot up and grabbed the fake hunter Nin's. I can do that on my own, thank you very much. It came from Zabuza as he slowly opened his eyes and began to peel the clothes off. Oh, the boy said you're already awake. He didn't sound surprised by a long shot. Zabuza grunted as he sat up. Geez, you're so rough, he said as he began picking out the needles harshly. This caused a gasp from the young boy who frowned under the mask. I could say the same thing about you, Zabuza-san. If you keep picking those out like that, you're just going to damage a blood vessel. Then you're going to bleed out and die for real. Zabuza didn't seem to care as he continued to pick out the last of the needles. He sat silently for a second before turning his gaze on the young boy. How long are you going to wear that fake mask? It's not needed here, so take it off, Haku. Sorry, I forgot. It's been a while since I have needed to use this. The boy said, beginning to lodge off the mask from his face. Though it did help pull off the act and fool the shinobi from Konoha. If I didn't intervene when I did, you would have been killed for sure, he finished. His mask was off. His face didn't look like a boy's face, the curves were very soft and the skin fair. And his expression just shouted, I couldn't hurt a fly if I wanted to, though Zabuza knew that it wasn't true. That may very well be, but you didn't need to attack my neck if you wanted to put me into a fake death. You're still that same wicked girl I picked up all those years ago. Haku smiled. That may very well be true. But I couldn't help it, I didn't want to scar your beautiful body, Zabuza-san. Also, it's much easier to aim at the neck since it has much less muscle tissue. Zabuza tried to stand up but only made it halfway up before falling on his butt. Haku made her way over to help him. You won't be able to move for a week or so. But knowing you, that will not get in your way, Zabuza-san. Zabuza sat still for a few more moments, catching his breath again. You're pure, clever and not tainted at all. He paused for a moment, looking over at his student. That's what I like about you. Haku blushed. Well, I am still a child. She looked over the area, noticing that the fog was lifting. The fog is lifting. We should probably make our way back. Zabuza nodded affirmatively as Haku paused. She turned a concerned look at him. Will you be okay next time? Zabuza sighed. I really don't know. I know I could take the Sharingan on one-on-one, but they also have a Shoten user. We have no idea what he can do. He broke my clone and water prison with only little preparation. Given, I hadn't pumped as much chakra into it as I normally would have, but still. He looked at Haku's concerned face. I need you to train to take him on. I don't think he will be an easy opponent, not even for your Hyutin. Haku nodded. Anything for you, Zabuza-san. She helped him up and they started walking towards their hideout to recuperate. Later that night, Azuna, Tsunami and Team 7 had just eaten dinner, made by Tsunami. Inari hadn't come down. After he had said hello to his grandfather, he had been in his room watching the ocean according to the Tsunami. Naruto leaned back and patted his stomach. Ah. That was really something. Not as good as Ichiraku's ramen, but good nonetheless, he said with a pleased smile on his lips. Hey, thank you, I guess Tsunami said. You should, Sakura said, taking another bite of the fish. He rarely compares anything to ramen, not to mention Ichiraku's ramen. While they had been a team, Sakura had learned a thing or two about Naruto. He was a trainaholic, he actually had a head on his shoulders, and he loved ramen. On more than one occasion he had called it Kami's gift to man. I'm honored then, Tsunami said with a blush. Naruto stretched his body and yawned loudly. Well, I think I'm going to hit the rack. See you all tomorrow, he said, walking out the kitchen. He walked up the stairs and was heading for his room when he heard something from Inari's room. Slowly he opened the door to a crack to see what was going on. Inside, Inari was sitting in the windowsill. He was looking out at the ocean, but that was not all. As far as Naruto could see, he was holding a picture. Then he heard sobs from Inari, who were pressing the picture frame further into his hug. Toussaint came half smothered from Inari. Naruto was looking with compassion. I guess he lost his father. And I'll bet a year's supply of ramen that it was Gato who killed him. Naruto closed the door quietly, making sure Inari didn't hear him, and made his way to his room. The next morning, the 3 genin of Team 7 were standing in front of their sensei, which had climbed out of bed with crutches this morning. They were standing in a forest clearing not long from Tazuna's house. Tazuna had agreed to wait with continuing the bridge till the next day, so Kakashi could get his team started on the training regime. Kakashi looked over his team. They were all looking back at him determinedly, even Sakura. He took an extra look at her. What has come over her? She normally just looks and adores Sasuke. Oh well, it can't be bad. He coughed in his hand to clear his throat. Well then, let's get started. We're going to work on your chakra these next days. Sasuke and Sakura looked disappointed, while Naruto looked indifferent. Sasuke was the first to speak. Chakra. We can already use chakra and form. Let's just get on with it. Yeah, I agree. Sakura said. Naruto looked at her with an "are you kidding me" look. She always agreed with Sasuke, she didn't have to voice it. Kakashi shook his head. No. You may be able to use chakra, but you have far from mastered it. Now, for today's exercise we're going to. The genin looked at him with high expectations and climbed trees. And once again, Sakura and Sasuke were dumbstruck. This time it was Sakura who voiced her opinion about climbing trees. How are climbing trees going to help us with our chakra control? Or help us at all for that matter? Like this, Naruto said, going over to a tree, only stopping for a second to concentrate his chakra before stepping onto the wood and beginning to walk vertically up the tree. Kakashi nodded. That's right. I see you've already mastered it. Care to explain to your teammates what you're doing? Sasuke was glaring at Naruto. How much ahead of me have you come since the academy? What am I talking about? He isn't ahead of me. He just knows an exercise that I don't. He can't be ahead of me. He is a clan-less loser and I'm the heir to the strongest clan in Konoha. Yeah, that's right. Naruto shrugged. It's pretty easy when you get the hang of it, he said, walking up below a branch and hanging his head down, proving his point. All you need to do is mold and concentrate your chakra below your feet, creating a suction effect to keep you on the surface you want to climb. But you really should watch out. If you build up too much chakra in your feet, it's just going to blast you off. And if you do the opposite, not building up enough, you won't get the suction's effect and you will just fall off. Very good, Naruto. As to why this is going to help you in the long run. Sakura, when you fight an opponent, what is one of the most basic skills a ninja uses? Kakashi looked at the pink head. I guess ninjutsu. Sakura answered tentatively. That's right. And what do you need to use ninjutsu? Kakashi continued. Chakra, the girl answered, realization covering her face. Right again. So by doing this exercise, your chakra control, and therefore your chakra utilization skills, will improve and you will be able to use more ninjutsu. The Jounin finished the explanation. He looked at the two grounded genin to see if they had understood. Sasuke looked pissed, Kakashi thinking it was highly likely because of Naruto. Which caused him to look at said member of Team 7 and sweat drop. Now you're just showing off. Naruto was currently swinging back and forward, only connected to the tree by 1 foot. Kakashi cleared his throat, getting the attention. Naruto, mind coming down now. Naruto grinned, releasing the chakra in his foot, causing him to fall to the ground at high speed. Sakura gasped, but it really wasn't needed. Naruto simply flipped halfway down, landing with a quiet thud on the ground. No problem, he said, still holding the same grin. So does that mean I can go on ahead with my own training? Naruto hadn't had a chance to really train the last few days, for obvious reasons. He wanted to progress that water balloon exercise, and he also had to do some practice in his calligraphy. He had never thought that it would be a big part of his shinobi career to write, at least not until he became the Hokage, other than the mission reports here and there, and he never imagined taking it to such a high level. But if he wanted to get better at Kenjutsu, he needed to learn to write fast and precisely, else all his knowledge about seals would be for nothing. And maybe he could also get started on that water walking exercise. He had wanted to start on that for ages, who wouldn't want to walk on water? But it waited till he was advanced enough in the tree climbing. Finally when he was, they had gotten this mission, so he hadn't gotten started yet. And then there was the matter of keeping his training method a secret. Naruto gulped. Sandaime Jiji told me that he would have me get all the missions involving Tora until I took over the Hokage hat myself if I ever exposed it to someone not meant to see it. The silver-haired Jounin glanced over his blonde student before shrugging. I guess it won't be a problem. But since you already know the 3 climbing and has mastered as far as I can see, I will assign you to guard duty tomorrow. Naruto's eyes narrowed. You're just assigning me to guard duty so that you can stay in bed all day and read Iro-sennin's perverted books, aren't you? Kakashi waved his hand in a dismissive motion, laughing nervously. Now, where would you have gotten that idea? Off to train you go, he finished, hoping that the prospect of training was more exciting than exposing him as a pervert for the rest of the team. Naruto stood still for a few more moments before sighing in a defeated manner and ran into the forest to find a clearing he could use for training. As soon as Naruto was away, Kakashi turned to the remainder of his team and started them on their training. Next morning at the bridge, Naruto was sitting on the railing of the bridge, taking a break from his water balloon and was looking over the bridge. It had been a slow day really. Tazuna had told him to get up around 4 AM as they were needed at the bridge at 5. Naruto, not wanting to miss out on any training, had made a clone with 3/4 of his chakra and sent it to the forest clearing he had trained in yesterday. It had chakra to about 70 clones, but he was only making 30 or so. The reason being that they were on a mission where they could engage in battle against foreign shinobi at any moment, so it wouldn't be that he was totally exhausted if that happened. They had been the first to arrive, with 20 or so workers slowly filling in as the time got closer and closer to 6 AM. As they were about to start, one of the workers had asked where the shinobi guarding them were, to which Tazuna had pointed at Naruto. This caused disgruntled looks from almost all the workers, and one even had the nerve of calling him a short brat. Tazuna had smirked since he had come to know Naruto just a little bit the past few days. And as he had thought, Naruto had shown the worker what he could do, almost fully surrounding him with crystal, before 3 razor-sharp blades had shot out and were inches from slicing him. This, of course, had closed the mouth of any and all the workers who quickly went to work, not wanting to get on the bad side of their guard. Naruto sighed. He was developing a little temper when it came to his height. He looked down beside him, there were broken water balloons. Not shattered at all, they were just punctured, but he was happy, it was progress. He had made the breakthrough yesterday when one of his clones had sat down and analyzed what they had seen Jiraiya do a couple of days earlier and had realized that what they were doing looked completely different. That's when he had gotten the idea to swirl the water in more than one direction. It had been a success, but it was still damn hard. "Boy, are you bored or what?" Tazuna's voice sounded, bringing Naruto back to the bridge. "Huh? No, not really. I was just taking a break from my training," Naruto answered, leaning back closed and enjoying the sun on his face. Tazuna frowned. "Training? You're just playing with water balloons." Naruto chuckled internally. He had figured that the way Tazuna showed curiosity was by insulting. When talking to strangers anyway. Naruto shook his head to answer Tazuna and made eye contact with him. "It's a bit harder than that. I have to burst it open with nothing but my chakra. It's a lot harder than it looks, you know." "I don't know. May I have a word with you, Tazuna?" A voice from behind them interrupted. Both of them looked at the newcomer. Tazuna put down the little log he had been carrying. "Sure thing, Jiichi. Is something wrong?" "Well, I have thought a lot about it and I think I'm going to quit building the bridge, Jiichi said, looking down on the ground as if ashamed, not going unnoticed by Naruto. What, not you too, Jiichi? Why the sudden change of mind? Tazuna asked surprised and a little outraged. Tazuna, I have known you for a long time and you have become a good friend. I want to help, but if I get much more involved in this, Gato will after me when he's done with you. I have to think about the wife and the kids, you know. Jiichi replied. Naruto could see that he was really split in this decision, but he had finally valued his family more. Naruto couldn't blame him, it was something Naruto longed after. He longed after getting a father and mother, or just knowing who they were. Naruto respected the man's decision. Tazuna didn't look that convinced. Jiichi continued, I want to build a bridge and save Nami as much as the next islander, but everything will lose meaning if you die. Naruto cocked an eyebrow, so he is also concerned for his old friend. I like that guy. Jiichi almost looked pleadingly at Tazuna. Why don't we stop building the bridge? Naruto was, to say the least, shocked. He hadn't expected the man to suggest that, not after all he had learned Tazuna had done for it to be built, including lying his ass off to the Hokage, one of the mightiest persons on the elemental continents. Tazuna had regained his calm look and answered just as calmly, you know I can't do that. This bridge is our bridge. Not just yours or mine, or the workers' bridge, but the bridge of all the islanders of Nami no Kuni. This is the bridge, built on the hopes of the people, the hope that we can break free from Gator's rule, that we can increase our distribution and transportation, that will increase the wealth in this poor country. But if we die, people will know that Tazuna the bridge builder died for what he believed in. That he died in the hopes that someone would take over his work. He died believing that Nami no Kuni would break free from Gato, if not by his own hands, then by the hands of his successor. He put a hand on his old friend's shoulder. I can't ask you to do it, but I will continue to build this bridge until my dying breath. I don't blame you if you don't want to risk your family. You can go home if you want. Jiichi looked sad at his old friend before giving up, convincing him with a sigh. He took off his uniform and the tools he had used and gave it to Tazuna. I'm sorry, old friend. And with that he left the bridge. Tazuna stood there for a while, just staring at where his old friend had left. He didn't even hear the steps behind him and only noticed a person when he took the uniform and tools of his hands. He turned around to see his blonde guard putting on the uniform. He gave the kid a questioning look. I thought you said you shouldn't overwork yourself. Naruto grinned back at the old man. How can I sit still and not help after you gave that speech? You have gotten a little more respect in my eyes, Ajisan, but only a little. Tazuna grinned back at the kid. He had come to like him, he was lively and didn't give up. Thanks kid, I'm sure it will help. I just hope there are no more workers who quit just now. We're almost done with the bridge, 1.5 to 2 weeks more. But just like Jiichi, people won't risk their families. I guess, Naruto said, bringing up his hand to form a very familiar hand sign. I will have to help a bit more. Taju Ukage Bushin no Jutsu. 20 additional Narutos appeared, effectively doubling the workforce at the bridge. It didn't take long for them to spread out on the bridge and help where he could. His lively spirit also affected Tazuna, who only was that more determined to finish the bridge. Same afternoon at the market, Tazuna and Naruto were walking down the main street of the biggest town in the area. In all honesty, it didn't deserve the name town or road. It was a long dust trail where shacks and cracked stone buildings stood along the sides. The people didn't look much better. They were all walking around very carefully, afraid that their life could be stolen at a second's notice. They wore clothes, if you could call it that, which looked to be made up of sacks and mold-infested cloth. The worst were the children, they were at every corner and store opening, begging to just get the tiniest attention and food. It reminded him of the year after he was kicked out of the orphanage, before he had gotten the apartment he was living in now. He shuddered a bit. What is the meaning of this? Tazuna didn't have to look to know what he was talking about. Nami no Kuni has been like this since Gato took over. That man can't be anyone but the devil, Naruto said angrily. I will definitely he. Naruto was interrupted when he felt hands go through his ninja bag. Whoever did it had chosen the absolute worst time to do it. Naruto swirled around to see a middle-aged man. As soon as he caught a glimpse of Naruto's eye, he was scared out of his pants and tried to run away. But Naruto was angry and he had to take it out on somebody. He grabbed the shirt of the man. You do not steal from me. Thief. And threw the man down the street, where he continued skirting before he was stopped abruptly by a brick wall. Naruto scoffed and continued after Tazuna, who had walked into a store to look for ingredients for tonight's meal. He wasn't happy with what he saw. It was the same as the street and the town, the shelves were close to empty, with only a few foodstuffs scattered here and there. And they didn't look fresh, quite the opposite. Naruto sighed and became only more determined to see that this country was set free from Gato, and that said man was burned in the deepest pits of hell for what he had done. He continued after Tazuna, who continued out of the store after paying over prices on the scarcely collected wares. They hadn't walked more than a few meters before Naruto felt tucking in his bag again. Not again. He thought as he swirled around, planning to chew out whoever was stupid enough to try and steal from him. He stopped in his tracks as he saw who was standing in front of him. A little girl who couldn't have been more than 8 years old. "Please, give me," she said, holding her hands out. Naruto blinked a couple of times before going through his bag and found a few pieces of candy. The girl's eyes lit up with joy. She was just about to run off when Naruto stopped her with a smile, squatting down to her level. "Hey, what is your name?" The girl blushed slightly. "Amaya." Naruto kept smiling. "Hey Amaya. My name is Naruto. Want to see something cool?" he asked, which in response got a tentative nod. He closed his hand together, activating his Shoten powers, making it glow slightly out of the cracks. When he opened it, a miniature figure of a puppy was standing on his hands. The girl went wide-eyed. Naruto just kept smiling and handed the figurine to the girl. "Here, you take it. It's a lucky charm. As long as you have it, good things will happen to you. Just believe in it." She reached out and took the dog, inspecting it all over. She looked back at the blonde with tears in her eyes. She bowed deeply to Arigato Naruto Niasen. She cried out before hugging him deeply. Naruto was taken by surprise, but quickly returned the hug. When they were done, she looked at him with big puppy eyes. "Will you be back? So can you meet all my friends?" "I'm sure I will. Just keep an eye out for me," Naruto said with his kind smile on his lips. She nodded and ran into the crowd, surely to show her friends her new toy. "That was very kind of you," Tazuna noted. "Yeah. They remind me of myself when I was little," Naruto responded before starting to head out of the town. It piqued Tazuna's curiosity, but he could see he wouldn't get more of an answer for now. The evening at Tazuna's house. When Sasuke and Sakura came back to Tazuna's house that evening, they looked extremely exhausted. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "It seems Sakura is actually trying. I'm glad she actually listened to me." Naruto smirked at Sasuke. "Worked hard, team?" Sasuke scoffed at him, not having the strength to come with a longer answer. Sakura was just about to come to the defense of her beloved Sasuke-kun when Tsunami's voice sounded from the living room. "Dinner is ready. Come and eat." The Konoha genin didn't need any more to be said, as they ran as fast as their bodies could carry them to the dinner table. It wasn't a gourmet meal, but it was not bad either at all. They all took their places, broke off the eating chops and began eating like wolves, Sakura eating like a fine wolf. After dinner, when they had some tea, Sakura was looking around the kitchen and found a picture hanging on the wall. It showed Inari, Tsunami and Tazuna, and one other person it seemed like. But he was ripped out of it. "Oh no, why are you hanging a torn picture?" It brought all the attention of all the shinobi to the mentioned picture. Inari-kun was watching this during dinner the entire time. "This torn part looks like someone intentionally tore away the person who was there," she continued. It silenced the whole room. Finally Tsunami, who was doing the dishes, spoke up. "It's my husband." The shinobi waited for her to continue, not satisfied with the answer, but she didn't. Tazuna spoke up. "He was the man known as the hero of this town." He didn't get to say more before Inari left his seat, walking towards the door. "Inari, where are you going?" Tsunami asked, but he had already left. She walked after him, and when she opened the door, she turned around looking at Tazuna's father. "I told you not to talk about him in front of Inari," she said a little harshly before she exited the door. Tazuna sighed deeply. Team 7 was watching him closely. He looked around at all. Inari had a father he wasn't related to. They were very close, like a real father and son. They were real father and son. He looked back up at the picture, seeing a laughing Inari in the middle. Inari used to laugh a lot back then. But Tazuna began to sob lightly, shocking the shinobi. They had the impression of Tazuna of a man who didn't really show any vulnerable feelings. Well, everyone but Naruto, who had learned some about their client on the bridge. Tazuna bit his cries back. He changed after what happened to his father. His name was Kaiza. Tazuna paused again. The word courage was forever taken away from the people of this island and Inari after that day. Tazuna went on explaining how Inari and Kaiza had met. How he had taught him about living his life so he didn't regret a thing. He then went about telling them how a big storm had hit the island, breaking the dam, and how Kaiza had saved them all. Then his voice turned into venom as he spoke of how Gato had taken over the island and how Kaiza didn't want to back down. How he was executed in front of the whole town to set an example, and that after that day, Inari was changed. He didn't believe in heroes and courage. He was depressed and cried alone in his room. After he finished, the whole room was quiet. Team 7 had troubled looks on their faces. "How horrible." It came quietly from Sakura. The others nodded in agreement. Tazuna then looked up at them all with a determined look in his eyes, "And that's why I want to build that bridge. For the people of Wave, for Kaiza and for Inari. I want to break us free from the rule of Gato. I want Inari to be happy again." That determination was also brought up in the shinobi. "And we will help you achieve it. We won't let Gato lay a hand on you. Count on it," Naruto declared. Sasuke smirked. You count on it. I'm not going to be outdone by you, dope. Hi, we can't let the wave people suffer anymore, Sakura said. Kakashi took a look at the clock. Guys, I think it's about time to hit the racks. We still have to train you guys hard the next few days to get you ready. You don't want to let Tazuna down, do you? None of the genin did and quickly made their way to bed. The next few days didn't go very differently. Kakashi came and helped guard Tazuna and in the meantime had handed over a scroll on Futon. Rapusho. He had said it would work well with his Rikaku Shuriken and Naruto wasn't one to deny his sensei. Naruto was also making progress on the water balloon exercise, now progressing to the rubber ball exercise. It had taken time to finish the first part of the exercise, only finally completing it when Kakashi had said he had spun it against his natural flow. After that, it went easy. But this next step took so much more power that he hadn't even punctured the ball. Sakura and Sasuke were also progressing, both now able to walk up and down the tree without faltering and just starting to learn to stay still on the surface. It was going slowly but surely. As for the bridge, it had gone faster with Naruto's clones helping, but more and more workers had quit and only 7 of them remained now, most of them already having lost their families to Gato. They didn't have anything to lose. Naruto had also been back to see Amaya and her friends, telling them stories and of course, making more pretty lucky charms as they called them. Naruto was starting to grow attached to the children, especially when they all called him Naruto Nyasan. It was at least one thing he was going to miss in Nami. At Tazuna's house, 2 evenings before Zabuza's return. When they came back that evening, the genin were rather battered up, even Naruto who had been working hard on the rubber ball, and were delighted when they saw another homemade meal was waiting for them. They ate as much as they could to recharge their energy, so they could give it all the next day. Tazuna stopped eating and looked up at Kakashi. The bridge is almost complete. It's thanks to you guys. Tsunami looked up from her meal, but don't push yourself so much. The genin just smiled. Tazuna continued. I wanted to ask this before, but why are you still here even when I lied about the request details? Kakashi folded his hands and closed his eyes. Not doing right when you know it is right is a coward's way. There are no weak soldiers under a valiant commander. They're the teachings of the Yondaime Hokage, our previous Hokage. That's when Inari spoke up about why. It caught all the genin attention. Inari stood up and slammed his hand down on the table. Why are you trying so hard to end up dead? You can't bear Gatu's men, even if you train. No matter how hard you try to say those good-looking words. Weak people are going to lose against strong people. Naruto glared at that. Shut up. You don't know the first thing about us. That silenced Inari who were on the verge of tears. Here you are, living a relatively good life. You have a mother that loves and cooks for you and a grandfather who tries to save this country. And what do? You cry and mope about how bad it is. You don't realize how good you have it compared to other people. Have you seen how the children in the town live? And for that matter, you don't know what it's like to be hated in your own village for something that is out of your control. You don't know what it's like to be beaten and kicked out of shops and forced to go through the garbage for food. You think your life is bad, fine, but don't just sit around and moan about it, do something about it, fight back, don't be a coward. Naruto rose from the table and headed for the door. Sakura went on alert. There Naruto. Where are you going? Out to train, Naruto all but mumbled. And with that Naruto stormed out the front door with tears in his eyes. Inari stormed out the other side of the house, out the back door. The civilians and the genin of Team 7 were shocked by what Naruto had said. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto's life couldn't have been that bad, right? He has to be lying to get attention, Sakura asked. Kakashi shook his head. No. Everything he said was true. Naruto was kicked out of the orphanage when he was 4 years old and was forced to live on the streets for 6 months before some Anbu found him and took him to the Hokage. The Hokage gave Naruto an apartment, but he has had to learn everything for himself and was constantly being beaten and kicked out of stores. And that's the down-watered version, he said, shocking everyone in the room. Tazuna looked down on his half-empty plate. So that's what he meant by that. They reminded him of himself as a child. It seems to me that they got a good life compared to what he had to live through. Later that night at the docks outside the house, Inari was sitting on the edge of the docks, looking out over the ocean. He could see the bridge his grandfather was trying to build. He heard footsteps behind him, but didn't bother to see who it was. May I join you? A male voice sounded. Inari guessed it was the Konoha Jounin who had arrived a few days earlier. He shrugged. Kakashi walked over to Inari and sat beside him. Naruto didn't say those things out of spite, you know. Inari didn't react, but he continued anyway. He is just stubborn and still has no reaction. He looked over the ocean. We heard about your father from Tazuna-san. Naruto is the same as you in that way. He didn't have a father when he was young. To be truthful, he doesn't know what it feels like to have parents. He also didn't have a single friend growing up. That caught Inari's attention. He looked up at the young Jounin as he continued. However, I have never seen him grow timid, get sulky, or cry. He has always been desperate to make people recognize him. He now looked down on Inari with what Inari could only guess was a smile on his lips. He's able to put his life on the line for that dream. He's probably bored of crying by now. That got Inari thinking, remembering what his father was like. That's why he knows the true meaning of being strong. Just like your father. Naruto might be the one who understands you the most. What Naruto said to you before. Those are probably the words he's been telling himself over and over again. Kakashi rose from where he had sat. If anything, just don't hold a grudge against him. He wasn't trying to be mean, and with that said, he went back to the house, leaving Inari to think about what he had heard. The following morning in the forest. Are you okay? Hello? Are you there? Naruto's eyes slammed open, surprising the person who had tried to wake him up. Quickly reacting, he jumped up into his taijutsu stance, but relaxed upon seeing that it was an ordinary teenage girl looking at him. He looked around him, finding himself in the same clearing they had been training in the last few days. I must have fallen asleep out here. Aku took a better look at the now obvious ninja in front of her. She noticed his Konoha hit I-8. He was with Sharingan Kakashi the other day. He must be the one with Shoten. She didn't show her worry, but simply smiled at him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to surprise you. Naruto smiled back at her. No problem. I didn't mean to jump like that, reflexes you know. She nodded at that. Is that hit I-8 real? Are you a real shinobi? She asked, completing her act as an unknowing civilian. He grinned back at that, pushing his chest up. Yes. I am a shinobi from Konoha. I will protect her with my life. The girl giggled at the way Naruto was acting. Naruto looked at her again. By the way, what are you doing out here so early? Picking herbs, she answered nicely as she turned away, resuming looking through the plants on the ground. Herbs? Naruto asked. She turned her head and smiled at him. That's right. It's to cure injuries and illness. One of my friends has gotten hurt, so I'm out here looking for herbs to cure him. I can help you. I still have some time before I have to be back to breakfast, he said, helping her go through the plants. He had gotten a bit of knowledge of herbs from his reading, but it really hadn't been anything he had read upon. They picked through the plants for a while, then the girl spoke up again. By the way, what are you doing out here so early? He threw her one of his big smiles. Training. And why are you training? I want to become stronger. But you look strong enough already. No, I want to become stronger and stronger. She was silent for a time, resuming picking through the forest floor. Are you doing it for someone else? Or for yourself? Well, I think when I just graduated I was doing it for myself. But then Iruka-sensei acknowledged me. And so did Kakashi-sensei and Sakura-chan, and I guess Sasuke team did too, and he paused. I think now I'm doing it just as much for them as I'm doing it for myself. She looked up at him. That's good. I believe a person is able to become truly strong when they wish to protect someone they cherish. Naruto got a thoughtful look in his eyes. I think you're right. I understand that. She nodded at him. She took her basket, now filled with herbs. Thank you. I think you will become strong. She began walking out of the clearing. By the way, I'm a boy, she said, walking away, leaving Naruto stunned, but he is beautiful. She can't be a boy. You're lying, he said before he could stop himself. She stammered. She sighed. Yes, I am. Why would you lie about something like that? Because of Gato. His men aren't always polite. Naruto was disgusted by that. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. She smiled back at him. Goodbye. I really hope I don't have to fight you when the time comes. Chapter 6. Battle on the Bridge. Shoten vs Hyoten. Naruto yawned loudly and stretched his arms above his head. He scratched his eyes and looked around in the room. Sasuke and Sakura were still asleep. It didn't come to a surprise, as the whole week he had woken before them. He was used to getting up early to train and to get through the village as early as possible when fewer people were on the streets. He shook the thoughts from his head and sneaked out of the room, heading for the bathroom. While he was doing his business, he took a look out of the window. He could see the first rays of the sun touch the horizon in the distance. One thing he loved and hated about Nami no Kuni was the flat land and ocean. You could see for miles and miles without anything disturbing your view. He loved that he could see the sunrise so early, since in Konoha, you would have to wait at least a few hours for the sun to rise above the small mountains and the forest of Hai no Kuni. But then again, he hated it because you could see so long. One part of being shinobi is hiding in the shadows, and being from Konoha where the forest is everywhere, he almost felt exposed. He breathed in deeply and went on to brush his teeth. He looked at his reflection in the little mirror hanging on the wall and took a deep breath. So, it's today, huh? He asked. No one in particular. Today is probably the day Zabuza will return, and it's highly likely that he will have that fake hunter Nin with him. I have no chance of defeating Zabuza, so I must keep his companion occupied. I have to protect my friends. But it still scares me. Today I am going to fight another shinobi. I may have to kill. Naruto turned on the water and splashed water in his face. I am doing it for my comrades. If I have to kill, then I will do it to save them, I will do it for them, so they can live." When Naruto was done, he made his way down to the kitchen. He was surprised to see that Tsunami already up and cooking. He glanced at the clock and as he thought, it was 6:13 a.m. He sat down at the table. "Good morning, Tsunami-san." Tsunami almost jumped 2 feet in the air and spun around with a knife in her hand. Her stance relaxed as she saw who it was. "Oh, it's just you, Naruto-kun. Sorry for that, but I didn't expect anyone up yet." Naruto smiled awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. "Sorry about that. Normally I'm out training in the morning, but since it's possible I might be needed today, I'm not going." Tsunami smiled at him and resumed cooking. Naruto walked over to the sink and took a glass of water and walked out to the pier to sit and watch the sunrise. He couldn't see much more because of the thick morning fog in the distance. That was one of the reasons they didn't go to the bridge earlier. Zabuza could by himself already summon up a lot of fog, so they didn't even want to try him out when he had the natural occurring fog on his side too. "Oh Naruto, are you already up?" Kakashi's voice came from behind him. He glanced over his shoulder to see the silver-haired Jounin reading his book. "Yeah, I couldn't sleep anymore. I have woken up this early for as long as I can remember. Now it's training, before it was to get away before the village awoke." Kakashi walked over beside Naruto and squat down beside him. "I haven't really seen you around since the evening before yesterday. When I left for the bridge yesterday you hadn't come back." "Sorry about that," Naruto said, still looking out over the ocean. "I needed time to think." "And now?" "Still thinking." "Kaka-sensei. Do you know why he chose me?" Kakashi knew what Naruto was asking. Why had the Yondaime chosen him over so many other children? "I can't exactly say. Don't worry Naruto, it was because he was your father. It's not my place to reveal it." He pondered for a few more seconds. "Naruto, you bear a burden not many others can understand or even start to comprehend. You have been through much that no child should have been through. But you have survived. I believe the Yondaime chose you for a reason, that he believes in you. You are the Yondaime's legacy. And you live up to his name. As far as I know, you haven't let him down so far, have you? You still keep that beast under control." Naruto nodded. It wasn't yet the final answer, but it would suffice for now. Kakashi rose from beside Naruto. "Well, let's get inside. Wouldn't be any good if you got sick." Naruto scoffed. "Kaka-sensei, I have never been sick. Sure, I have had broken bones and so on, but I have never been sick and I'm sure you know why." Nonetheless, Naruto got up and got inside. 3 hours later, Kakashi looked up from his book and around the people around the table. Sasuke and Sakura had gotten down to the kitchen about an hour ago, and Tazuna and Inari came down about 20 minutes ago. There hadn't been much talk, everyone knew what was likely to happen today. He closed his book and cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. "We all know what is going to happen today, but we haven't really talked about how to execute this. We of course need people around you, Tazuna-san, but we also need to protect your family, namely you, Inari-san and Tsunami-san. Since you can't go to the bridge for obvious reasons, we need to leave someone behind to take guard you." Tazuna and his family had rather worried looks on their faces, but relaxed some when they saw the determined expressions of Team 7, especially that of Naruto. He looked straight back at Kakashi. "I have to make this mission a success. This isn't about my first mission being a success anymore, it's about freeing the people of Nami no Kuni, freeing Tazuna and his family, and freeing Amaya and her friends. I can't fail all of them." Naruto pondered about what Kakashi had said before speaking up. "Kaka-sensei, I think I got an idea. I should stay behind to guard Tsunami-san and Inari." Tazuna nodded satisfied. He knew that if Naruto was guarding his family, they were in safe hands. The blonde brand had earned his respect from Tazuna. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "I see. What makes you come to that conclusion?" "Well, I was thinking that I would stay here with them and send a Kage Bushin with you guys. That way we have a way of communicating with each other. I can keep you updated if anything is to happen here, and you can call for me if it should come to that." "Wait, what?" All looks turned to Sasuke. "Dope, how are we supposed to keep contact with just a Kage Bunshin?" The blonde genin smirked at his comrade. "That's easy. When a Kage Bunshin is dispelled, no matter the way it is dispelled, the knowledge it has gained will return to the user and any other clones the user should have made. So if I want to send a message to you guys, I just make a clone and make it dispel. The same if my clone wants to send a message to me, it can either make another clone or dispel it, or it can dispel itself. And if it comes to it getting dispelled by getting destroyed, then I'll also know." Before Sasuke could answer, it was Kakashi who spoke up. "Very well about Naruto, it's a plan I can accept. So Sasuke, Sakura and I, with a Kage Bunshin of Naruto, will guard Tazuna-san on the bridge, while Naruto will stay here and guard Tsunami-san and Inari-san. If anything happens on the bridge or here, we will let the respective part know by sending a message through the Kage Bunshin." Team 7 nodded, showing they understood. "Good then, we leave in 15 minutes, so you better get ready. We should get to the bridge around 10 a.m. Sasuke and Sakura rose from the table and went upstairs to get their gear ready, while Tazuna seemed to speed up eating. Naruto sat at the kitchen table reading his book on Genjutsu, Tsunami was currently washing the dishes from the breakfast, and Inari was sitting beside Naruto looking really bored. Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke had left with Tazuna some half-hour ago, so they should be at the bridge in 10 to 15 minutes. Naruto didn't let it show, but he was actually worried about them. He would have liked to have gone with them to the bridge, but this was the best way for them to keep contact. And if it came to it, he could be at the bridge in 10 minutes. The only reason it was taking so long with the rest of his team was because they had to go at a civilian pace. If they were going at a normal pace, well normal for a genin team, they could probably be in Konoha in a day, instead of the 4 days it takes at civilian pace. He was brought out of his attention when Inari spoke say, Naruto Nai-chan, how again can you know if anyone is coming? Naruto didn't know when Inari had started calling him Nai-chan, but he liked it, the same with the kids in town. He looked up from his book. It's rather simple really. You heard what I said about Kage Bunshin at breakfast, right? Inari nodded. Good, by the way, please keep it a secret. It's one of Konoha's Genjutsu. While none of the other villages can copy it, they can take precaution if they know some of its secrets. Sure thing. I won't tell anybody, Inari said smiling. Naruto ruffled the boy's hair, much to the boy's dismay. Naruto laughed lightly at that. Good then. Anyway, back on topic, I have placed about 20 clones around the house, hidden of course, so if they see anyone who shouldn't be here, they disperse and I will know. That's so cool. Inari exclaimed. Naruto nodded at him before getting back to reading. He heard a sigh from Inari. Can't you do something else? You know, it's rather boring just to wait around. And it's not like I can go outside and play. Naruto smiled again. He remembered himself being that impatient and wanting stuff to happen all the time. Okay then Inari, what do you Dottie stopped mid-sentence when he got feedback from one of his clones around the house. 2 objects were moving towards the house at a fast pace. The clone hadn't gotten a good look at them. Nai-chan, what's the matter? Inari asked, a little worried. Tsunami had also seen this and had stopped doing the dishes. Both of you go upstairs and hide. They looked at him without moving now. Naruto said with a voice that said they left no room for argument. Tsunami went over to Inari, took him by the hand, and headed upstairs to hide. When they had disappeared up the stairs, Naruto sat down again and took his book up. It didn't take long for the 2 figures to make it to the house and burst in through the door. Hey, where the hell are they? One voice asked rather loudly. How should I know? Oi, there's a kid here. I bet you know where they are, eh? Naruto finally looked up from his book, taking the 2 young men in. There were 2, as he had known. One of them had a blue sweat-like shirt, wore a hood, and had tattoos in his eyes. The other had a bare chest. His right arm had a tattoo going up from his arm to the middle of his chest, and he wore an eye patch on his right eye. Above his left he had a scar. They both wore katanas. Just from looking by the way they were standing he could tell they weren't shinobi, they were simple thugs hired to do the easy work. Do you 2 mind? I'm trying to read what Naruto said, trying to get them to lose their cool. It worked. What the hell? Who do you think you are? The one wearing a hood yelled. Calm down. Can't you see he is trying to get you to lose your cool? You're quite an idiot, you know, the bare-chested saying. What did you say? I'm not. Let's just get this over with. Kid, where is the woman and the child? The bare-chested asked, looking at Naruto. He got a sweat drop when he saw Naruto had gone back to reading, apparently not giving them any attention at all. Hey Brad. I asked you something. Naruto sighed deeply as you said, let's just get this over with. Naruto got up and got into his stance, creating 2 crystal tanto in the process. The 2 thugs hesitated a bit after seeing their opponent creating crystal out of nothing. It didn't last long as the bare-chested charged head first with his companion right after him. Naruto didn't go out of his academy stance and he easily dodged the first punch from the bare-chested. As soon as he had squatted the other came with a kick which he simply blocked. This was child play compared to the training he had undergone. He grabbed the leg in front of him and quickly twisted it, making the hood-wearing thug spin and fall. The bare-chested saw this as an opportunity and clapped his hands together in a fist and brought them hard down on Naruto's head. Instead of the crack he was expecting to hear, he heard nothing. Naruto had grabbed his right wrist and wasn't letting go. Naruto looked with a smirk at his opponent as he tightened and twisted his grip, resulting in a nauseous crack. Naruto's opponent cried out in pain and retracted his hand as soon as Naruto let go. The hood-wearing thug got up and together with his companion, they stepped a few steps back, looking at the blonde brat in front of them, who had fended them off without breaking a sweat. Naruto got up from his squat and simply dusted his pants off. Now, I think we have played long enough. Behind the 2 thugs, a vase and a chair transformed into 2 more Narutos, who quickly thickened their crystal armor in their hands and hit the thugs in their heads. They went out as soon as they had been hit. Naruto shook his head with a smile. Did Gato really think he could kidnap Tazuna's family with thugs? He should know about us. He nodded to his two clones, making them dispel, effectively passing what had happened here to his clone on the bridge. He tied the two thugs up and went upstairs to find Tsunami and Inari hiding in a closet. Tsunami looked worried at him. Is it safe? Naruto showed her a reassuring smile. Yeah, it's safe. Gato only sent two thugs. As if they could take a shinobi down. Inari grinned. Of course. No one can take you down, Naruto Nai-chan. Now that isn't true, Naruto laughed. There's a lot of. Naruto stopped as he got feedback from a clone. It was the one he had sent with the rest of his team. They were in trouble. Sakura-chan. A few minutes earlier with remainder of Team 7. Meanwhile, Kakashi's group had made their way to the bridge. They couldn't believe the sight that met them. Every worker was lying either dead or dying. Azuna stared in disbelief. What is this? He looked over at the workers. What's wrong? What happened? Kakashi was showing no sign of emotion as he looked over the bridge. Just as we thought. He has returned. Mist began to fill the bridge, confirming what he thought. Team, he's coming. Protect Azuna-san. They all quickly took their positions, going into defensive poses. Kakashi-sensei, this is his Kurigakure no Jutsu, isn't it? Sakura asked, but got no answer. They were all waiting for Zabuza to show himself. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kakashi. And you're still carrying those kids. Zabuza's voice sounded as Sasuke began to tremble. He's shaking again. How pitiful, Zabuza mocked. Within a second of that remark, the group was surrounded by 7 water clones. Sasuke smirked. And I'm shaking with excitement. Naruto's cage Bunshin sighed. It's just like you to play the cool act. Let's go, Sasuke. One of the water clones was about to swipe with his sword when Naruto and Sasuke went for it. With a blur of speed, they ran around to the different clones and swiped them with their kunai. A second later they all burst into water. As soon as they were done, the clone got the information from the clones at the house. He didn't take his eyes off Zabuza as he spoke to his team. Gato sent 2 thugs to kidnap Tsunami and Inari as we thought he would. Boss took care of them rather easily and they're safe now. He plans on taking them somewhere else, probably to Jiichi's house or something. Kakashi nodded. I think it would be best for you to dispel and tell Naruto to hurry and come here. I have a feeling we're going to need him. Naruto's clone nodded and dispelled. From across the bridge, Zabuza raised his eyebrow. So he was a clone. Haku, watch out, he can come from anywhere and at any time. I know you have trained a lot this week for this fight against his Shoten, but don't let your guard down. It only takes one slip to give the enemy the upper hand. Of course, Zabuza Dan, Haku said with an emotionless voice. Nothing like what he normally talked like. Kakashi looked over his team. Sakura, get close and protect Azuna. Sasuke, you will have to keep Zabuza's friend occupied. I will take care of Zabuza. The group immediately got into the different positions they were given. Zabuza saw the opposing group getting ready. I don't think we have more time for chit-chat. Haku, you got first. Hi, she said, as she began spinning around making her way to the Konoha shinobi. Sasuke looked in awe at the speed of his opponent as he brought up his kunai. She was aiming for one of the nerves in his chest when he blocked. Zabuza saw it and raised his eyebrow. Oh. He was able to catch up to her speed. The 2 shinobi looked at each other, trying to estimate the other's strength. Their kunai clashed again and again, neither being able to get through the other's guard. Haku spun around fast, trying to get some more force into his strike, but Sasuke just did the same, getting the same result. They stopped, trying to overpower the other, rather than compete in speed. Then Haku said, I don't want to kill you, but you won't back off, right? Sasuke smirked at his opponent. What? Are you stupid? As I thought. But you won't be able to keep up with me for my next move, she said, keeping up the power struggle. And I'm already 2 steps ahead of you. Really? And which steps would that be? Sasuke asked with a smirk and a raised eyebrow. The first one is the water on the ground, Haku said, keeping her voice even. And the second? Sasuke asked. And the second one, she continued, is that I'm keeping one of your arms busy. Therefore, you can only take and block my attacks. While keeping Sasuke's arm busy, she brought up her other hand, starting to go through one-handed seals. Sasuke's eyes widened. What? He's creating seals with one hand. He could only stand there and do nothing. If he tried to back off, then his opponent would stab him down. If he stayed, he would most likely get hit by whatever technique Haku was casting. He was trapped. Haku stopped at a half-ram seal Sensatsu Sushim, she said, stomping with one foot in the ground. All the water around them flew into the air, forming a dome-like shape around the 2. As soon as the dome was shaped, the water started forming into needles, covering every escape route. Sasuke gulped. So this is it? I'm going to end like this? Without even having a chance to catch up at Itachi. The people around the 2 fighters could only look by. Kakashi was, to say it mildly, surprised. One-handed seals. I've only ever seen that in veterans. And it's not something you can learn, you either can or can't do it. And the latter is the most common. That boy really is something. I have to do something. But that thought Kakashi charged towards the two, aiming to get Sasuke out of the Needle Dome. He was, however, stopped midway by Zabuza slashing with his decapitation sword and was forced to dodge it unless he wanted to lose a head. Zabuza shook his head laughing lightly, causing chills down Sakura's back. Now Kakashi, it wouldn't be nice to interrupt someone's fighting, would it now? Kakashi looked frustrated at Zabuza and thereafter Sasuke, come on Naruto. We need you. Sasuke looked around the dome, trying to find a way to escape, but all escape routes were blocked. He glanced over his shoulder to see if Kakashi could help him, only to see him in a showdown against Kakashi. He turned his vision back on his opponent. The water needles began flying towards the two, and Haku jumped back to avoid getting hit. The sound of the needles hitting their target sounded as the place they had fought was covered up in vapor. Haku didn't move out of her defensive position as it slowly was blown away by the light ocean breeze. What she saw surprised her. Sasuke was inside a prism made up of thin red crystal. She narrowed her eyes. So he has shown up. This is what I have trained for the last week. The other two won't be a problem, but the Shouten user. Now where is he? Her question was answered as she heard a voice behind her. It came from Naruto, who looked a little winded. He looked over the field. Haku was standing a few meters from Sasuke, who was now inside his crystal prism. Kakashi and Zabuza were standing in front of each other a couple of meters from Sasuke, not looking like they had started yet, and finally Sakura was standing guard in front of Tazuna all the way back on the bridge. Haku rose from her crouch without turning towards Naruto. So you have finally decided to show up. Naruto jumped over to Sasuke, releasing his prism in the process. Sasuke looked up at his blonde teammate and nodded appreciatively. Naruto, seeing that Sasuke was okay, stood up and faced Haku. Sorry if I kept you waiting. I had to take care of the thugs your boss hired to kidnap Tazuna's family. Did he really think he could kidnap them with thugs? Surely you have told him about us. Haku didn't answer but began going through seals, causing Naruto to go into a defensive stance. Haku finished and stomped on the ground against Sensatsu. Water again rose from the ground before forming into needles and shooting towards the two boys. Haku was shocked when all the needles stopped only a few meters from Naruto, who was standing with a hand raised towards the needles. Slowly at first, but going faster and faster, the needles crystallized with Naruto as center. Naruto smirked, jutsu like that isn't going to work on me. As he talked, the needles combined and started forming the Rikaku Shuriken. With a flick of a finger they flew towards Haku, who could only parry and dodge. Naruto was impressed that she didn't get hit once. Impressive, he nodded approvingly. Haku was watching him through her mask. He can crystallize my Suiton. But how does he fare against a material that's already a crystal? She began going through another set of seals. Hyutin. Senbon no Hari. Naruto was shocked to see the water around his opponent frozen over before breaking into pieces and forming. He didn't let it show as he looked at his opponent. You have a Kekkei Genkai too. But seriously, what's with the needles? He didn't get an answer as the ice fired towards him. He planned to crystallize them but was surprised at how hard it was. They got closer and closer and he had only crystallized a little over a tenth of them. They were too close for comfort as he realized he couldn't crystallize them all before they hit. He looked over his shoulder to see Sasuke up and about again. Sasuke, he has a Kekkei Genkai, go and protect Azuna Ajisan and I will take care of this. Naruto said as they began to dodge all the needles. There were too many and they got scratches here and there. Sasuke glared at his teammate. In no way. I'm a Uchiha elite, no way a clan less dope can do better than me. Sasuke, remove that pole from your ass. Maybe if you had your Sharingan yet you could do it, but you don't. So let the clan less dope handle it. I should be able to keep him busy with my Shoten. As they spoke the mist began to thicken. Crap, Kaka-sensei and Zabuza must have started their fight. They could hear their teacher and Zabuza clash here and there. Naruto took a look at Sasuke. He didn't look like he was going to Tazuna. He sighed dejectedly. Fine, stay, but don't get in the way. Sasuke was still glaring at Naruto, but resigned. Fine. Naruto turned towards Haku. Now, shall we? You're not going to give up either, are you? Haku asked from his position. Naruto shook his head. Sorry, no can do. Wouldn't look good on paper that my first higher ranking mission was a failure and I can't let all these people down. I didn't think so. Senbon no Hari. She said again, forming the ice needles. Naruto knew he couldn't crystallize them, so he had to block them. He quickly went through the right seals. Kesso. Rikaku Shuriken. Ranbu. The ice and crystal shuriken clashed midair, causing several hundred clangs to travel over the bridge. None of the two wanted to give in and kept throwing projectiles at the other. At last they could see that neither of them would win like this and Naruto stopped only to dodge the last few from Haku by jumping to the side. They looked at each other, trying to determine what the other was going to do, both standing in their respective poses. Finally Haku made two more ice and charged. Naruto made his crystal tantos and charged as well. Sasuke looked from the sideline and marveled at the speed and power. It was clear to him that Haku had held back during their clash and that Naruto never really showed his true powers. It was true that it had been a few weeks since they had fought Kakashi in the bell test, but no one could get that much stronger that fast. Could they? Sasuke got angry. He could still remember the dead last in their class. Where did he go? Where the hell did this Naruto come from? Shoten couldn't be the only answer. He wanted to show that he could fight too, but he could tell just by looking at Haku and Naruto that he was no match for either of them. Sure, he could probably get a hit in here and there, but in the end he would lose. Naruto dodged another swipe from Haku's eyes and tried to retaliate by slashing at her gut, but no luck. Haku brought her mother down and blocked. Betraying their size, the ice was both strong and durable, surely because of the chakra it took to make them. It's probably because of all the chakra in them that I can't crystallize fast enough. I bet with a lot of training it wouldn't matter much to me, but as I am now it simply takes too much concentration, Naruto theorized as he ducked under a kick. He tried to grab it to twist it like he had done earlier, but no luck as Haku conjured up a few and threw them at him, forcing him to jump back a few meters to avoid them. They looked at each other again, gaining their breath. They weren't winded or anything, but they knew that this fight would take some time. From what they could tell they were as strong as the other. This battle was only going to end when either the other slipped up or by the one who had the most stamina. They charged again. With Kakashi and Zabuza. Kakashi was holding up his kunai in a defensive stance. Zabuza was totally controlling in this battle, no doubt about that. His Sharingan wasn't of much use as the fog was too thick. He was covered in small cuts here and there, the biggest being in his hand. Zabuza had stabbed him with a strange blade as soon as he had tried to uncover his Sharingan. After that Zabuza had disappeared into the mist, showing why he was called Demon of Kiri. His abilities with the silent killing method was frightening. The only reason he was still here was because of his Sharingan. He could dodge just enough for Zabuza to miss any of his vital areas. He was just hoping that Naruto and Sasuke were doing better. He could still hear sounds from another battle, so he was positive that they were still alive. Well Kakashi, it looks like you don't look so good, it came from Zabuza in the mist. You're worried about me, Zabuza? That's cute. You don't have to, I'm more than okay, Kakashi said, hiding his worry. Really? I guess we will have to do something about that, won't we? Zabuza said, finishing with an evil laugh. Kakashi tightened up his stance and awaited a new barrage of assaults. But Naruto and Haku. Naruto forced Haku back with a barrage of slashes. Haku jumped back, throwing a few in the process, and landed a few meters away. Naruto simply blocked them. They were in a stare showdown again. None of them had gained any injuries after they had started their fight. Naruto had gotten a few scratches from the ice at the start, but they were healed now, thanks to the old fuzzball. After that he activated his crystal armor. He looked over his opponent, she didn't have any scratches either. But Naruto knew he had gotten through her guard a couple of times. He took a closer look and saw cold air forming around her. Now it made sense, I see. So you also have armor, just like my Kesso no Yoroi, Naruto said, staying in his stance. Indeed I have. Kori no Yoroi encases me in a thin sheet of chakra-infused ice. It will block all edged attacks, but the most powerful, Haku replied. Naruto nodded mentally to himself, it's the same principles as my crystal armor. If we weren't enemies I'm sure we could learn a lot from each other. It does make sense though, ice is a crystal, a different crystal than my crystals, but a crystal nonetheless. He paused and looked over at his opponent. He didn't know why, but he had an odd feeling that they had met before. Well, other than the brief encounter when his team had fought Zabuza the first time. Haku began going through seals, she knew that they weren't getting anywhere with Taijutsu. She concentrated a lot of ice chakra and focused it in her lungs before exhaling Hyutin. Namitarito. A deep blue-colored wind flew from her mouth and headed for Naruto. Naruto saw this and knew he couldn't get hit. He quickly went through his own seals and stomped on the ground, Kishin Akib. A thick crystal wall grew from the concrete of the bridge, defending Naruto from the blue wind. The wind hit hard and the wall was under strain, but it held. The wind split and went to either side of the wall and continued like that. Naruto, seeing the attack, shattered the wall. Everywhere the wind had hit a thick layer of ice was present on the ground. He took a look at his opponent, she didn't even look affected by using such a powerful attack. It was true he wouldn't either, but he had a demon inside him to help him with that. Betting over it, Naruto decided to attack while he had the chance. He gathered a lot of Shoten chakra in his hand and slammed it into the bridge Shoten. A Miwatari no Jutsu. Blue crystals shot up from the ground making their way towards Haku. The Kunoichi began jumping back to avoid the attack. She was taken aback by the speed of the attack. She saw that she couldn't run from it and went through Seal's Hyutin. Namita Riedo. She slammed her fists down on the bridge and her own spikes began to form. The two attacks moved closer and closer until ice clashed with crystal. The force the two attacks hit with was enough to tremble the big bridge. Naruto and Haku had to concentrate chakra at their feet to not lose their foothold. Enough. I guess I will have to use one of my strongest attacks, Naruto said, and begin going through a great deal of Seal Shoten. Hasho Koryu. From the water behind him a great crystal dragon rose. It danced around the air as it awaited Naruto's command. It wasn't anything near as big as either Kakashi's or Zabuza's water dragons had been, but it was decent enough for a Genin or even a Chunin. I guess so, Haku said, going through her own Seal's Hyutin. Read Ryu. She cried as 3 ice dragons rose behind her. Naruto's sweat dropped. Of course she also knows that kind of thing. Isn't there anything I can do to get the upper hand? He thought as the 2 dragons began attacking, making crystal and ice showering down on Naruto and Haku. But Kakashi and Zabuza. Kakashi looked worriedly in the direction of where all the battle sounds were coming. He was starting to get a little worried. It hadn't been nice sounds that had come from that direction, and a few moments ago the whole section of the bridge had trembled. And now he heard roars of big beasts, and even through the thick mist he could see shadows clashing. It's some student you have, Kakashi, to be able to stand up against Haku, Zabuza's voice sounded. Kakashi tried to determine the origin of the voice. The feeling is mutual. Naruto is most likely the strongest genin in Konoha. And if not, he is the strongest of his year, Kakashi replied, while keeping his worry hidden. He couldn't afford to show any weakness now. He had come up with a strategy to get Zabuza. Now all he needed was to wait. I don't know about you, but I would like to see this fight, so let's finish this, Zabuza said, before appearing from the mist with his blade raised for a slash. Kakashi let it slash him slightly in the stomach, making blood splatter out on his opponent. Zabuza grinned before disappearing into the mist again. I agree that Zabuza, Kakashi said, keeping the pain back by sheer willpower. It's time we end this. The next will be the last. Kakashi brought out a scroll from his flak jacket, smeared blood on it, and began a ritual-like process. Is that so? I can't wait to see what it. He was interrupted when an ear-shattering roar reverted through the mist, followed by what sounded like crystal shattering. But Sasuke had tried his best to keep watching Haku and Naruto, but they were so fast. There were moments when he thought they had slowed down, but he brushed it off as his imagination. Finally he took Naruto's advice and made his way to Tazuna and Sakura. There was no way he could help Naruto. He could hear the roars of the dragons and the clashes they had, but ignored it as well as he could and continued. Soon enough he saw Sakura still standing in the same place in front of Tazuna. Her face lit up with joy for a second, before it showed fear. Sasuke. What's wrong with your eyes? Sasuke looked dumbstruck. What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with them. But Sakura said, not sure if she should tell her Sasuke what's wrong. They're red. Sasuke's eyes widened in excitement as he looked down in a puddle. And sure enough, his eyes were red with 1 tomo in his left eye and 2 in his right eye. He had the Sharingan. Before he could tell Sakura what had happened, a shattering roar sounded from where Naruto and Haku were fighting, followed by a crystal shattering sound. Sakura and Tazuna both looked worried in the direction it had come from. Tazuna was the first to say, what the hell is happening? It sounds like they're tearing my bridge apart. Sakura seemed to think the same. Sasuke looked away from where Naruto and Haku was and looked seriously at the 2 in front of him. It's Naruto. Sakura was shocked. She had thought it was Kakashi and Zabuza. She looked away from Sasuke and looked in the direction Naruto was. He may be a baka and annoying at times, but he was her teammate. She clutched her hands together. Naruto. Please be careful. But Naruto and Haku. Naruto was standing a couple of meters from his opponent. They were both starting to pant. They had used a lot of chakra. Naruto still had about 40% left. This had been a lot harder than he had thought. Haku looked at her opponent through her mask. I can't go on like this much longer. I have to use it. She began gathering what chakra she had. I'm sorry, but this can't go on much longer. I have to defeat you. There's no doubt that you're strong for Genin, perhaps even a Chunin, but it ends here. No one has ever beaten my next Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes narrowed. How do you know my name? It isn't something I tell everyone. Naruto thought about for a second. Well, not anyone, not from the village. He took a real close look at his opponent and his eyes widened in surprise as he recognized her. It's you. You from the forest. Haku stared through her mask for a few seconds, pondering if she should reveal herself. She sighed deeply and took off her mask. Naruto stared in disbelief, but why? Why would you work for someone like Zabuza? Haku gave Naruto a friendly smile. He saved me. Do you know about Kiri and its civil war? Naruto nodded. He remembered reading about it. Most of the population had developed an irrational fear of the families with Kekkei Genkai after the Second Great Shinobi War. They had all but hunted the clans with Kekkei Genkai. It struck Naruto where it hurt since he had a Kekkei Genkai. He remembered being really happy about living in Konoha. They loved their Kekkei Genkai. If you want convincing, just look at the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan. They were some of the most influential clans in Konoha, even the Uchiha after being massacred. Haku continued. My full name is Yuki Haku. My clan has the ability to control ice, or Hyutin as it's known as. We're not a very big clan and we haven't supported any of the Mizukage there have been and thus have not participated in any of the wars. But that didn't matter. They went after us too. My mother changed her name. She married my father without telling him and they had me." She paused to let it sink in. "I was 4 when I first found out about my abilities. I showed my mom, I thought she would be so proud of me. But instead she hit me and told me to never do it again. But it was too late, my father had already found out. He gathered a mob and killed my mom in front of me. Then they went for me. I can't remember much after that. One thing I do remember was an ice spike that went through my father. I figured I killed him." Again she paused and looked over the ocean. "I wandered for months through the roads of Kiri, no one cared enough to stop and ask if I was okay. We were in a civil war and one only looked out for oneself. That was until Zabuza found me. He took me in, he cared for me, and he trained me. That was when his dream became my dream. I want to free Kiri. I want us to be one again." Naruto looked at her with pity as she looked over the ocean. "Why did we have to be enemies?" She looked back at Naruto with a determined look. "If you won't back down, I will have to make you." She raised her hands in a seal Naruto had never seen. Makamheimshma. A blue aura began to emit from her. Naruto noticed it was the same color as the Hyutin. Namidori Ito she had used earlier and readied himself. Around him ice began to shoot up from the ground, forming mirrors. Before he could do anything about it he was inside a dome of ice mirrors. There were 21. 12 remained at ground level, 8 floated above the first 12 and angled toward the ground, and the final mirror was above the rest and facing the ground. Naruto heard footsteps and faced Haku who was slowly making her way to a mirror and stepped inside. "Now she is 21. You have now lost, Naruto. There is nothing you can do but give up." "I already told you that I can't do what," Naruto said determinedly. "Have you seen what people in this country live like? How do children beg for food just to survive the day? I am fighting for all of them. You are fighting for Gato, the one that caused this. So I will win this, I will defeat you, and I will help free this nation from Gato's grasp." Haku looked a little sad. "Very well then," she said as she erased her, "then you will die," and with that she threw needles from all the mirrors faster than you could see. With Kakashi and Zabuza. Kakashi finished the ritual and slammed the scroll into the ground. Zabuza laughed. "No matter what you're doing at one," he was cut short as he cried out in pain, and the mist lightened. Kakashi walked over to Zabuza to find him impaled on the ground by dogs, biting his arms, legs and ribs. "You can't escape this. Now, release it." Zabuza tried to find a way out of the mess when he felt a cold chill and smirked at Kakashi. "Sure. You want to see the demise of your student, won't you?" he said as he released it. The fog dispersed almost immediately. Kakashi was stunned to see a big dome of ice mirrors with Naruto in the middle. He didn't look like he had any injuries, but he looked exhausted, way more than Kakashi had ever seen him. And every now and then he was barraged with needles. They bounced harmlessly off his crystal armor, but it wouldn't last forever. He was about to go to help him when Naruto looked him straight in the eye. He got the message and stayed where he was. He was just about to ask Zabuza when he answered. "It's Haku's clan secret, Makamheimshma. No one has ever escaped or defeated it. Even I would have trouble with it." Kakashi looked away from Zabuza and glanced over at Izuna, thankful to see him unharmed, and saw Sasuke and Sakura guarding him. They all had worried looks on their faces and they stared at Naruto in the dome. With Naruto and Haku, Naruto had tried almost everything, but he couldn't break out of the dome. There was one more thing he could try, but it would leave him with almost no chakra and it wasn't even sure to work. It was a new thing he had been working on, a last resort. He was brought out of his chain of thoughts when he was hit with another barrage of. He looked at Haku. He wasn't in every mirror anymore, he was also low on chakra. Maybe, just maybe, it will work. She is also low on chakra. Naruto thought only one way to find out. But I must go through a lot of seals. I just hope my armor can hold off just for a little more time. With that thought Naruto began going through a lot of seals. Haku saw this. What is he trying to do? I can't let him do it. I have to stop him, and she began bombarding him with needles. Slowly but surely his armor began to crack. Naruto sped up the seals as his armor began cracking more and more. Just as Haku was about to throw the thing that would have destroyed his armor, Naruto finished his preparation and gathered his remaining chakra. Everyone present looked in awe as a small pink bowl began to form above Naruto's chest. Naruto squinted in concentration before crying Shoten. Kesso Jundo. The small ball expanded and encased the whole dome before dispersing. First nothing happened, but then with Naruto as center, everything the blast wave had touched crystallized. Within a few seconds the section of the bridge was fully crystal, even the mirrors. Haku had just enough time to jump out of the mirrors after using the last of her chakra, trying to prevent them from breaking. As soon as she was out Naruto went through a few seals, effectively using the last of his chakra Shoten. The Ningu-Kazoku and crystal chains separated from the crystallized ground and tied Haku up. But that done, Naruto shattered the mirrors and returned the bridge to normal. When he was done he was on one knee. Sasuke, Sakura and Tazuna were by his side fast. Tazuna grinned widely at him. "Good job, brat. That was some use there at last. I'm just glad you could return the bridge to normal." Naruto grinned back at Tazuna as Sakura fuzzed over him to see if he was injured. But thanks to his crystal armor, which he couldn't hold up anymore, all he suffered was being low on chakra. They were about to walk over to Kakashi and Zabuza when someone clapped. At the end of the unfinished bridge were standing Gato and about 50 men. "Zabuza, you dog. I knew you couldn't do it. Well, good riddance. I wasn't planning on paying you anyway." Zabuza glared at Gato. "Kakashi, it seems our disagreement is over." Kakashi didn't take his eyes off Gato and his men. "Yeah, it seems like he set and dispelled the dogs and freed Zabuza." He nodded at Naruto, who did the same to Haku. Kakashi looked over at his team, Zabuza and Haku. The only ones capable of fighting right now were Sasuke and Sakura, and there was no way they could take 50 men down, no matter how strong the enemy were. Gato looked at two of the men beside him. "Well, what are you waiting for? Kill Tazuna. Kill them all." One of the men he had spoken to. "What about the pretty Rosette over there?" he asked with a perverse grin. "You can have her, just kill the rest of them," Gato responded. That seemed to excite the men. "You got it, boss." The two went through seals, quickly making it obvious that they were shinobi Suiton. Mizu no Dangan. Multiple water projectiles formed as bullets quickly shot towards Tazuna and Sakura, who were standing in front of him. Naruto's eyes widened. He tried using his Shoten, but he didn't have enough chakra. Before he knew it, he was standing in front of Sakura with the worst pain he had ever had in his chest. He looked down and saw multiple holes. He looked at Kakashi, who had wide eyes. Naruto coughed, causing blood to be spewed from his mouth. Faster than he could see, more water bullets were shot towards him with such force, it pushed him off the bridge and into the cold water below. The world began to blacken, and the last thing he heard was a female voice screaming his name. Tears brimmed Sakura's eyes before realizing she was the one who screamed. With Naruto slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he did, he shot up and bounced into a defensive stance. He looked around and couldn't see where he was. The last thing he remembered was falling off the bridge. And now he was in a sewer. No use of staying here, he thought as he began making his way through the hall. The longer he went, the more an ominous feeling began to grow in his chest. At last he made it to a room with a big cage at the end. The only thing seemingly keeping it short was a piece of paper with a kanji for seal on it. A deep rumble came from the cage. "So, you've finally come here." Naruto squinted his eyes to try and see what was in the cage. "Who are you?" "Come closer and you'll see," the voice sound. Naruto carefully took a few steps towards the cage, but jumped back when 4 enormous claws tried to hit him through the bars. "Gah. If it wasn't for this damn seal I would shred you where you stand." Naruto quickly made 2 crystal tantos. "Kyuubi no Yoko," he stated. The red eyes opened in the cage as the Kyuubi stepped into view. "You're right, I am. And I see you're using my gift well," human Kyuubi said, saying the last part as if it was venom. Naruto didn't pay attention to it much. "If you are the Kyuubi, then this must be inside my mind." "Very observant. Your predecessors weren't as clever the first time they came to face me." "Why am I here?" Naruto asked. "You're dying," Kyuubi stated flatly, as if he was talking about the weather. I'm what?" Naruto asked, disbelieving. "Dying, as becoming dead, as not living," Kyuubi said, amused. He hadn't had this much fun since he had been sealed inside Kushina. Oh, how he could push her buttons. Naruto stared at the big fix. "This can't be happening. I'm dying, and worse, my last moments will be with a demon fox that have made my life a living hell." Naruto sat down and began thinking. He could remember from the books about Jinchuriki that they sometimes could channel their tenant's power. Now it was just a question of how to get the Kyuubi to cooperate. "It's not like I can force him to do it. He is an ageless mass of chakra. But maybe." Naruto smirked to himself. "Well, if I am to die, I can't see any better way. I will have defeated one of the most powerful beings in this world." Kyuubi's laughter boomed through the sewer's most powerful being. "The Hyoten user is nothing compared to what I've seen. Heck, even by your puny standards she wasn't much to talk about." "Oh, I'm not talking about her," Naruto stated. Kyuubi narrowed his eyes at the human standing in front of him. "Then who are you talking about?" Naruto smirked to Kyuubi. "You, of course. When I die, you die. You're sealed inside me. Too bad, I guess if you had enough time you could break out in some way. But that's not going to happen now." Kyuubi didn't have any answer to that. Naruto went for the kill. "Unless." "Unless what, human?" "Unless you lend me your chakra. I bet that those guys couldn't stand up to the might of the mighty Kyuubi no Yoko." "Watch it, humans," the fox growled. He was silent for a few seconds. "Very well, but you best not waste it. You are representing me, no way my vessel is going to lose to a bunch of thugs." Red mist began to emit from the cage and centered around Naruto. First only a little, then more and more until Naruto couldn't see a hand in front of him. He heard the fox's deep laughter rumble through the mist. With Kakashi kept brushing off the attacking thugs. It seemed that it was only the two that attacked killed Naruto with shinobi. Kakashi kept glancing over at where Naruto had stood. There was a pool of blood spattering from where he had coughed up the blood. He looked over at Sakura, who looked to be on the brink of tears. Her mind almost went blank as the image of Naruto kept appearing, watching him die to save her. He was distracted for a moment and was just about to take a stab from the enemy when Zabuza blocked it. He glanced over his shoulder to look at Kakashi. Kakashi, get it together. Don't let the blonde kid's death be in vain. Kakashi looked at Zabuza and nodded. You're right. He turned towards the attackers again. He was going to protect the rest of his team. He broke his promise once already, he was not going to do it again. But he had also let his sensei down. Kakashi knocked out one of the attackers and was just about to do the same to another when he felt a huge chakra spike. He looked around, he wasn't the only one. Even the thugs without training seemed to sense something. Then a large quake happened, knocking many of the thugs off their feet. That was when Kakashi recognized the chakra. It can't be. It's Kyuubi's chakra. I will never forget that feeling. He turned towards Sasuke, Sakura and Tazuna. Get off the bridge. Sasuke wasn't going to go that easy, but see, now. Kakashi interrupted. Sakura ran over to Sasuke and tugged him in the arm. The three of them ran towards the entrance to the bridge while Kakashi, Zabuza and Haku held off the thugs. Another quake happened, stronger than before. The three shinobi were forced to use chakra to stay on their feet. The thugs and Gato weren't so lucky and kept falling on their behinds. The shinobi took this as their chance and took out a good portion. By now there were about 30 left, give or take a few. Kakashi heard a big crash and waves being pushed away. He quickly looked and marveled at the sight. A big crimson crystal pillar was standing out in the ocean, towering the bridge by at least 10 meters. He got a burst of hope. Naruto. Another crash from the other side of the bridge and another of the pillars appeared. Two more appeared not long after. And then it happened. A pillar thicker and higher than any of them shot up from the ocean by the end of the unfinished bridge. You're dead, Gato. Naruto's voice sounded. But it wasn't like his usual voice, it was thick and dark with killer intent. Kakashi tried to see where he was and finally spotted him. On top of the last pillar a figure was standing on all fours. Naruto was looking around with red demon eyes, trying to figure out where his victim was. He jumped down onto the bridge, scaring the thugs. One of them tried to jump off the bridge, but only made it half a meter off from it before a spike shot out from one of the pillars, killing him on the spot. Naruto laughed. You don't want to come out and play Gatos-chan? Fine. I'll come and find you. The top of the pillar behind Naruto shattered in small pieces that swirled around him. Then he charged, he tore down enemies left and right. No one could escape him, they were swiped with his claw-like hands, impaled by the small crystals, and broken by his strong punches and kicks. Kakashi, Zabuza and Haku could only look in awe and fear as Naruto tore through all their enemies. There were 20 left, then 15, then 10. As the last few fell, Gato came running towards them. Please, save me. I'll give you anything, pay you any amount. Not a chance. Naruto's demonic voice sounded. He charged a massive amount of chakra in his hands and slammed them into the ground, which began to glow dark red with chakra and moved at a fast pace towards Gato, who began running even faster. The other shinobi saw as the chakra caught up with the little tyrant and crystallized him. Not a few seconds after it shattered in atomic pieces. Nothing was left of Gato. It is over, the blonde genin said. He looked at Kakashi and smiled. He began falling because of his exhaustion, only to be caught by Kakashi. Naruto Nai-chan? Inari asked. Naruto's eyes shut open to see Inari followed by Sasuke, Sakura, Tazuna and the rest of the islanders. Oh, hey Inari. What are you doing here? Naruto asked, not even bothering hiding his exhaustion from the child. We came to help. All the villagers. Inari answered, getting loud agreements from the villagers, who began to cheer on Naruto and his feet. The silver-haired Jounin looked at his student as Naruto's eyes shut close. The Jounin smiled. You did good, Naruto. Inari went over to Kakashi. Is Chan okay? The Jounin smiled at the boy. Yeah, he will be fine. He just needs a lot of rest. That's good, Inari said excitedly and walked back to the villagers and told them the news. Kakashi took Naruto as piggyback and began heading over to Zabuza and Haku, who were both smiling. That stopped when they heard a voice they had hoped not to ever hear. Mamachi, Zabuza, Yuki, Haku. The shinobi spun around and faced a new appearance. It was a squad of 4 shinobi, wearing the same mask as Haku had when they had first met. Zabuza sighed in defeat. So you finally caught up to us. I will come peacefully, I only have one request. Let Haku go. Haku couldn't even move. His master was willing to give his freedom for hers. She was about to disagree when the hunter nin spoke up. No, both of you are coming with us. Zabuza reached for his blade. Then we will fight. The hunter nin squad leader shook his head. You misunderstand, Zabuza-san. The 4th Mizukage is dead. We are here on behalf of the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. She said you two were close comrades under the early stages of the Civil War. Zabuza's eyes widened before narrowing. How do I know you're telling the truth? She really knows you well. She told us you would react like that and told us to tell you even if the mist becomes bloody, doesn't mean it can't become pure again. Zabuza displayed a big grin. Haku, we're going home again. He turned towards Kakashi and bowed. I am sorry we had to meet under these circumstances. I hope to see you and that blonde brat again. Haku bowed likewise and wished Naruto-kun well. I learned a lot from him. They both rose and walked to the Hunter Inn and then all disappeared with a shunshin. Kakashi and his two conscious genin walked back towards Tezuna's house, receiving a hero's welcome as they walked through the city. A week later, Team 7 was standing at the entrance to the newly finished bridge, preparing to go back to Konoha. The mission had taken a bit longer than they had anticipated and they were all eager to get back home. To bid them goodbye were all the islanders led by Inari, Tezuna and Inari. Inari was sobbing lightly, seeing his new hero and big brother go away. Naruto kneeled down beside him and he tried to stop crying. I have to stop crying or you'll just call me a crybaby. Naruto smiled friendly at Inari. It's okay to cry when you're happy. It just shows that you're human. Inari nodded and succumbed to full-out crying. Naruto hugged him goodbye and got up. Team 7 bids their goodbyes and begins their journey home. Standing back was the bridge builder and his family. Tezuna were smiling at the sight of Inari, he had gotten his grandson back. Hey, we haven't named the bridge yet. Inari was looking at the fading vision of Team 7, I think I have an idea. Oh, really? Tezuna asked, already having a hunch. The Great Naruto Bridge, Inari said as it was obvious. Several of the islanders voiced their agreement. Tezuna scratched his chin, the Great Naruto Bridge, huh? Well, the name has given him plenty of luck. It should serve our bridge well. Sensatsu Sushim 1000 Flying Water Needles of Death. Using this technique, Haku gathers some water from the air and surrounding environment into 1000 long needles. She then directs them to a specific target at high speed, leaping backwards before impact so she doesn't get caught in the crossfire. Haku is able to perform this with one-handed seals, allowing him to pin an opponent's arm and attack while they cannot use any techniques themselves. Senbon no Hari Ice Release. Frost Senbon Needles. Haku freezes surrounding water and shapes them into frost. Kori no Yoroi Ice Armor. This allows the user to become encased in a thin sheet of ice to protect herself from blunt force trauma. This armor can also aid the user in performing stronger physical attacks. The ice is transparent and can only be noticed by light reflecting off it. Hyoten. Namita Rito Ice Release. Freezing Wind. This requires the user to need a large amount of chakra inside the body which is then converted into ice chakra and expelled from the mouth in the form of a blue-colored wind. Anything that this freezing wind comes into contact with will be automatically frozen. The effectiveness of this depends on the volume of chakra that is mustered. The only problem with this is however that it is used for short range, therefore, the user must be near the opponent first when initiating the Heso no Cave Crystal Release. Crystal Wall. The user conjures a protective wall of crystal. A Muwatari no Jutsu Crystal Release. The God's Crossings Technique. The user places his hand on a surface, creating a long stream of sharp crystals to bind and pierce a target. Hyoten. Namita Rito Ice Release. Frozen Tear. Once the appropriate hand seals are done, the user begins to gather ice elemental chakra around their fist. When the necessary chakra is gathered, the user will punch the ground with either one or both of their fists, causing the ground to break open and stalactites, large spikes of ice to appear from underneath the ground. These large ice spikes are super hard, can be used to impale or skewer a target. Normally the spikes appear from underneath the ground, but it's possible to cause them to appear from the side of a tree or from a ceiling. The size and speed of this depends on the amount of chakra used. The more chakra, the faster the tear will appear and the stronger it will be. This technique can also be performed near a body of water, as the user can manipulate any source of water into ice, thus the more water nearby the stronger they will be. Hasho Koryu Crystal Release. Tearing Crystal Falling Dragon. The user crystallizes a material in the area and then turns it into a dragon. It can be used as a means to travel or to attack a target. Several dragons can also be made and manipulated at once. Rito Ryu Ice Style. Frozen Dragon Jutsu. The user freezes a body of water and shapes it into a dragon that will do the user's bidding. Can be used as a means to travel or to fight. Makamheimshm Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals. The abominable and tremendous ability, passed down only within the Yuki clan. The Kekkei Genkai. Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals is a technique wrapped up in many mysteries. It was said that no method in existence can defeat this technique. In an instant, multiple mirrors of ice are created around the enemy, reflecting nothing but Haku. The opponent is trapped in a dome of 21 floating mirrors made out of ice. 12 remain at ground level, 8 float above the first 12 and angle toward the ground, and the final mirror is above the rest and facing the ground. Once Haku has entered the mirrors, it's possible for her to move between the mirrors at the speed of light. It's impossible to see attack send out from this literal light speed movement. As every mirror shows his reflection, one could say it's impossible to see all of Haku's attacks. Even if the opponent tries to attack the real body, Haku will have already moved to another mirror. Without eyes like the Sharingan, it will be impossible to keep track of him. If the mirror Haku is in is broken, he can leap out of one of the fragments and continue his attack or move to another mirror. The technique requires a large amount of chakra to maintain, so Haku's movement becomes progressively slower the longer he maintains the mirrors. Haku can also form individual mirrors, not restricted to the 21 mirror formation. He can create them high in the sky, allowing him to take out airborne targets. The cold which emanates from the mirrors is also enough to cause snow to fall. Though they are made from ice, the mirrors are resistant to Kaiten techniques. Teso Jundo Crystal Release. A large amount of chakra is used to entirely remake the battlefield into a giant crystal formation. This can maximum encompass 200 feet around the user, though the area is controlled by the amount of chakra and control the user has. With a large amount of chakra used, this ability is not without benefits. After the area has reached its crystal state, the user then can draw energy from it. Opponents will find it very difficult to get around because of the user's chakra repelling their chakra from letting them climb. And deep caverns or gorges that are formed is the most unwanted place for enemy shinobi. Because of the repelling feature on enemies, the area would tamper the abilities of the enemy or worse, backfire on themselves. Mizu no Dangan Water Release. Water Bullet. The user fires bullets made out of water. Chapter 7. The Jinjutsu Mistress. The members of Team 7 were standing in front of the Hokage in his office. They had just given their mission report and awaited a reply. Sasuke and Sakura kept glancing and grinned. Well, Sakura grinned, Sasuke did his amused smirk face. Naruto couldn't really blame them, he was some sight. His clothes were almost completely ruined, his shirt had 2 holes close to his heart where the water bullets had hit him, and he had gashes all over from his fight with Haku. He got a tick mark when he heard Sakura giggling again. I really need to get a second set of clothes. It wasn't like I could afford it before, but now that we get the pay of an air rank it shouldn't be a problem. It's true I could have kept the jumpsuit, but I would have looked way worse. I mean, the more I wear these clothes, the more I realize how ridiculous I looked. I see. It came from the Sandaime Hokage. He puffed a bit on his pipe before continuing. Well, I'm happy that you're all okay. You will all get the appropriate pay, and I will make sure that it will be written as an air rank in your files. That last bit cheered the team up as they nodded approvingly to each other. For now you can take a week off. And before you come with any objection, it's because I have a mission for Kakashi. He looked sternly at the genin in the room to make his point clear. None of them objected, thank God, and he reached into the drawer and gave each of them the pay. Good then. You're all dismissed. Kakashi, I will call for you when we have your mission ready. Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi began to make their way out of the office. Naruto didn't move. Hokage-sama, I will need to speak to you in private. His teammates looked baffled. What could Naruto want to speak to the Hokage about? Kakashi had an idea of what it was and dragged Naruto's 2 teammates out of the office. Hiruzen knew it was important, he could see it on his grandson figure's face and the fact that he had said Hokage-sama instead of Jiji. As Kakashi left the room, Naruto tried to locate the Anbu in the room and looked back at the Hokage, completely alone. Hiruzen hesitated a second before nodding. 3 Anbu appeared from their different hiding spots before disappearing again. The old Hokage rose from his seat and activated a privacy seal. He turned towards Naruto. Now we can speak without anyone listening in. What was it you wanted to talk to me about? Now it was Naruto who was hesitating. He took a deep breath back. In Nami, when we fought at the bridge. After I had gotten shot and fell into the waters, I thought I was dying. Naruto paused. Sarutobi could clearly see that this wasn't something Naruto was talking about easily. He showed him over to the couch and sat beside him. Naruto continued, I think I blacked out or something. When I came to it I found myself in a sewer of some sort. I didn't know what was going on and tried to find my way out. And then I met the Kyuubi. Hiruzen's eyes shot wide open. Have you met Kyuubi? As far as he knew, Kushina and Mito hadn't met the Kyuubi before they had actively tried it. That Naruto would meet it accidentally like that was concerning. Yeah, I did, but don't worry, it's not breaking loose or anything. I was in my mind and I saw the seal. Naruto replied fast, seeing the face his grandfather was displaying. The old Hokage's face relaxed. What happened then? Well, it was taunting me, saying how happy it was that I was dying and so on. I, of course, wasn't so thrilled about it. To make a long story short, it lent me some chakra to save its own life. If I die, it dies. You used the Kyuubi's chakra? Hiruzen asked in disbelief. As far as he knew, neither Mito nor Kushina had ever used the Kyuubi's chakra. Kushina had explained that the Kyuubi didn't want to share it with lower beings. Naruto looked worried. If I didn't, I would have died. I'm sure of it, he said, looking down on the floor. Hiruzen saw how Naruto was reacting. Oh, sorry Naruto. I'm just surprised. He paused and put a hand on Naruto's head. Naruto looked up at him. I'm going to have Jiraiya come and see if there's anything wrong with the seal. If there isn't, well, let's talk about that at the time. But for now Jiraiya will be out on a mission. Naruto nodded, showing he understood. The old Hokage smiled. Now to other matters. I have also added the Mizuki incident to your file as an A rank. Naruto looked surprised at the Hokage. You didn't have to do that. The old man smiled friendly at the blonde in front of him. You must understand that the scroll he tried to steal holds some of the best kept secrets in Konohagakure, including the Kage Bunshin and the Shikifkin seal that sealed the Kyuubi in you, and therefore also how to break it. It won't be easy, but… You get my point, Naruto nodded. And of course you have also received the appropriate pay. He paused. So maybe now you could get some new clothes. Now I suggest you enjoy your days off. He finished smiling. Naruto jumped out of the couch and showed Hiruzen one of his most brilliant smiles. Will do Jiji, he said as he began to walk out towards the door. Oh, and Naruto. The blonde genin turned around to look at the Hokage. Good job. Naruto grinned broadly at his grandfather figure. Thanks Jiji, and then bolted out of the door. 15 minutes later at Higurashi weapon shop. Tenten glanced at the clock once again. She sighed and leaned over the counter again. 5 minutes my ass. I'm not even on my shift, but of course I had to say yes to watch it for 5 minutes. 30 minutes ago. I'm going to kill Tusan. She sighed again. The village had been so quiet without Naruto in it. Even when he didn't play pranks, he did give the village energy. And she missed him, her personally. They had become closer friends than she would have thought they could when they met. She snickered remembering the orange jumpsuit he had walked into the store in and how he had just spaced out when he saw her. She heard the bell over the door. What the hell took you so long? Nami no Kuni isn't exactly close, Naruto said rather sheepishly. Tenten blinked a few times. Oh sorry Naruto. It's my father. What the hell happened to you? She had gotten a good look at his attire. It was worrying. Naruto laughed lightly. Nothing really. Tenten didn't buy it and kept looking determinedly at him, a look that said you're not getting out of here before you tell. Okay. I got shot. Tenten's eyes widened a bit but kept the look up. She knew Naruto wouldn't tell everything knowing it would worry her. Naruto saw this and sighed. Okay, I got shot twice. And fell off a bridge. That was 15 meters high. Into freezing waters. And almost drowned. But I swear, I'm okay. Naruto said, still getting the look. Tenten's jaw had almost hit the floor by now. She quickly gathered herself. Oh well, if it's only that. How did it happen? Naruto sighed. He knew he had to tell the whole truth. Well, everything but the fox. And so he did. When he was done, Tenten quickly got over to him and hugged him tightly. I'm glad you're okay. Naruto tensed up. He was still not used to Tenten's hugging attitude, despite knowing for a bit more than 2 months. There was a cough from the entrance. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. The two genin turned towards the voice to see Kaido standing with an all-knowing smile. Naruto blushed deeply and began frantically to try and explain. This was one of the few stores in the village that allowed the demon brat to buy things, and he liked Tenten and Kaido. He wasn't about to get on their bad side. Kaido laughed deeply. Relax Naruto, I was just kidding. You're woe. Kaido was now crouching after a dodge from a kunai. He turned towards a mad-looking Tenten. What gives? Tenten glared at her dad. What gives? What gives? You said I only needed to watch the store for 5 minutes. Look at the clock, that was 30 minutes ago. Kaido laughed sheepishly. Sorry. I got caught up with Inoichi. Tenten sighed, never mind that now. I'm going to help Naruto get a second set of clothes now. It was the first time Kaido had actually taken a look at Naruto's clothes. Whoa. What happened to you? Naruto was about to answer when Tenten cut him off, still glaring at her father. Well, you would have known if you came back in time. Come, Naruto, let's get your clothes. 10 minutes later. Okay then, it will be 2,000 Ryo. And I will make sure that your old clothes get fixed while typing it into the cash register. Naruto nodded and took out Gama-chan. Thanks Ten-chan. He was standing in identical clothes, though without all the gashes. Tenten looked amused at him. Ten-chan. Naruto froze a bit. If you don't like it. No, I like it, she quickly replied. I was just surprised. Naruto smiled brightly at her and handed over the cash and the ruined clothes. Do you have any plans this afternoon? Not really. You want to go grab something to eat. That meaning ramen, of course, she said as she counted the money. It wasn't that she didn't trust Naruto, it was a policy they had. Everyone could miscount or drop something. Yep. But we will have to drop by my place. I want to drop off my traveling gear. Of course she took off her uniform. She turned towards the back. Dad, I'm going out. The sound sounding like a hammer falling sounded, followed by someone crying out. Naruto looked a little worried, but Tenten didn't seem fazed by it. A few seconds later Kaido came out with soot on half his face. Okay then, Naruto, I will have her back by 11. Naruto began to sputter again, trying to explain that it wasn't anything like that. Tenten shot a quick glare at her dad, who was grinning broadly, and sighed. "Come on Naruto," she said as they walked out the store. Later that afternoon, Tenten and Naruto were currently taking one of their strolls through Konoha. The blonde looked around on the villagers around them, they were all giving him glares. He sighed. It was a big difference from the treatment he had gotten in Nami no Kuni. After the incident on the bridge they had almost treated him like a hero. He didn't want to be treated as a hero here, he just didn't want them to glare at him. Tenten saw it and looked with concern at Naruto. "Why are the villagers treating you like this?" Naruto didn't answer right away. He was deciding whether or not to tell. Finally he decided not to. "I'm sorry Ten-chan. It's one thing I can't tell you." "Well, I can, but I'm not ready yet." He looked at her with pleading eyes. "Please understand." The bigger girl smiled at Naruto. "I understand. Just know that I'm here. No matter what you tell me, I won't judge." Naruto smiled carefully at her. "Thanks." They walked in silence for a few minutes. It was the brunette who broke the silence. "So, what are you going to do next?" Naruto frowned. "I want to train, but there is only so much I can learn from books and train myself too. And I can't ask Kaka-sensei as he is going on a mission, not that he trains me much anyhow." Tenten looked over at her friend, something really bothered him. "What is it?" Naruto put his hand behind his head and looked at the sky. "I just realized in the fight against Haku that I rely way too much on my Shoten. There are multiple things I need to do, learn a real Taijutsu style, not just the academy style, get better at my Fukinjutsu, and learn something other than Shoten. For now the only ones other than Shoten I can use are Kage Bunshin, Henge and Futon. Rapusho." "Naruto?" A voice called from down the road. The two friends looked for who had called. They didn't have to look long as a pink mass of hair appeared out of the crowd. Sakura came up to them panting lightly. "I finally found you Naruto." Naruto blinked a few times before pointing at himself. Tenten had an amused grin at her face. "Yes you?" That's when she saw Tenten. "Oh, sorry. I didn't think you would be with anyone." Tenten got a tick mark at that comment, but let it slide. "No worries, right Naruto? We weren't doing anything special." Tenten raised her hand to shake with Sakura Higurashi. "Tenten." The rosette smiled friendly at the brunette Haruno. "Sakura. Pleased to meet you." She turned her gaze to Naruto, opened her mouth and closed it again. "I can't believe I'm going to ask Naruto of all people to help me. But I must admit that he isn't the same Naruto he was in the academy." "Oh well, here goes nothing," she sighed. "Naruto, I have thought hard about what you said to me. You're right, I need to act more as a kunoichi. That would be the best way to help Sasuke. And you. I just felt so helpless back at the bridge. If you, Sasuke and Kakashi couldn't stop either of them and they had headed for Tazuna, I could have done nothing to stop them. I need to get stronger." She still felt a knot in her stomach, seeing the image of Naruto almost dying protecting her and Tazuna. Naruto was jumping in happiness inside but remained calm on the outside. He didn't want to lose any respect he had just gotten in Sakura's eyes by acting like an idiot. "That's really good to hear. But to be honest, I don't know if I can help you. I am much more of a ninjutsu type. For what I've read, you seem much more like a Jinjutsu or Medic Nin type. I personally would go with Medic Nin. But Konoha only trains shinobi in kunoichi and medicine and medic jutsu after they have become chunin due to the difficulty in chakra control. If I should give you an advice I would train that monster strength of yours, we both know how strong you are." First Sakura blushed, but it quickly changed to an annoyed look. I'm not sure if that was a compliment or an insult. Tenten rolled her eyes. "Boy, Naruto, you really know how to pick them." Tenten coughed to get the two's attention. "From what I hear from Naruto, Kakashi is out on a mission, right?" The two members of Team 7 nodded affirmatively. "Well, Guy-sensei is also out on one, but as youthful as he is, he didn't want his mission to impact our training, so he has arranged for us to train under Yuuhi Kurenai in some stuff he isn't that good in. I'm sure that if you came with me, she wouldn't have a problem with you joining us." She finished smiling. Sakura accepted immediately. Naruto was more hesitant. It wasn't easy when not every grown-up who was as forthcoming. Tenten noticed the look on Naruto's face again, one she had seen not so long ago. She knew it had something to do with what he wouldn't tell her. "Come on Naruto, it will be fun. And then you can finally meet one of my teammates." "One? Isn't your whole team coming?" Naruto asked, trying to get away from the subject they were approaching again. "No. He is a Hyuga, so he will be training with his clan. And don't change subjects, please come," Tenten said a bit pleadingly. Naruto sighed with a smile. She knew he couldn't deny her when she began to plead like that. Okay, I'll come. Where and when?" Tenten cheered mentally at her triumph. "It's the day after tomorrow at Training Ground 3. Naruto nodded. "I'll be there." "You will too, right Sakura-chan?" "Yeah, I will. I should go ask Sasuke if he wants to come too." "Well, I'll see you around," the female member of Team 7 said, running off. Naruto slumped forward and sighed when she was gone. "Of course you should." Tenten punched him lightly on the shoulder. "Come on, cheer up. At least you have someone to train you." "You're right, thanks." He looked up in the sun to calculate the time. It was beginning to become evening. It was really nice spending time with you again on Tenchan, but I really got to go now. Tenten nodded. That's okay. I should get back to the shop too. Well, I'll see you the day after tomorrow, then. You know you will. 2 days later, Naruto and Sakura were walking through the forest of Konoha making their way to Training Ground 3. They had met up at the gate, or rather Sakura was walking through it when Naruto was running by and decided to walk with her. Sasuke hadn't come, he had apparently said in quite a colorful language that he didn't need help. Again this got to the blonde, you might be the rookie of the year, but don't be a prick about it. It didn't take long for them to make it to their destination. Naruto smiled and waved to greet the people on the grounds. Hey guys. From what he could see they were some of the last to come, only missing Kiba and Kurenai. Tenten looked over from where Naruto's voice had come from. Hey Naruto. Yosh. So I finally meet the youthful friend you have been talking about Tenten. I'm Rock Lee, the second green beast of Konoha. Naruto blinked a few times at the sight in front of him. A boy around the same age as Tenten was standing in front of him in a nice guy pose. That alone wasn't weird, no it was the look he was going with. He was wearing a green full bodysuit with orange leg warmers and he had the thickest eyebrows Naruto had ever seen, framed by bowl-cut black hair. Hey, nice to meet you Lee. I'm Uzumaki Naruto said sheepishly, not really knowing how to react. Thankfully he didn't have to. Oh, and who is this beauty? It came from Lee. He was currently looking at Sakura. Sakura was beginning to get really annoyed with Lee. I'm way out of your league. Naruto shook his head at Sakura's antics. He made his way over to Tenten, Shino and Hinata as Lee began to declare his love for Sakura. Hey Hinata, Shino. Where's Kiba? Hey Naruto kinda came from the Hyuga air before blushing deeply. Hello Naruto-san. Kiba won't be able to come today as he has caught the stomach flu Shino said in monotone. Naruto grimaced. Ouch then turned towards Tenchan. Have you asked Kurenai if it was okay for Sakura and I to join? No, she didn't. But I'll be okay with a few more, as long as there isn't more coming a female voice sounded behind them. At the sound Lee immediately stopped his declarations and ran to Tenten, grabbed her arm and bowed in front of Kurenai, Tenten doing the same. Thank you for allowing us to attend this training session, Tenten said in a respectful voice as she straightened up. Lee didn't say anything, but nodded vigorously. I hope you don't mind, but Naruto-kun's and Sakura-san sensei is also out on a mission, so I brought them with me in the hopes if you would also train them. Kurenai blinked, a little disconcerted by their extreme politeness. That's alright, I'm happy to have you here. Naruto bowed, not as deeply as the members of Team 9 thank you Kurenai-sensei. Sakura quickly did the same, not wanting to seem rude. Kurenai nodded at them and then turned her gaze at the group in front of her 6 genin. Huh. Kakashi and Guy, you really owe me after this. But it shouldn't be too hard with what I have planned for today. She motioned for them to sit. Well, let's get started. A Jinjutsu is a construct composed of chakra designed to deceive the senses. As she began with a standard academy introduction, Kurenai considered her audience. Shino was as impassive as ever, but she got a sense that his attention was unusually focused today, whether by the visitors or by the subject matter was debatable. Hinata hadn't said a word since the newcomers arrived. Her Byakugan could see through most Jinjutsu because the chakra would be directly visible to her. But she still paid close attention to the lecture. Kurenai wondered if she was aware of the small number of advanced techniques that could deceive the Hyuga bloodline, if she expected her eyes to fail her when it counted most, or if she was just being polite. She was most surprised with Naruto. He was mostly focused on her words, though he did fidget a little as she talked. She had expected a lot more, she had heard he was full of energy, well she had actually heard he was a little demon who no one could stop, but all the same. Sakura had taken forward a notebook and was scribbling down every word she said. In addition to being excruciatingly polite, Guy's students were most attentive. Lee frowned a lot as she talked. She wondered if he was having difficulty following the material, since he probably hadn't studied Jinjutsu much since discovering he couldn't mold the chakra necessary to create one. Tenten, on the other hand, was almost starry-eyed. It took a while for Kurenai to understand why she had such an odd expression on her face. From what she'd heard, the girl was one of the more formidable new Kunoichi, deadly accurate with thrown weapons, and no slouch with melee weapons either. Still, she was on a team with a male jounin and 2 boys, one of whom was the Hyuga prodigy. It was likely that she'd questioned, at least once or twice, if a woman could be a successful ninja and advance to the jounin rank. Girls were a noticeable minority at the academy, and the disparity only became more pronounced at the higher ranks. Kurenai realized, with an uncomfortable urge, that the girl probably idolized her for her apparent success. She shook it from her head. Are there any questions? She asked. When no one moved, she continued. Now, as for identifying when you are being affected by a Jinjutsu, remember it is limited by 2 things. The amount of chakra used and the creator's imagination. Both of those factors mean that not every element of the illusion will be perfect. There's only a finite amount of chakra that can be used to create the sensory overlay, and it can't include anything the creator didn't think of. That means if you act or focus on things the creator didn't anticipate, you are more likely to notice discrepancies. Once your mind seizes on these differences, the battle is mostly won. You aren't fooled anymore, and now all you need to do is push back the curtain that has been drawn before you. Noting the nodding heads before her, Kurenai posed a question. One commonly known method of disrupting a genjutsu is to wound yourself. The sudden pain can shock the senses and disrupt the overlay. But this is hardly an elegant solution, as someone in a dangerous situation hardly needs to be mutilating themselves. How else do you think this can be accomplished? Shino spoke up first. Logically, if it is a chakra-based energy construct, the genjutsu can be disrupted by the application of a similar form of energy. That is correct, Kurenai agreed, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. What is an easier way to free oneself from such a construct? Lee and Naruto looked puzzled, and Tenten frowned. Surprisingly, Hinata hesitantly raised her hand. Ayano. If the construct is anchored to your personal chakra, would it be easier to just disrupt the anchors, rather than the whole thing? That's very close, Kurenai agreed. You can temporarily remove what the genjutsu is anchored to. It's tricky if you don't have good chakra control, but if you can suppress your own chakra circulation for a split second, the genjutsu will instantly fall away from you. This is a lot easier than trying to shatter a chakra construct that might have been made by someone considerably more powerful than you are. With that, she demonstrated the seals and with a sharp intake of breath, suppressed her chakra circulation to 0. Instantly, the sunlight dimmed, the sound of birdsong became fainter, and the feel of the warm sun on her face was muted. She blew out the breath, released her chakra, and everything quickly went back to normal. She had each of them practice by themselves, then with her standing next to them, maintaining a level of blindness genjutsu on them. Hinata, Sakura and, surprisingly, Lee picked it up immediately. After figuring out what they were doing wrong, Shino and Tenten soon mastered the technique. Unfortunately, Naruto was never able to completely suppress his chakra. Kurenai suspected the Yondame's seal and his tenant was the reason, but she couldn't discuss it in front of others. She had to settle for a sympathetic look as Naruto grumbled and sulked. "Hey Kurenai-sensei?" Hinata asked, glancing at Naruto. "Is there a way to remove a genjutsu from another person?" Kurenai did not miss the look she sent Naruto's way, but the boy was too busy sulking to pay attention just yet. "Well. There is, but it's a little trickier," Kurenai agreed. Shino hit upon the principle earlier. You have to disrupt the chakra in the genjutsu itself. The easiest way to do this is to draw on your chakra and push it down toward your hara, right below your navel. You collect as much as you can and compress it into as tight a sphere as possible. Visualize it like a ball being squeezed and pressed from every direction. Once you have it packed as tightly as possible, release it all at once. "Excuse me Kurenai-sensei, but wouldn't it hurt?" Sakura asked, still writing. "Not really," Kurenai assured her. 1. It is very difficult to gather a lot of energy that way. Also, it's still your chakra. It's attuned to your body and until it's expected by it will just pass through your cells without damaging them. I can see how that might push away a genjutsu anchored to me, but how will that help someone else?" Tenten asked curiously. "Another very good question," Kurenai acknowledged with a nod. "When the chakra leaves your body, it will form a pulse, almost like a shockwave, that will extend a small distance, based upon how much chakra is used. That pulse can also disrupt any genjutsu it encounters. However, it's difficult to generate enough power to make the pulse extend any great distance. Thus, you may have to be very close to the person you are trying to free," she concluded, ignoring the blush that suddenly spread across Hinata's face. With that, Kurenai had them practice the harder method. Unsurprisingly, Lee could not perform this method at all. Tenten could do it, but the pulse only extended a few inches from her skin, the same with Sakura. Hinata concentrated for several moments and then released a chakra pulse that extended over 2 feet from her body, after which she fell to her knees, gasping for breath. Kurenai didn't often think about the Kyuubi, not even when Jinchuriki was standing right in front of her, training under her. It was locked away, sealed inside Naruto. As far as she knew it only gave him unnatural stamina and the hatred of the villagers, but it didn't control his mind or his soul. So it could be understood how she overlooked the effects her instructions would have on the vessel that contained the 9-tailed fox. It wasn't until the frustrated genin began to concentrate and an actually visible haze of blue chakra appeared around him, tinted purple at the edges, that the implication sank in. Kurenai opened her mouth to tell him to stop when he released the chakra pulse. She instinctively threw up her hands as the energy washed over her. Her skin tingles and all the hairs on the back of her neck stood at attention, but there were no truly adverse effects. The air was filled with sound as the trees around them emptied of birds. Turning and looking across the clearing, Kurenai could see flocks of birds taking wing in the distance. And the faint shimmer in the air meant the pulse was still traveling. She turned back around and saw everyone staring at Naruto. Tenten's and Sakura's mouths were hanging open, but Lee was giving him a V for victory sign. Shino's eyebrows were clearly visible above his sunglasses. Hinata's Byakugan were activated and the expression on her face bordered on awe. Naruto gave his sensei a sheepish grin and shrugged as he scratched the back of his head. Kurenai sighed. I suppose if you aren't good at chakra suppression, you'd make up for it with chakra expressions. We should try to finish this lesson before the Anbu gets here to find out what happened. A week later, Naruto was on his way to bed. Kakashi had come back the previous day and had pushed them to do 3D rank missions, and he was totally exhausted. He got in bed and started thinking of the last week, especially the expression of the others when he had released the Genjutsu release. He had learned a few new things with Kurenai, his henge wasn't an ordinary henge. The ordinary henge is just an illusion that encompasses the user and changes how one looks. What he did was actually making a real body. So in the last week he had learned a few more things about his abilities. He still hadn't learned any new words, but now that Kakashi was back he was going to force him to train him. He yawned loudly, turned around and was fast asleep. Chapter 8. Foreigners descend for the exams. Team 7 was walking through the gates of Konoha with a caravan in tow. They had been on a C-rank mission to escort and assigned to guard it while it was going through a quarter of High no Kuni. And once again the Chunin guards laughed at Naruto, his clothes had been seethed in a katen and small patches were missing. Some shinobi had decided to try and rob the caravan a few miles from Konoha, rather stupid in Naruto's opinion, and of course, he had been the only one hit by the only being cast. Naruto dusted some cooling embers of his shirt. Of course it was me he had to hit. It would be nice to walk into Konoha once without something having messed up my clothes. Last time it was a Suiton, the time before that a Futon, and I don't want to remember the time before that. Is one homecoming with my clothes intact too much to ask? Kakashi waved his right hand in a dismissive manner. Come on Naruto, it isn't that bad. Naruto shot his sensei a glare. Oh, and how would you know? Oh great sensei. You never even look up from that damned porn. The blonde genin didn't get an answer and as such he just started brooding over his bad luck the rest of the way through Konoha. After they had dropped off their escort in the business part of Konoha, completing their mission, they made their way to the Hokage Tower. Mission-wise the last weeks hadn't gone bad. They still had the D ranks, but the Hokage seemed to like their results on the C ranks, as they were getting more and more of those. So far they have completed 4-5 with his C ranks. They quickly reached the Hokage's office and knocked on the door to mark their entrance. The old Hokage looked up from his stacks of paperwork. Team 7. Back from another successful mission I took. He paused at the sight of Naruto and sighed. What happened this time? Naruto crossed his arms. Freakin' Katen, he answered in a scowl. Hiruzen shook his head in amusement. Kakashi stepped forward, still reading his little orange book. Team 7 is reporting back from the C-rank mission. The caravan has been successfully escorted through High no Kuni without any major incidents. Easy for you to say, Naruto mumbled behind him, but he didn't react to it. The old Hokage nodded and wrote something down. He took a look at the paper he had been working on. I must say, I'm impressed with you. From all the teams of this year, you are doing by far the best. The statement cheered Naruto and the rest of his team up. Hiruzen mused as he puffed on his pipe a few times. Well, I think that will be all for now. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, you are all dismissed. Kakashi, I have some things to discuss with you. The genin of Team 7 responded with a hi, bowed lightly, and disappeared out of the door. Hiruzen walked up and activated a privacy seal. It has been some weeks since your last report. How is your team progressing? Kakashi clapped the book close and put it in his pouch. He looked thoughtful. They are all progressing nicely. Sasuke, as you know, has activated the Sharingan and I have been training him how to use it. His Taijutsu is also improving quite nicely, so is his chakra control. We haven't gotten to the point where we start with the Uchiha clan jutsu. For now we focus mostly on Taijutsu for him to get used to his Sharingan. Hiruzen nodded while blowing out some smoke from his pipe. Kakashi continued, and Sakura, our Rosette, has really done a 180. She is actually trying. Though I'm focusing most on Sasuke, I have been observing her training. She sometimes trains with Naruto to get some pointers, but she mostly trains herself. She is a natural at chakra control, so it seems she focuses more on the physical aspects of being a shinobi. I haven't seen her train any taijutsu, rather she trains her strength, doing all kinds of different workouts. Rather clever actually, she was already rather strong for a girl her age, heck for a girl any age, so by training that first she will get an ace. Kakashi paused to think, and when I think about it, she seems to have more energy than she had in those first few weeks. It could of course just be from her training, but I think she is eating well now, rather than being on a diet and starving her body. Hiruzen smiled. So we have another aspiring kunoichi. That's good. I was a bit worried about the new generation's kunoichi. Most of this year's graduates were not really suited for the life of a shinobi. Kakashi nodded affirmative. It seems that way. Hiruzen got a tad more serious. This was what he really was interested in. And what about Naruto? Kakashi noticed the difference in the old Hokage's posture and speech pattern. Well, to be honest, I don't know a whole lot. You know that Jiraiya-sama has taken to training him, when he is around that is. I try to follow them in the shadows, not that I could hide from Jiraiya-sama, but they seem to train in an area surrounded by chakra suppression and barrier seals. I have an idea of what they are doing in there, but as I said, I can't be sure. Do you think Jiraiya is training him in using the Kyuubi? That would be my guess. Kakashi let it sink in. When Jiraiya is away, Naruto uses one of the more secluded training grounds. He is really using the Kage Bunshin to its full potential. It seems like he has learned a new Taijutsu form, probably from Jiraiya, but I don't recognize it. He also seems to be practicing Kenjutsu a lot. He is at least on level with someone who can use the restriction seal. He is also finally focusing on something more than just his Shoten. He has taken a liking to Futon. The gleam of approval flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. Futon, huh? The old man said with nostalgia written all over his face, just like his father. How adept is he in it? I would say he is at the skill level of someone having cut a third of a leaf. He certainly is more adept in Futon than Doten. He is not really training his Doten as of now. My guess would be that he tried out both Doten and Futon and decided to train the element he was better at. Hiruzen nodded at the information he had gotten. What about the Rasengan? Does he even know what he is learning yet? Kakashi shook his head. No, it doesn't seem he does. He is at the final step, suppressing the sphere. It looks like it's almost complete, but he seems to be stuck. He just needs the last push. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and breathed deeply. He really is impressive. He isn't like Sasuke, whereas Sasuke is a genius, Naruto just works really hard. Not that I am saying Naruto is not as talented, but I wouldn't call him a genius. Though agreeing to it, left a bitter taste in Sarutobi's mouth. The old Hokage sat back up and looked the silver-haired Jounin straight in the eye. Just one more thing, Kakashi. You know about the Jounin meeting this afternoon. Kakashi confirmed with a nod. Don't be late. This isn't one you want to be late to. Kakashi sighed. Alright, I'll be there on time. Just this once. Hiruzen nodded and began his paperwork again. That was all. You're dismissed. As his Jounin left, Sandame's mind soon wandered as he stopped working. Hiruzen's gaze went solemn as his mind recounted Kakashi's opinion between Naruto and Sasuke. I have the nerve to call myself his grandfather when I cannot even praise him for his rise of hard-working skills. When in fact he learns like you, Kushina, you who became a living legend in this village. And was it not I who once said true talent is not measured by natural talent or hard work, but in your determination? I am an old fool. Forgive me, Naruto. With Naruto was walking through Konoha towards the training grounds. After they had been dismissed, Naruto went around his apartment quickly to change. He had also sent a Kage Bunshin with his burned clothes to Higurashi. Normally he would have done it himself to see if Tenten was around, but he knew she wouldn't be at the store. The day Team 7 was setting out on their mission, she had told him that she and her team was going to participate in the Chunin exams and that their sensei would use every moment until the exams with training them. So the chances of Naruto running into her were rather slim. Naruto frowned lightly when he thought about his own training. It's so frustrating. I'm sure I'm really close to finishing that Iro-Senin is training me in, but I just can't give it the last push. And then there's the Shoten Bushin. I just can't make it. I make the form, it gains my traits, but it's just a dummy, it won't and can't do anything. Maybe if I. Hey Naruto. A female voice called him. He turned around to see Sakura running towards him waving. He couldn't help but feel butterflies in his stomach. Little by little, since they had come back from Nami no Kuni, Sakura had accepted him more and more. She didn't call him an idiot or hit him that much anymore, which he was very thankful for. She had even joined him for training sometimes, where she fought against him or his clones. That way she was training her endurance with the never-ending clones, and Naruto has been training her in the new Taijutsu style he had learned from Jiraiya. He waved back at the pink-haired Kunoichi. Hey Sakura-chan. Is something wrong? She made her way to her teammate. No, not at all. I was just wondering if you were going to train now. He grinned at her. Do you even have to ask? She shook her head smiling. No, I guess not. Can I join you? I have a new trick I want to try out. Sure, but what about Sasuke? Naruto asked while starting to walk again. Sakura followed him. He is training with Kakashi as usual, she said a little harshly. Of course he is. He said tiredly. Naruto couldn't blame Sakura since he felt the same way. Kakashi was Team 7 sensei, not Sasuke's personal guide. He could understand Kakashi taking some time for Sasuke, him being the only one able to train Sasuke about the Sharingan, but forgetting Sakura and him altogether. That was pushing. They weren't mad at Sasuke, though he was sucking it up and not thinking about the team as a whole either, but at Kakashi. He was just glad that he could help Sakura train them or they would really be screwed. They soon enough made it to training ground 43. Sakura politely waited while Naruto made the clones. Naruto made his way to the middle of the field and formed a familiar seal Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 200-ish clones appeared. Already knowing what to do they split up, a third of them working on Jiraiya's balloons, a fourth working on Kenjutsu, a fourth working on the Shoten Bunshin, and the last were walking toward Sakura to get ready to train with her. Naruto also made his way to his female teammate. Sakura looked over at all the Narutos who had sat down and started writing Naruto, what are those clones doing? The real Naruto looked over at which ones she was referring to. Oh, they are working on my Kenjutsu. Sakura eyes widened. Kenjutsu. He is working on Kenjutsu. I knew he was good, he is by far the best in our class. Even better than Sasuke. But to work on something that advanced. She shook the disbelief from her. She should be used to this by now, Naruto kept surprising her from the day they had graduated. If you had asked her in the academy if she would ever willingly train with Naruto, she would have smacked them across the classroom for the insult. But now. She would never have gotten this far if it wasn't for him. Sakura-chan? Sakura-chan, are you okay? Naruto asked waving a hand in front of her face. She blushed lightly. She must have spaced out. Oh, yeah, I'm okay. I'm just surprised that you're working on something as advanced as Kenjutsu. Wait, so you're making those sealing scrolls you're using by yourself? He nodded. How many seals have you learned? Naruto showed her an embarrassed grin while scratching the back of his head. Well, I know sealing scroll, explosion tags, restriction seals and mild chakra suppression seals. But that's all. Kenjutsu is some of the toughest I've ever done. She nodded at the information, just getting even more impressed. Naruto got into his stance. Well, shall we? She grinned at him. Oh, yes we shall. Shivers ran through all the clones around her. Later that afternoon, Naruto patted his behind. Ouch. You really have improved, Sakura-chan, he said, winching. She smiled proudly. Thanks. But how did you hit that hard? I mean, you left small craters for crying out loud, the blonde genin asked with a wondering expression. Sakura, she answered simply. Naruto's eyes lit up. Of course. That explains it. So you channel some chakra through your muscles, making them stronger while you fight. Yes, she nodded affirmative, but I can't do it for longer period of times, so I need training in that. I see. Hey Naruto Nai-chan. A voice sounded behind them. The two members of Team 7 turned around to see three 8-year-olds standing and smiling at Naruto. It was Konohamaru, Mogi and Yuden, or as they like to call themselves, the Konohamaru Corps. Naruto kinda liked them. Konohamaru, the hyperactive leader with the longest scarf he had seen, Yuden, the maths genius lice geek with a never-ending cold, and Mogi, the reasonable kunoichi in training, with gravity-defying pigtails. He smiled back at them. Hey guys. What's up? Konohamaru looked deadpan at him. Come on Nai-chan. Can't you remember? You promised to play shinobi with us when you came back from your mission. Yuden and Mogi nodded in agreement. Sakura turned to Naruto with a look that greatly resembled Konohamaru's. Really? A shinobi playing shinobi? Ah, come on Sakura-chan. When you were in the academy didn't you ever want to play shinobi? And what better way to do it than with someone already a shinobi? He answered, not embarrassed at all. Rosette shook her head smirking. Konohamaru looked between the two older children. You could really see the wheels turn in his head. His eyes lit up. Oh boss. Is this your? He made a gesture with his pinky finger that all but screamed girlfriend. Naruto quickly shook his hands in front of him in a defensive manner and shook his head. No, no. She is my teammate. Not my girlfriend. He glanced over at Sakura, she had a tick mark but seemed to calm down when Naruto denied it. Konohamaru took his hand and cupped his chin while nodding. I see. Guess it's because she's so flat-chested, right boss? Or. It's because she has that monstrously large forehead, right boss? Naruto looked at his little brother figure in disbelief. There is no saving you from this, Konohamaru. Naruto sighed. No, it's not because of either of those. Goodbye Konohamaru, it was nice knowing you. Konohamaru gave him a puzzled look. Why? Are you going somewhere? No, but you are, Naruto said and pointed lightly over at Sakura. Konohamaru glanced over at where Sakura should have been. What he saw instead he could have sworn was the death god Shinigami. It didn't take him more than a second to take off, with Sakura right behind him. I'm going to kill you, brat. Mogi and Yuden looked worried at Naruto. He sighed. Alright, I'll try to stop her. But if anything happens to me, it's on you guys, he said pointing at them before he took off. Sakura-chan. Please don't kill him. He was just kidding, right Konohamaru? Alright. Sorry Sakura, I didn't mean it. Naruto. Help me. It came from the young Sarutobi as he tried to get away from the spitting image of the death god. Naruto had caught up to them when Konohamaru turned a corner. He heard a humph. Sakura seemed to have calmed down a bit from the running and looked wondering at Naruto. The blonde genin looked just as confused. They quickly turned the corner as well and saw what Konohamaru had run into. He was currently held up in his scarf. Well, what do we have here? A little brat going where he shouldn't, the boy Konohamaru had run into said. He was wearing a black and baggy full bodysuit with a red and yellow circle in front. To top the look off he also wore a black hood with cat-like ears on it. What caught Naruto's attention was the 8 on his forehead. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Suna. I guess they're here for the Chunin exams. But that doesn't mean they can go around and do whatever they want. Konohamaru, Mogi and Yuden cried as they had just turned the corner. The Suna shinobi tightened his grip. That hurt, brat. Stop it. We're going to get scolded later. We're not in Suna anymore. A female voice came from behind the foreigner. Naruto took a look at her. She is rather pretty. She had dark green eyes and blonde hair, not far from the color he had, though a little darker, which was gathered in 4 ponytails. Naruto stepped forward. Your teammate is right, Suna, let go of the boy. Kuro looked at the blonde boy and saw the 8. He grinned mentally. They must be Konoha genin. Let's have some fun. He stared hard at the boy in his hand. No, I think I better teach this brat a lesson before some noisy people come around. Damari sighed. Kankuro, you're on your own with this. I won't be a part of this. Kankuro ignored it and brought his free hand back, ready to throw a punch. That was Naruto's cue. He took off a lot faster than before. Before Kankuro could react, Naruto had wrapped his hand around his wrist and twisted it, causing Kankuro to lose grip on Konohamaru. Naruto wasn't done. He twisted the arm behind his opponent's back while sweeping his feet, causing him to fall on his stomach. Naruto quickly conjured a kunai-like weapon with his shoten and pointed it at the back of his neck. You should have listened to your teammate. The Konohamaru corpse and the Suna genin looked in disbelief. Sakura, not so much. After all, she had been on the same team as Naruto for months and trained with him. She looked hard at the 2 shinobi from Suna. Suna, why are you here? It's true that Konoha and Suna are allies, but you need a passport and reason if you want to be in Konoha. Kankuro laughed lightly. How pathetic. You don't even know that the Chunin exams are coming up. Naruto tightened his grip on Kankuro's arm, causing him to wince. And you're one to talk. We will have to take a look at your passports anyway. Damari frowned. And why is that? Naruto didn't look happy and half glare at the girl. Even if you are here for the Chunin exams, it doesn't give you the right to go around and do whatever you please. As a shinobi of Konoha, I can ask any foreigner to show their passport if I find suspicion that they are a danger or do crime in Konoha. Your friend here nodded at Kankuro and attacked a shinobi in training, the 3rd Hokage's grandson, nonetheless, a shinobi, and resisted giving your passports. So now, please, hand over your passports. Damari could see the boy wasn't kidding and felt chills run down her spine when she heard who the boy her brother had almost mugged was. Kankuro, see. That's why I told you not to do it. I'm sorry Konoha, she said, bowing. Please let my brother go. Naruto hesitated a bit but did as she had asked. Kankuro stood up and dusted himself off. Naruto still was less than happy with her. And now your passports. Also the redeed up there made a gesture with his head towards a tree nearby. All the people around him looked surprised at the place. The red-haired boy was standing upside down in the tree. Tamari, Kankuro, you are a disgrace to our village. Tamari looked a little scared. Gaara jumped down between them and handed over his passport to Naruto. Kankuro and Tamari quickly did the same. Naruto looked through them. As they had said, they were here for the Chunin exams. Naruto's right brow lifted when he saw that they were the Kazukige's children, but that wasn't going to get them any special treatment. He searched his pouch and pulled up a pen. He channeled chakra through it to make ink and made a few notes. He handed the passports back. This will be reported. I will suggest that you keep a low profile while staying in Konoha. If you pull a prank like this again, I can't promise that you will be able to stay. I'll make sure that there won't be any more problems, Gaara said, bowing lightly. The dark green eyes met the bright blue. Naruto could feel something, maybe something familiar. He couldn't be sure. He shook it off quickly and regained his serious face. Make sure of it. Gaara nodded before taking his team with him. Naruto held his tough guy pose until he could feel the Suna team's presence leave. He exhaled and turned towards the others with a smile. Konohamaru, are you okay? Konohamaru and his core looked at Naruto with stars in their eyes. Konohamaru stepped out from his hiding place behind Sakura. Yeah, I am. Boss, that was so cool. Yuden and Mogi quickly overfused him with compliments, how he was a hero and how they bet he could kick those Suna shinobi's asses if he wanted to. Naruto grinned embarrassed but stopped abruptly and looked up at another tree. Sasuke, you enjoying the view? Sasuke just replied with an. He looked over at the people there. I just came to tell you that tomorrow we will have to meet Kakashi at the bridge. And with that he disappeared. Naruto sighed. Don't you ever get out of that asshole phase. He turned around to Sakura to see her clutch her hands near her heart, making his own break slightly. Don't worry about him. It didn't seem to help. Oh well, I'm going to get something to eat now, so see you tomorrow, Sakura-chan. Yeah, see you tomorrow, she replied distantly. Hey. What about us playing shinobi? Konohamaru asked, rather irritated. Naruto shrugged. "Well, you can come with me, you pay for your own food of course, and we can do it after," he said and started to walk towards Ichiraku's. The Konohamaru Corps quickly ran after him while chattering about how cool he was. At Konoha's main gate, the Chunin guards were having a busy day. The Chunin exams were coming up and genin from all over the elemental continent were heading to Konoha to participate, and because of that there was a lot of extra work for the gate guards. Yet another team was heading towards the gates of Konoha. But this was from Kiri, the first one they'd seen so far. "So this is Konoha, huh? It's a lot different from home," Haku said. She was still getting used to the idea of having a home and not just being on the move all the time. "You're right. It's a lot different," Zabuza replied, looking at the big gates. Haku smiled. "I hope I get to see Naruto while we're here." "Me too. You haven't talked a lot about this guy." It came from one of her teammates. His name was Kurisuke Chijuru and he was the same age as her, 13 years old. He has short tufty blue hair and dark eyes. He also had pointed shark-like teeth, a trait that Haku knew he was shy about and wished he didn't have. He wears square black-rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors, a blue pin-striped shirt and camouflage pattern pants. Over his shirt he wears his forehead protector on the front of his holster, which he uses to carry his sword. Haku was rather impressed by how well he was handling his sword. It was a big broad one that couldn't be light. Many had talked about how he could be the next wielder of Hiramekure. He also had a sharp mind for tactics. But as he was now he couldn't put it to full use, he was rather shy, even with all his talent. As long as you stop talking about it every 5 minutes. He can't be that remarkable because it came from her second teammate. His name was Ringo Kouhei, descendant of Ringo Ameuri, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen. He was slightly older than his 2 teammates, 14 years old. In his year he was one of the best shinobi, but according to his clan, he was not something to boast about. He was rather short for their age group, but had a very elegant build. He had large brown eyes, framed by long coffee-colored hair worn in a style that could resemble a waterfall. Kouhei was more of a taijutsu expert, using a modified form of his clan's taijutsu. His form emphasizes tormenting one's opponent and using blocks and counter-strikes. Although he was very proficient in it, he was not without weapons. He was always wearing a whip at his side, and he knew how to use it. He was also very skilled in trap laying, a skill which had saved them a few times. But because of his clan looking down on him, he was not quick to acknowledge others' strength. "That's where you are wrong," Zabuza said to his student. Not only did Naruto go toe-to-toe with Haku here, but he beat her. Given he was rather beaten up himself, he came out of it victorious. And you both know how strong Haku is, you have only been able to beat her when you teamed up, and even then you lose when she uses her mirrors. Naruto beat her mirrors. He sounds scary. "I hope I don't let you guys down," Chijuru said a little dejected. Kouhei didn't believe a word of it. "That Naruto guy must just have been lucky you're not getting to me with any of that crap. When I see him I'll decide whether he is strong or not." Haku shook her head as her team made its way over to the booth and showed their passports. After they had gotten their approval they made their way into Konoha to find their hotel. Half an hour later, "Hami Amoi? You are not going to die." A voice sounded from the forest line making the guards winces. They turned to look where the god-awful voice came from. It was a dark-skinned kunoichi with long red hair and amber eyes. She looked to be around 13 or 14. She was wearing a long, short-sleeved dress with frilly edges and a flak jacket in Kumo style, 2 simple yellow earrings and fishnet stockings. To finish it off she had thigh-high boots with white soles, and she wore her aide as a bandana. It didn't take long for the guards to conclude that the team coming was from Kumo. They frowned. Kumo and Konoha had severed all but the most basic communication lines after Kumo had used what was supposed to be a peace treaty to attempt a kidnap on the Hyuga air. But Kari, what if Kono Amoi tried? "No." She yelled at him before slamming him on top of the head. Even if he was from Kumo, the guards couldn't help but feel sympathy for the poor guy. He had just as dark skin as his teammate and looked to be the same age, but he had short, spiky, white hair and dark eyes that curved slightly upwards. He was wearing a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, red bandages, hand guards, shin guards Kumagakure style and a black 8. He also seemed to have a thing for lollipops as he had just finished one, but it was replaced within a second. "Would you two please calm down? We are representing Kumagakure, and Konoha and Kumo haven't exactly been best friends the last few years." A third voice sounded, drawing the guards' eyes away from the bickering couple. Their mouths instantly watered. Behind the 2 dark-skinned shinobi were standing what they only could describe as beautiful. It was another girl, probably around 16 or so. She had long, straight blonde hair, close to the color of the Yamanaka's hair. It was bound with tight bandages and a ponytail before falling free to around her waist. She was wearing a short-sleeved black and purple blouse, black pants, both of which had cloud-like designs on them. Around her hands were purple fingerless gloves and a chain of white beads wound around her left hand. Around her arms and legs she wore bandages, and around her waist a red belt. Around her forehead, keeping her hair from falling into her face, she wore the Kumo hit I-8. Vegito is right, a fourth voice sounded. The team was finally together. Reikage-sama has sent us here to make the relation between our villages better. Whether Konoha wants to acknowledge it or not, the Hyuga incident wasn't on his orders, though I can't blame them for not believing it. If it had been the other way around I can't say we would have reacted as well as they did. So you guys are not only here as participants in the Chunin exams, but also diplomats. The guards had all but forgotten Yujito now. The last member of the Kumo team seemed to be as old as Yujito. She had fair skin and was tall of stature, with lots of curves, especially her breasts. She had blue eyes and straight blonde hair, framing her face with a shorter cut in the back and the front bangs reaching her shoulders. She was wearing a very low-cut outfit with mesh underneath, a short skirt and red handguards, high boots, and what the guards guessed to be a modified Kumagakure flak jacket that only covered her stomach, not very different than a girdle. Yes, Samui Karui answered with a dismissive wave. I know that you have already taken the exam and all, but I can't understand why B-sensei couldn't come himself because of Yujito. I mean, try to imagine two of her kind, no offense to you Yujito, in a foreign village. Add to it that Konoha also has its own, I mean, what if they all lost control and they wiped Konoha from the map? The other villages would demand them executed and we wouldn't have a choice and then there would be another big war since Hai no Kuni would be unprotected and then, I get it already. Carrie cried out. You two, stop it now. Act more cool, more like a shinobi of Kumo. She said to them before going over to the booth and handing over the passports. She quickly got them back and took her team to downtown Konoha where they would be staying. In the Jounin meeting lounge, Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting in his chair looking over all the Jounin senseis. He had already declared for the Chunin exams a little over a week ago and there was only one more thing to do. He puffed a few more times on his pipe. Now that the Chunin exams are soon upon us, will the Jounin sensei with this year's Genin step forward? 3 Jounin in the front row walked forward, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. As you know, any genin who has completed more than 12 missions is eligible to enter the exam, though the new genins can only do it through your recommendations. But, as I'm sure you all know, it is rare for new genin to be in the exams. Normally the Jounin sensei in charge waits till they have completed at least a year of training. He paused, puffing on his pipe again and letting what he had said sink in. Is there any genin on your teams who you think are ready? Kakashi moved his right arm up in a half-ram seal, a tradition when nominating someone to the exams, and began to restate the words for nominating from Team 7 that I lead, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. I recommend those 3 to the Chunin exams under my name, Hada Kakashi. Murmurs ran through the room but were soon silenced as Kurenai took the same position as Kakashi had from Team 8 that I lead, Hyuga Hinata, Inyazuka Kiba, and Abiram Shino. I recommend those 3 to the Chunin exams under my name, Yuhi Kurenai. The crowd didn't have time to start again, as Asuma took the same pose as the others from Team 10 that I lead, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Chouji. I recommend those 3 to the Chunin exams under my name, Sarutobi Asuma. As the last of the new Jounin senseis finished the crowd erupted in talk. Stuff like all 3 gave their recommendations. And it's been a couple of years since rookies have appeared in the Chunin exams ran through the Jounin. Some looked less pleased than others, but none interjected. The old Hokage nodded very well. It settled then, Hada Kakashi's Team 7, Yuhi Kurenai's Team 8, and Sarutobi Asuma's Team 10 will be given the chance of joining the Chunin exams. He nodded to himself. Now that that's settled, let's move on to. Next morning at the bridge, the genin of Team 7 had only waited for about 20 minutes when their sensei appeared in a puff of smoke on the top of the bridge. All quickly tensed, as their sensei only ever showed close to on time when something serious was going on. When Kakashi saw this, he lazily waved relax, relax. Nothing is going on, you can get out of your stances. When he sees them relax, he continued. Well, I'll get right to the point. I have recommended you all to the Chunin exams, so. He searched his pouch and took out 3 application papers. Here, take these applications. But as I said, I have only recommended you, so it's up to you guys if you want to give it a go or not. The 3 genin took the applications as he continued. If you want to participate, then you sign the papers and meet at the academy the 1st of July 3 p.m. and go to room 301. That's in 3 days. The genin nodded and took a look at their applications. Kakashi continued. Furthermore, because the Chunin exams are held here, I can't train or help you before the 2nd exam is complete. Due to the number of foreign shinobi in the village, more Konoha shinobi have been called to duty as patrols. So, decide well. Jana. And with that he puffed away. Before Sakura and Naruto could even talk to him, Sasuke had also disappeared, causing Sakura to sigh heavily. She leaned on the railing beside Naruto, who seemed to be in deep thought. She looked at him wonderingly. I thought you would be jumping up and down in happiness. This is just what you want, isn't it? Naruto breathed deeply and looked up at the sky. Yes it is. But, I'm not sure if I'm ready. Tenten and her team are also in the exams for the first time and they have had a lot more training than we have. We will most likely be the most inexperienced gen in there unless the others from our year join the exam, but even then, some of the most inexperienced. Oh was all Sakura could say. Yeah, Naruto replied, still looking at the clouds. But on the other hand, this is our chance to show what we got. I mean, I want to show everyone from our year that I'm not dead last anymore. I can't take how condescending they talk to me, well apart from Hinata and Shino. And I bet you want to show Ino how strong you have become. Sakura smiled when she thought about how Ino would react. Yeah, can't wait to see her face when I beat her. Naruto got up and started walking, but stopped halfway off the bridge. I guess it's something we have to decide for ourselves. Let's just agree that we won't blame the other for whatever we chose. Deal? Sakura nodded. Deal. Chakra suppression seal. A seal that suppresses chakra. It can either be put on a person to suppress the individual's chakra or put in a formation around an area to prevent any chakra from leaking out or being detected. Barrier seal. You set up seals in a formation around an area to prevent anything or anyone from getting in or out without the key. Restriction seal. A seal that makes it harder for the user to walk around. It has 100 levels, each level being a lot harder than the previous. The user can use it as training, forcing the body to use a lot more energy on walking around. Rasengan spiraling sphere. The Rasengan is a powerful A-rank technique invented by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, which he created by observing the tailed beast ball. Minato spent 3 years developing the Rasengan. His plan was to take the shape transformation of one's chakra to the highest possible point and then combine it with his chakra's natural affinity, creating a technique that did not need the aid of time-consuming hand seals to control. He died before he could accomplish this, but on shape transformation alone, the Rasengan is still a very useful, powerful, versatile, and difficult technique to learn and master. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.